please provide a warm welcome for your tournament MCs, Blair and Nick.
Good morning, NorCal!
Good morning!
Welcome to the final day of the inaugural Northern California State Championship and our Morgan Field. We've had an awesome couple of days. Teams, you've really been giving it your all in this great competition, this preview of the first championship, perhaps.
Einstein Preview, we call this.
Einstein Preview. That's a catchier name. I like that. But you've given it your all while maintaining your gracious professionalism. And I think that is hugely laudable.
And today is an exciting day, but it's a difficult day too. It's the end of the season for some of you. Everybody won't leave with a blue banner. Everyone won't leave with a trophy. Everyone won't get to go to Houston. But remember that it's just part of a longer journey. It's the journey, not the destination. So we started kickoff, unveiled that the first week in January. It's been a great season. This is an awesome game. You'll play it at off seasons, I'm sure, this summer as well. So just remember, it's about the whole enchilada. It's Southern, it's California. You've got to do Mexican food jokes. We don't get them out east. Remember that it's really about the journey. So just keep your positive spirit up today. Keep your gracious professionalism and treat each other with respect all day long here on the field.
And remember, as part of that journey is like the community, the first community that you all are part of, like giving back to you, that it's beneficial for all of us. That as members of a first team right now, as you look towards college or whatever you're doing next in life, there are scholarships, professional opportunities, so many things that are available to you from other people who are part of the community, organizations who are part of the community, who recognize the value and just how incredible it is what all of you are doing. And you can see some of those opportunities at firstinspires.org/alumni.
And we couldn't do this without the help of many, many, many sponsors. Qualcomm, our first age season sponsor, and the Gene Haas Foundation, who is sponsoring the rebuild season. And they know what it's like to have first team members join their team. They know what teamwork is. They appreciate what happens on these first teams, and they try to employ you. And here's a little sponsor video from Haas, which includes a former FRC team member.
We are Haas, and we are like you. We attack design opportunities head on, coming up with simple, effective solutions. We use CAD like you, and sometimes CAD like you. We print, we laser, we machine, we build. Technology is advancing fast, and we need you behind the wheel. For careers in design and manufacturing, we believe there is nothing like first-hand experience in CAD, CAM, CNC, and teamwork. We believe the future is bright.
We believe in you.
Let's hear it for Haas, the Gene Haas Foundation, Qualcomm, and all our sponsors. We couldn't do it without them.
Absolutely. And speaking of sponsors, please give a warm welcome to, from Google, Distinguished Scientist, Research, Technology, and Society, Greg Carando.
Good morning, NorCal First. I am so excited to be here. I was just in the pits looking at some of the bots that you guys have built. It's amazing what all of you have done. And I really am excited to be here and see how the day turns out. First is a spectacular program, and Google is proud to be a sponsor of First overall, as well as many of the teams here. And the things that you're learning here are going to carry you through the rest of your career, honestly. I myself am a research scientist at Google, but I actually got my start in neuroscience, studying the brain. And one of the things that's a little surprising is that one of the leading theories for why the brain evolved, how it evolved, was to control the movements of animals. that if you can't plan, if you can't control your body, there's no point in moving. And so in many ways, I think that what's happening today in artificial intelligence and how machines are becoming more intelligent is laying the groundwork for what is going to be the next step in the evolution of these technologies, which is fundamentally going to be robotics. There's never been a more important time to be thinking about how we make machines move and what it means to make a machine move well. And that means both designing systems that are effective, designing systems that are safe, and also having the presence of mind to think about not just what we can build, but why we want to build it. And so I'm really excited to see how you guys work together to build these systems and see how the results turn out today. Thank you so much. Cheers.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Google. California has another sponsor who's behind you, behind the teams, behind the events. That's PG&E. Let's hear from them. Patty Poppy.
Hi, everyone. I'm Patty Poppy, CEO of PG&E. And more importantly, I am a FIRST fanatic. Today, I'm excited to share a quick message to help kick off your competition. FIRST has been near and dear to my family for many years, starting in Michigan and now here in California. My daughters were both on their high school FIRST robotics team, Las Guerlas Team 469. In fact, they won the World Championship in 2014 with Team 254, the Cheesy Poofs. My husband is still a mentor of Team 67, the Heroes of Tomorrow. He's hot. I'm 100% certain that my daughters are successful engineers today because of their experience with FIRST. I'm also 100% sure that I'm the CEO of PG&E because I'm an engineer. STEM education has opened amazing doors for my family throughout our professional lives. That's why we're so committed to supporting all of you. Every year, the PG&E Corporation Foundation, along with the Dreammaker Fund that my husband and I started, support FIRST robotics competition teams. I love seeing the enthusiasm of everyone involved. It makes me so hopeful for our future. In you, I see the next generation of creators, collaborators, problem solvers, innovators, and if we're lucky, future leaders at PG&E. We are in your corner, empowering you at every step. From all of us at PG&E and from my family, good luck today. Now let's get out there and get rebuilt.
Thank you, Patty. Thank you, PG&E. Now it's time to reintroduce some of the volunteers who make this all happen. Please welcome back our judges. Give them a wave. Let's hear it for them. They have a hard job. And they are here volunteering, led by Joanne. On the field, Frank and our ref team over here. Frank, give us a wave. Our referees are all volunteers. And making sure that all the robots are safe and up to code, our robot inspectors. Our head LRI is Tristan Law and his team of inspectors. A reminder that all the teams need to be re-inspected to be in the playoffs. So after your last qual match, make sure you get to the inspection station. They'll be looking for you as well, and make sure your robot gets re-inspected.
And there are so many more volunteers than these folks that you see often. We have our field crew, led by FTA's Ed Jordan and Morgan York, as well as field supervisor Kaylin Johnson. There's also all the folks in the pit, led by pit admin supervisor Laura Hall. And there's so many more volunteers than that. The folks in the volunteer room running check-in, everybody behind the scenes who makes the event just function so smoothly, led by our wonderful volunteer coordinators and volunteers of the year, Jay Heimlich and Renee Van.
All right, here is how today will play out. We have 24 more qualification matches this morning. We then go right into alliance selection. There's an 8-minute break in there. Right into alliance selection. That should take us to about 12:30 or so. We'll take a lunch break. Playoffs will begin here on Morgan at 1:30 this afternoon. Got that? Yeah, way Wake up, NorCal. All right, it's going to be intense. It's going to be amazing, but we can't do anything without the anthem. Please rise, if able, for the singing of the United States National Anthem by the Space Cookies, Team 1868.
Stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Well done, Space Cookies. All right, we're going to get this party started. Have fun. Have fun on the journey.
Do you want this or no?
All right, and once again, we have our analyst booth here. Let's hear from them. A preview of the day. Send it to the booth.
Welcome back to the Northern California District Championship. It is Championship Sunday, and the Golden State will be handing out its golden crowns at the culmination of our playoff rounds. Once again, I'm Aiden Ferrer.
I'm Katie Wyden.
And I'm Sarah Heimlich.
We've got an intense day ahead of us. We've got some incredible stats behind us. What are we looking at going into the Championship Sunday?
So if we can get our top 10 up on the screen, today our ranks are led by 254, followed by Control Out Defeat, Gear Gremlins still in there fighting, Madtown down in seed 4, Gearheads, Peninsula, Ironclaw, Bread, and Citrus Circuits to round it out. Sarah, what's up ahead of us?
Well, so far we have seen 68,858 fuel scored at this event, of which 55,555 were during the teleop period, and we had 5 climbs as well. So we're looking to see if we can break that 100,000 mark today. And with that, let's send it back to the Morgan field to see if we can do it.
All right, qualification match number 97. We have 24 matches this morning. Let's start out in red with 69-62.
It's Team Antares.
Next, Antares, 80-33.
Highlander Robotics.
And rounding out red, 114.
It's Eagle Strike.
That is red down here in blue, 8048.
It's the Churrobots.
With the inflatable churro. Their partner is 581.
The Blazing Bulldogs.
And next to the Bulldogs, 1868.
It's the Space Cookies.
We're good on the field. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off. Qualification match number 97 of 120. Only 24 today, which is a lot nicer than yesterday. 80-33 lining themselves up to shoot. Same with 69-62, both of which are scoring effectively. 18-68. Doing the same thing here. Blue Lions taking a slight lead, but looks like Antares is going to try to change that the last few seconds. And it's not quite enough. The Blue Lions takes a lead for this one. 6962 is going to send some fuel over to help themselves when they're finally their turn. They've learned from Madtown. They are moving and shooting. Very strong strategy. We've seen a whole bunch of this year so far. 1868 taking fuel, shuttling it over to their side, making it easier for them on their turn. They want to keep this lead that they've got right now, 106-85. 8046 is going to start taking fuel from the Red Alliance. 114 is sending over to their teammates. 114 is going to keep sending it over to them. Blue Alliance is a 2 versus 3 in this scenario, with 3 red robots, 2 blue robots. So Blue Alliance is making the most out of this. 8046 sending fuel over into the hub. Meanwhile, 1868 is doing the same thing. Red Alliance is going to use this time to send fuel to their alliance to help them stockpile and get ready for their shift, which is now. 114 lining themselves up to shoot. Same with 8046 or 8048, my bad. Churobots, they're taking fuel away from the Blue Alliance. They aren't even giving any of that to the human players, which works out for them in the Blue Alliance. 1868 getting themselves ready for the final shift. The Red Alliance, now Team Antares is going to take fuel from the Blue Alliance. They're going to start starving 1868. Same with 114. They're going to start starving the Blue Alliance from fuel, sending it over to their side. 80-33 is going to look like they want to try to get over the bump, but they're struggling just a little bit. They'll overcome that. 6962, and Antares lines themselves up to shoot, and they do a little bit early, but they still get the points for that regardless. It's 25 seconds in the match, 150 to 350. It's 200 points they've got to make up. Blue Alliance isn't going to let that fly, though. They've got themselves nice and lined up to shoot and ready to go. Final 10 seconds of the match. 6962 lined up and they're shooting. They want to get that first ranking point. Blue Alliance, they're just doing this for fun now. It's 180 to 428. Red Alliance has a lot of points to make up, but that's it. We have our final results, and the winner is the Blue Alliance.
Point out, like,
with a score of 444 to Red 189. The Blue Alliance walks away with 5 ranking points. The Red Alliance, unfortunately, with none. And with that, we'll send it back over to the analyst desk.
well, first match of the day looked a little scary for the Blue Alliance being down a robot at the start, but they still managed to pull it off. Aiden, Sarah, what did we see in that autonomous?
Well, the autonomous from Red, pretty bread and butter for them. The robots coming through and sweeping in the center, but something I love to see, and we'll see if we can get it on the replay. Space Cookies and the Churobots, the 2 teams that were on the Blue Alliance that were able to make it to the field. Space Cookies do their first sweep to grab all of the central fuel that they can, and Churobots actually have a delay on their autonomous, waiting for the Red Alliance to kind of push it closer, grabbing the remainder and staggering themselves with Space Cookies. Then, on their second sweep after shooting and a couple of misfires, they come back around, end right in front of where the hub spits the fuel back onto the field, and they have a collection spot. So not only have they won auto, they have set up a perfect cluster for the Space Cookies to come over the bump, grab the fuel, come back, and in the last 10 seconds of that transition shift, shoot pretty much an entirely full hopper. It's a gargantuan lead for the Blue Alliance coming off of the first 20 seconds. It's amazing.
And that down to robot as well for the Blue Alliance there, which makes it even more impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and then Red, they came out of auto, and Antares just beached themselves right in the corner. That's a really hard spot to get out of, even with your alliance partner. And then it looked like 80-33 was having a little bit of struggle with their robot. So that was just a hard match for Red. They maybe could have had it, but just a few issues can really skew it out of your favor.
Absolutely. It's one of those things that can come down to just the smallest little details, especially when you unfortunately are missing a robot on the field, but Blue was able to pull out the victory in the end.
I do have to give a shout out to 114 though, Eagle Strike, who spent a massive amount of the match cleaning up the center field. I think 114, despite the loss, put up a really good showing in that game, and hopefully they're able to make it count in their next few matches for the rest of today.
Absolutely. Speaking of next few matches, next up we have qualification 98. Who are we excited to see in this match?
I've been loving the Funky Monkeys this event. Watching that turret, that software-controlled turret that auto-shoots, just a blast to watch.
I'm pretty excited to see this Blue Alliance, actually. These are teams that I think are not usually the ones that you see just ranking first and blowing through an event, but all of them have been really, really strong throughout the district championship. I think with their powers combined, I'd love to see how they fare going into the match 98. Let's send it back to the Morgan Field.
All right, match number 98 is set on the field. Let's meet the teams. In red, we've got team 846.
It's the Funky Monkeys.
Next to the Funky Monkeys, 971.
Spartan Robotics.
Next to Spartan, 7419.
It's Tech Support.
That is red down here. In blue, we've got 6305.
It's Stable Circuits.
Their partners, 4135.
The Iron Patriots.
And next to the Iron Patriots, 4698.
Raider Robotics.
We're good on the field. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off 74-19, immediately taking fuel from the intake. It looks like the Funky Monkeys got stuck on some fuel. They were almost set free by 6305, but it was a little bit too late. 6305 themselves getting beached on some fuel. We got 3 robots affected by this autonomous cycle, but the Red Alliance is not going to pull ahead in autonomous. Blue Alliance wins thanks to the Iron Patriots. Raider Robotics also is one of the major scorers, but they got beached during the autonomous period. It's the Red Alliance's turn on the hub now. So we have Raider Robotics 4698. They're going to send fuel and shuttle it over to their side with assistance from the Iron Patriots 4135. Red Alliance Funky Monkeys, they're moving and shooting, a very, very strong maneuver. Then we have 971 Spartan Robotics with the only dual turret shooter, I believe, of this this tournament. As we've said before, dual turrets have an advantage of very high throughput with very high defensibility, with a very high accuracy. It's the best of both worlds. We have 74-19 playing defense against 46-98. They're going to shift them slightly off, just enough to make them miss their target. It's the Red Alliance's turn now on the hub. 46 moving and shooting, playing against Raider Robotics here. Raider Robotics is hoping to get some fuel away from the Funky Monkeys, but instead they're going to lose control of their robot, it seems. And same with 6305, but 6305 is able to move. Raider Robotics does have control of their robot once again. They're going to start playing defense against the Red Alliance. Red Alliance is only slightly just pulled ahead of the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance now taking their turn. 230 to 206. Blue Alliance has only a few points to make up in these last 15 seconds of their final shift. 46-98 is going to do that, but it looks like they're going to be defended against by 74-19, who's sending fuel across the fuel. And it's the final 30 seconds of the match. 63-05 is going to start playing defense against the Funky Monkeys, but leaving 971 completely unguarded. It's enough for 971 to shoot and score using their momentum to be able to help them move and shoot at the same time. It's within 10 points. Now it's within 5 points, and they're tied. And now the Red Alliance takes the lead. The final 10 seconds, Blue Alliance has a few more points. Raider Robotics is going to try to change that point differential in their favor. But so is the Red Alliance. All three robots moving and shooting. Looks like the Red Alliance takes ahead. We have our final results, and the winner is the Red Alliance. With a score of 352 to 324, the Red Alliance wins, taking 4 ranking points. Blue Alliance, not empty-handed, they do get that 1 ranking point. With that, we're going to send it back over to the analyst desk.
Well, welcome back from that last match. We saw an interesting auto, Aiden.
Yeah, quite a bit of chaos. We saw a Beach from 971 getting stuck on the fuel, and what appeared to be them coasting to the other side, putting them at risk of a foulable range. When you cross that center line fully with all parts of your bumpers across, and you are closer to your opponent's alliance zone, getting contacted does result in major fouls, so that may have been a contributor to the score. We'd have to see. So kind of a dangerous position, but then another blue robot coming through and also getting beached, not nearly in as precarious a position, but just this game is really risky when you have to dive in deep for as much game pieces as you can get.
Yeah, maybe a fun element of this game, depending on how you feel about it, is the entropy brought in by robots getting beached, especially during auto. It can take an insane auto score, right, and just completely eliminate them.
Absolutely, and that's what we saw in this match. Red still able to pull out a victory there. But let's look ahead to qualification match number 99. Who are we going to see?
So in 99, it looks like we're looking at Eagle Force 2073. They've been a good team this event. I'm excited to see how they go. We got Iron Panthers, a pretty solid scorer. And then opposing them, Duncan Dynamics. We've seen again and again that they are a powerful robot.
We've also got Duncan Dynamics 3970 and 3598 Systematic Eliminators in blue. This is going to be a Central Valley slugfest, guys. Like, we got all of these incredible teams from more inner California coming in, showing their stuff. These are teams that certainly need to be on the watch list and could be very, very strong first round picks as we go into the playoffs. Hopefully second round picks. But looking at all 6 teams here, I genuinely expect them all to make it, and I would love to see how even this score gets in the next match.
It looks like it will be a close one for sure, so let's throw it back to the Morgan Field for qualification match number 99.
All right, let's meet the teams in 99. 5026.
It's the Iron Panthers.
Their partner 5817.
Unirex.
And 2073.
It's Team Eagle Force.
That is red. Down here in blue, 3598.
The SES Systematic Eliminators.
Next to SES, 5507.
It's the Robotic Eagles.
And rounding out blue, 3970.
Duncan Dynamics.
We're good on the field. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off 50-26 immediately in the midfield. They're taking a lot of fuel away from 55-07 by pushing it all around to their side. Red Alliance is going to take an early lead over the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance is going to try to save that. But 55-07 grabs some fuel from the midfield now that they've scored some, but it's not a full tank unlike 50-26. The Iron Panthers. The Red Lions wins autonomous by a margin of over 100 points. Blue Alliance has a lot to make up for that now. 55-07 is going to try to steal some fuel from the midfield, but they're having a little bit of trouble doing so. Over here in the Blue Alliance, we got Robotic Eagles now. They're grabbing fuel with their turret, and they're sending it over across to 55-07 for them to score, allowing themselves a little bit more time during this opening period. 39-70 is going to start shooting and scoring now. 58-17. Unirex going to start playing defense. Meanwhile, their teammates, Robotic Eagles and the Eagle Force, are both going to start scoring here, but 39-70 is going to go over. They're going to steal some of that fuel. They want to slow down the Blue Line, or the Red Lions' scoring potential here. The last 5 seconds of the Red Lions' control before the Blue Lions takes over. 39-70 is going to take some of the fuel from midfield, with 35-98 starting to play a strong defense against the Red Lions. They've got a loose turret inside of their machine. It's Blue Alliance's turn. 39-70 is going to shoot and score with that turret. Meanwhile, 55-07 is currently being stuck by 50-26. And it's going to make it hard for them. 55-07 is one of the major scorers, the Robotic Eagles. They have shown that they are one of the top scorers, but they're going to go over to the Red Alliance now, and they're going to start playing a defense-offense mix. It's their job to steal fuel, and now they're just going to start knocking the 22-07 out of the way, making it hard for them to cross into their side of the field. We've got three blue robots on the Red Alliance side. One robot stealing fuel from the other. 35-98 is going to be playing a defense role here, knocking the Red Alliance out of the way. It's the Blue Alliance's turn. 39-70 and 55-07 both racing back into the midfield. 39-70 Duncan Dynamics. They're going to be shooting and scoring. They want to get that first ranking point. It's the final 15 seconds. It's going to be hard to get that ranking point. Red Alliance, 38-17 now is in the midfield. They're going to get some more fuel for their team. 50-26 is going to take lead. They're going to start scoring in the final second, and that's game. We have our final results, and the winner is the Red Alliance with a score of 469 to Blue 146. Red Alliance walks away with 5 ranking points, Blue sadly with none. And with that, we'll head it back over to the analyst desk.
5 ranking points for the Red Alliance. Blue, unfortunately, not taking any in that game, just a host of issues plaguing them. But 2073 Eagle Force moving up into 11th. They're getting scarily close to potentially being a captain's spot later today. If they're able to stay on that rise, and maybe, depending on how some of those picks go, things could look pretty good for them.
Yeah, for this match, I really want to highlight on the Blue Alliance Robotics Eagles 55-07. You know, we saw in auto something looked like it wasn't quite ready. And if we can go to the instant replay, we might be able to see some amazing defense that we watched them play once they pivoted in their strategy. So here we see, first thing they do is they're shutting out 50-26. Now, good defense is boring to drive because you really don't want to move unless you absolutely have to. So here we see them, they hold off 50-26 for a little bit. They're going to move back so they avoid that penalty for pinning. And then they're doing the same thing for 2073. They're holding them off, and we can watch them actually block them out of their scoring zone. Them and systematic eliminators really like working together, and it takes that little bit of extra time for 2073. Did this change the outcome of the match? No, but it still shows a skill set that might make them appealing in the eyes of Alliance captains.
It's a great look for sure.
We've seen double defense, but on this match, as we just saw in the replay there, we actually had triple defense at one point with all 3 blue robots in the red zone during Red's active period, while Red only had 2 robots there.
I mean, if you're in a match and you're not going to take it, right, you know, your next job is to make your robot as appealing as possible to an Alliance captain, so hopefully you're playing in the playoffs.
Well, we'll see what's coming ahead in qualification match number 100. Yes, 100. Can you believe it? We're there. We're in the triple digits, finally. We've got 120 matches today, 20 more remaining. We're going to see what's next for you on the Morgan Field. We've got 701, 1072, and 6036 on red. Matching up against them, 2813, 766, and 2204. Gearheads still hanging on to that captain spot. They were really, really consistent yesterday afternoon. They are fighting tooth and nail to stay in the top 8.
And this is the match of rank 5 versus rank 6. Peninsula is currently rank 6. They both have the same average RP. So Peninsula needs to not only maybe win this match, but also increase that average qual score.
And I'll add to that as well. We talked yesterday about the Bloom House practice field in East Palo Alto. Both of these teams are a part of it. So quite frankly, 5 and 6 here both know how the other plays. They've seen each other at work over the past few weeks going through this season. Maybe they know something that we don't about how the other plays, and there may be some intricacies coming up ahead.
Well, let's head into the field and see what the Morgan Field has for us today.
All right, on the field, match number 100, Team 701.
It's the Robotics.
Their partner's 1072.
Harker Robotics.
And next to Harker, 6036.
Peninsula Robotics.
That is red over here in blue, ready to roll, 2813.
It's the Gearheads.
Next to the Gearhead, 766.
The MA Bears.
And rounding out our blue alliance, 2204.
It's the Rambots.
We're good on the field. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off 701, trying to get out of the way of 1072. 1072 does push them, but it looks like both of their robots are going to be deactivated during this autonomous period. 2204, the Rambots, doing the same. It doesn't look like any of the robots actually go into the middle of the field. 6036 does now. It's their turn. The Red Alliance is going to take an early lead above the Blue Alliance here, which means the Blue Alliance is going to, or the Red Alliance is going to win this. Blue Alliance is going to get first access. Now, we've got a battle of 2 robots. Two of these robots won last week and 2 weeks ago. 2204, the Rambots, they won the Sacramento region, or the Sacramento district event for being a very strong defense. And as I've said before, they're the Rambots. They know how to ram into other robots. They hold under the namesake. Now, 701, the Robovikes, they won last week's Contra Costa district event. The 701 is a very strong defense bot, and they're showing it right now against 2813. 766, the Pookie Bears line themselves up just a little bit too wrong. They're not able to actually score. Their turret's a little bit off. 2204 showing us why they're named the Rambots. They are hitting the other robots in the perfect way to shift them away from scoring. This is about less than 100 points difference between the two, and it's almost the end of the red shift with 5 seconds remaining. Rambots moving 60-36 out of the way. They're going to start playing defense, hiding behind of the hub. It's the Blue Alliance's turn. We've got 2 defense bots, 701 playing against them. 701, once again, the Robovikes, they're a very, very strong defender, and we've seen them play multiple times before, and they're able to hold this information on and use it to help their team. With 5 seconds remaining of the Blue Alliance control, the Red Alliance is about to take over. 1072 starts lining themselves up, and the Rambots start fighting back. They know one of the major scorers is 60-36, Peninsula Robotics. So they're going to go out of the way to block them. Same with 766, the MA Bears. It's their turn to help the Rambots. They're going to slow down the progress of the Red Alliance. Rambot's going to shift into 1072, knock them out of alignment here. Same with 60-36. And it's the final 30 seconds of the match. Both hubs are active. MA Bears now back over to their side. They got their turret working again. They're able to shoot, but it looks like 28-13. The robot is offline. They're not able to connect to it at all. They probably ran out of power. 2204 is going to shove them out of the way to help themselves, but it's up to the MA Bears to score that 100 extra points. Last 15 seconds. 1072 wants to make those points even higher between the two. 60-36 does get shoved into a corner, and they are forced to miss a few. And with that, it's the final second of the match, and the game is over. And we have our final results. The winner is the Red Alliance with a score of 360 to Blue 205. The Red Alliance walks away with 4 ranking points, 5 points short of that 5th ranking point. Blue Alliance walks home empty-handed. That's it for qualification match number 100. Let's send it back over to the analyst desk.
Falling just short of a ranking point there, but you still can't be disappointed. Now, it's important to note they did score 360 points, but the ranking points are based on how many fuel scored, not how many points scored. That 360 included 5 points of penalties, so just 5 short of the 360 threshold. Break it down for us. What did we see? Maybe let's pull up some replay for it as well.
Well, despite those 5 foul points, they do manage to walk away with 4 RP, and for 60-36, not what they maybe expected, but they still stay in the 6th position. So nothing has changed for them. They're unmoving at this point. Watching this match, as we go into the blue shift, I do want to highlight 701 does some pretty strong defense against 28-13, and I love watching this dynamic. 701 really hounding them the whole time, just staying on them, pushing them around. There's a bunch of points where 28-13 is spinning outside of the 701 defense and just taking them for a ride, getting as close to the hub as possible and taking these protected shots from as flush against the hub as they can be. 28-13 with that fixed single shooter that's calibrated for, we can take the closest shot possible. And while many teams are just ripping them from downtown, sometimes short stories are best.
Yeah, I mean, here at the desk, we've been talking about how the offensive play has been getting so much better. The same's happening with the defensive play. It was a similar story with 2204 and the Red Alliance. They did a pretty good job trying to lock teams out. Now, tragically, when you have 2 high-powered scorers, 60-36 and 1072, you can put all your attention on one, but that is going to free up the other one. So Red still took it away, so close to that 5th ranking point. It's a heartbreak to see.
Yeah, we can see him here. 2204, the Rambots. Less of a title, more of a command. You go Rambots. And they just hit them left and right on the red side, doing everything they can, and ultimately denying that ranking point, as mentioned before.
Yeah, so Gearhead's no longer in the top 10, a little bit of a sad story. But Peninsula's still holding strong. Hope to see some more good work out of them moving forward.
Coming up, we have another incredible qualification match with 101. So let's throw it back to the Morgan Field and see what these teams have to bring.
On this field, we've got 3 top 8 teams right now. So this would be a good one. In red, 9470.
It's Control-Alt-Defeat.
Next to Control-Alt-Defeat, 1323.
It's Madtown Robotics.
Next to our world champs, team number 8.
Pally Robotics.
That is red. Down here in blue, we've got 972.
Team Iron Claw.
Next to the Iron Claw, 2135.
Presentation Invasion.
And rounding out blue, 5700.
It's the Soda Cyber Dragons.
Thumbs up, drivers behind the line, in 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off. This is bound to be a really good match here. We got 13, 23, and 94, 70, both rank 4 and rank 2, some of the best robots in the world, facing off against more of the best robots in the world, 972 and 2135. Both of these robots on both teams are very, very strong. They are very strong competitors against each other. It's 153 to blue 46. The Red Alliance wins autonomous. Madtown's going to go right off the bat, and they're going to start scoring. We're going to see the Cyber Dragons going to play a dual role here. They're going to start playing defense against the Red Alliance, but they're also going to start playing offense with their shooter, sending fuel across the field towards their side. Madtown is going to be doing the same thing. Same with Control Alt Defeat. Both of these robots, once again, very, very strong contenders here, sending fuel all over the place. They want to get it away from the Blue Alliance. They want to lower the score that 972 and 2135 can get. And it's the Red Alliance's turn. Madtown immediately is going to start going and shooting, but the Soda Cyber Dragons are going to start fighting against Control Alt Defeat. All robots on this competition here are very, very strong. We're not even after the third shift when we're already over 350 points. This is going to be a big match for the Red Alliance here if they can get that fuel, which is a major limitation of what's stopping some of these teams from getting the 1,000-point score. It's the fuel. It's the fourth shift, 400 points, 103. The Blue Alliance is just trying to get those ranking points. Fuel flying literally everywhere across the field. Madtown immediately sending it over to their side. So the Cyber Dragons is going to start limiting the amount of points that the Red Alliance could get with their second shift here by stealing some of it and sending it, or at least holding it into the tanks. The Soda Cyber Dragons are currently stuck on their depot, high-centered on that little tiny bump there. They are unable to move and unable to do anything. 15 seconds remaining on the Red Alliance's control. With over almost 600 points, this may even be a record match. They're 150 points away from getting that record. Or 250 points, that is. With the last 30 seconds, it looks like Team 8, Pally Robotics, their robot went offline. They lost control of it. The RSL lights off. It's 650 points with 20 seconds remaining. Red Alliance, Madtown, and Control Alt Defeat. Control Alt Defeat sending fuel to Madtown so that Madtown can shuttle around, collect some of that fuel, and shoot it while they're doing so. 700 points, last 10 seconds. Blue Alliance, 972 is not giving up, though. They want to get that ranking point. They're super close, and they got that first ranking point in the final 2 seconds of the match. Madtown is going to do a mad dash for it, and that's it. We have our final results, and the final score goes to the Red Alliance with a score of 766 points to Blue, 266 points. Red Alliance does walk away with those 5 ranking points. Blue Alliance doesn't go home empty-handed, though. They do get 1 ranking point. That's it for qualification match number 101. We're going to send it back over to the analyst desk.
Match 101, solidifying Control Alt Defeat, rank 2, Madtown, rank 1323. Joining us at the desk today, first time we have Dave. Say hi, Dave.
Hey, what's up? How's it going?
So, Dave, what did we see in that match?
Yeah, I think Fuel Starvation was the star of the show. I mean, look at that Red Alliance, right? 9470, 1323, jumping around and just really taking Blue's fuel out of the equation.
I think that really limited Blue's score. Obviously, when you have number 2 and number 4 teaming up in a qualification match, it's always going to be a hard one for the Blue side, with that being our Red Alliance. But Blue's score was further limited because they just couldn't get the fuel on their side. Madtown's so efficient at getting that fuel over where they needed it. Unfortunately, Team 8 did die fully, it looked like. We couldn't see their robot signal light even powered on. So I'm sure they're going to be going back to the pit and trying to figure out what happened there, but didn't stop the Red Alliance. Didn't even slow them down.
Yeah, I mean, Red Alliance just absolutely crushed it. Blue Alliance trying their best, but again, when you don't have fuel, you can't score. Coming up in match 102, we have Gear Gremlins, currently ranked 3, hoping to hold on to that. Hopefully they can get another 5 RP match to get that average ranking point up, because that is the first round sort for these teams. And as we get further in, the harder it is to bring that average up significantly.
I'm really excited for this Red Alliance. Not only do you have Gear Gremlins, but you have probably our 2 top defense specialists, 6665 and 10339, teaming up. So I think the Blue Alliance is going to know they have a high scorer coming at them, and they're going to have a lot of defense headed their way. So let's see what Berkelium, Ellipse, and the Misfits can bring to that combo.
Yeah, I'm super excited for Brain Shift. I think they're the dark horse in these 6 teams because they're going to play some hard defense, and it's going to be interesting to see how Blue faces it.
Yeah, and Berkelium, also a heavy defender, probably going to go for Gear Gremlins. But let's throw it to the Morgan field and see our match.
On the field, ready to roll, is 30, 40, 45.
It's the Gear Gremlins.
Next to the Gear, 6665.
It's the Sea Otters.
And their partner, 10339.
Brain Shift.
Over in blue, 5419.
It's Berkelium.
Next to Berkelium, 6814.
Team Ellipse.
And next to the Ellipse, 6418.
It's the Misfits.
We're good on the field, drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off 30-45. The Gear Gremlins currently ranked 3rd. They only have 2 losses this entire season, which does put them ahead of Matttown. 30-45 got high centered, but they were able to get themselves off the high center. The Blue Alliance, because of that high center, they put themselves in the lead. The Red Alliance is not able to catch up, unfortunately. The Red Alliance does actually get a pretty big foul for shooting behind the Alliance side. So the Blue Alliance takes a pretty huge lead to start with. So the Red Alliance now, it's their turn to go. 68-14, Team Ellipse is a very strong defense bot now. They've got a very heavy and workable frame, which means they're going to start playing very strong and heavy defense. 30-45, beached on some fuel. It's up to their teammates to knock them off, and 103.39 does exactly that. They get beached for a second there, but the Gear Gremlins does knock them down. 68-14, Team Ellipse completely blocks off 30-45 during their entire shift. The Red Alliance is not able to make up that gap. Blue Alliance, it's their turn to shoot. And a robot is on its side. 64-18, managed to get tipped at some point when they were going into their depot, and it looks like they are stuck there for the rest of the match. That is not a great news for the Blue Alliance, which means they have to rely on Berkelium to score. Berkelium and Ellipse to score. Ellipse is going to start playing defense. They want to slow down the Red Alliance. They're going to take primary lead in that. 54-19, Berkelium taking fuel from the Red Alliance, trying to starve them, but Red Alliance is overflowing with fuel. Now we got 103-39. They realized that they needed to step up their game and start doing a defense against Team Ellipse. And with that, it's the Blue Alliance's turn, 54-19. They want to make up those points they missed, so 103-39 is going to try to stop that. We got Team Ellipse now. They're going to help out with some fuel, sending it in every direction. The final 13 seconds of Blue Alliance control. They are almost making up these points, but it's critical for Team Ellipse to start defending against 30-45, and because of that fact, we got 103-39 starts to play defense against the Gear Gremlins. 103-9 getting Team Ellipse out of the way, but instead accidentally getting 30-45 stuck in the process. Final 15 seconds of the match. Once again, it's 2 versus 3 in this. Blue Alliance has a lot of points to make up in the last 10 seconds, but it doesn't look like the Gear Gremlins is going to let them do it in the last 5 seconds. Gear Gremlins, for the last few points, they are trying to score, but they weren't able to. We have our final results. The winner is the Red Alliance with a score of 170 to Blue 145. The Red Alliance wins, taking 3 ranking points. Blue Alliance, sadly, with none. That's it for qualification match number 102. We're going to send it back over to the analyst desk.
Well, BrainShift played some amazing counter defense. Justin was able to catch up with some of their students. Let's take a look.
Hey, I'm Justin from the analyst desk, and I'm here with Zachary and Morgan from the youngest team at this event, team 10339.
Consists of 7 people, each having their own unique skills and learning differences, which our team, Chartwell, actually specializes in giving power and strength to those with neurodivergence.
For the drive team, it's actually pretty simple. There's not much to think about besides getting the robot where it needs to be on defense. But mechanically, it's really just finding any way to add as much weight as possible and make sure the robot doesn't tear itself to shreds, right?
So, great video from BrainShift. In this next match, we have Bread with their robot Lemon Puff against Citrus Circuits with their robot Limestone. It's a real lemon-lime match. I'm excited to see how it plays out. Maybe it'll be a little sweet, maybe it'll be a little sour, hard to say.
This is definitely going to be an interesting match. We have 2 high-powered teams, lots of scoring potential. It'll be interesting to see how their alliance partners are able to either complement them or go over to the other side and play some defense.
What do you guys think specifically, though? How does each team complement, the 2 powerhouses, both Citrus and Bread?
3501 has that amazing capacity to hold fuel. It will be interesting to see if they take on a shuttling role with that ability. And Otterbots have been a great team across this whole event.
And 8793 Unique, they're one of the only teams without a hopper. And so they're much more of an active snowblower. So they're very good at shuttling fuel. Hopefully they'll be able to keep Bread fed.
Say that 10 times fast. With that, we're going to throw it to the Morgan field to see how this one plays out.
Sweet.
Breed feed. Test.
Let's meet the teams in match 103. Starting off on red, 3501.
It's the Firebots.
Joining them, 1678.
Citrus Circuits.
And team 7667.
It's the Otterbots.
Over on the Blue Alliance, make some noise for 670.
Homestead Robotics.
Alliance partners, 5940.
Team Bread.
And team 8793.
It's the Pumpkin Bots.
Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off right off the bat. We got 8793 on there with their snowplow. They are shooting and they're scoring. They're going to take out all the outpost pieces of fuel. Red Alliance wants to take that early lead. Citrus Circuits is going to make sure that happens. But the Blue Alliance currently is ahead by a slim margin. Team Bread helps the Blue Alliance win this autonomous period, which means the Red Alliance Citrus Circuits has a lot of points they got to make up now. Team Bread, they're not going to give up early yet. 670 either, the Homestead Robotics. Both of these robots have very powerful potentials, and now we actually have the chance to see them go. 670 is going to start playing defense against the Red Alliance. We got 5 robots over on the Red Alliance now. Team Bread's just shuttling fuel over. 1678 is trying to steal some of that fuel from Bread. Bread breached himself for about half a second, but they were able to get it undone. 8793, Snowplow. Ooh, huge collision by 970 on 1678. And it's the Blue Alliance's turn. Team Bread, they're going to score. They want to keep that score above the Red Alliance. 1670 is going to take and starve the Red Alliance, but 1678 is going to fight that. Citrus Circuits, they're known for a very powerful dumper. They had to rebuild their robot for this competition due to an issue they had. 5940, now they're lining themselves up. They also had an earlier issue where part of their top intake did break, but it looks like they did end up getting it fixed. It's the Red Alliance's turn. They want to make that score point high, and they don't have many points to make up, and with that, they're now even. Only a few points between the two of them. 11 seconds of Red Alliance control. Team Bread's going to take as much time as they can to get fuel shuttled over to their side. It's the Blue Alliance pinning 1678 against the wall. 670 is going to start playing strong defense. We've got 2 defense bots on the Red Alliance, 8793 with their snowplow, sending fuel all the way over to Team Bread. Last 15 seconds of Blue Alliance control. Blue Alliance has to make up a lot of points. 1678 is going to send fuel over, and 8793 is going to send it right back. Same with Team 670. It's the last 30 seconds of the match. Both alliances have access to the hub. 1678 is going to be blocked by a multitude of robots here. And 670 is going to try to slow them down even further, but it's doesn't look like it's going to work. Blue Alliance only a few points ahead in the last 15 seconds. This match means a lot to Team Bread, and it means a lot to Citrus Circuits. Neither of them want to lose. The Red Alliance pulls ahead in the last 10 seconds of the match. Team Bread has a lot of movement to make up, but it looks like they're having power issues. They're browning out. It looks like the Red Alliance is going to pull ahead here, and that's game.
That felt good?
I thought you were Firebots. No, I feel bad for Bread.
Yeah. I mean,
We have the final results, and the winner is the Red Alliance. With a score of 482 to Blue 405, the Red Alliance walks away with 5 ranking points. Blue Alliance not empty-handed. They do end up with 2. That's it for qualification match number 103, sending it off over to the analyst desk.
What a great match for Red. We see Citrus rising in the ranks. We are now joined by Nathan. But Dave, you're going to start us off. What do we see in that auto?
Yeah, I mean, it was a great auto. I think 670 really carried that with 5940. We saw them split the field a bit, which was really nice to see. And then Red got the first shift subsequently.
Yeah, and Red really seemed not caught off guard by the first shift, but it's hard to collect all that fuel right after auto. And you're at a disadvantage, which is, the result of losing the autonomous period. Nathan, anything you want to point out about that match?
Yeah, I mean, I sat down at the desk and I immediately am greeted with a certified banger of a match. I loved watching that match play out. It was so much fun. The interplay between blue and red, especially seeing that kind of two-man defense from 670 and 8793 on the Red Alliance, trying to play around with those fuel starvation strats. Unfortunately, I think the combined power of Citrus Circuit 1678 along with the Autobot 7667 was too much for that Blue Alliance to combat against, but it just kept going back and forth the entire time. What a thrill to watch.
And one thing we started to see Red, it looked like they might have been browning out. One thing spectators may not realize is fuel is heavy. It is half a pound per fuel, and some of these robots have capacity up to 80 fuel. So when you're full, when your hopper's full, you're an extra 40 pounds. That is no small amount of weight for these motors and these batteries.
That's exactly correct, Katie. These robots have to deal with that, and you have to consider that in your power budget when you move back and forth across the field. Coming up next, we've got a great lineup. Dave, talk us through it.
Yeah, I'm super excited for MSET Fish and Antares. I think that's going to be a killer combination. And on the Red Alliance, 8033. We've seen them a bit. They were, they're pumping through, but man, do they have potential.
And we have one of our only climbing robots at the event, 6662. I think maybe our only auto climber as well. Hoping to see some more climbs. We said earlier today we've seen a whole 5 climbs at this event. Would love to make it up to 6. Let's throw it to Morgan Field for match 104.
Match 104. Let's meet the teams. Starting off on the Red Alliance, 6662.
It's Falcon X.
Joining them, 8033.
Highlander Robotics.
And last but not least, 9400.
It's the Bagel Bites.
Over on blue. Let's hear it for 6962.
Team Antares.
Alliance Partners, 649.
MSET Fish.
And Team 1671.
It's the Buchanan Bird Brains.
Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off. We got some really powerful teams here. Highlander Robotics and Bagel Bites, both really good scorers. Meanwhile, on the blue lines, you got Antares and the Buchanan Bird Brains. Both have unique systems. Buchanan Bird Brains, they have a dumper-style robot similar to that what we've seen in 1678. Very, very strong in the early game and stronger in the late game when they have more fuel. Meanwhile, Antares, they have a turret shooter, makes them super strong. They're able to go into the other side. We've seen some of the strongest shooters from the turret bots. It looks like Antares got stuck on the trench. They're able to get out, almost blocked by 940. Blue Alliance control for a short period of time. 10 more seconds of Blue Alliance control. They need to score a whole bunch to catch up. At 5 seconds more, Blue Alliance 649. MSET Fish now trying to prove the valuable contribution to the team. And now we have 940. They were shifted out of the way by Antares. Very strong defense. 8033. They've got a click and a clack, and they shoot, and they do it successfully. 8033 and 9400. 9400 having some trouble feeding their fuel into the robot, but they do it successfully. It's a chonker of a robot. It's why it's called the Chud. On the blue line, 1671 Buchanan Bird Brains trying to line themselves up, but 6662, the Falcon X, they've got an even stronger robot here. They're able to push 1671 out of the way. With 5 seconds of blue line's control remaining, Falcon X avoiding pinning the robots. This is a very, very strong defender with the red lines now. They need to start defending against them. 1671 Buchanan Bird Brains finally starting to get fuel over to their side. Meanwhile, the Antares trying to do the same, but they are getting blocked by 6662. This match has a lot to do and a lot to say thanks to with 6662 with that heavy defense. Blue Lions 9400 able to score. Blue Lions doesn't send any robots over to defend in the last second. It's the final end game. 8033 moving around, catching that fuel. Same with 6662. 6662 just shuttling fuel over to their side to help them. They want to rack up major fouls, so they're going to leave the Blue Lions alone. And with the Blue Lions unguarded, we're able to see their true point outcome here. It's less than 60 points they've got to make up. They think they have exactly 60 pieces of fuel over on their side. It's 5 seconds remaining, 284 to 222. Last 3 seconds, and that's game. All right, we have the final results, and the winner is the Red Alliance with a score of 316 to Blue 236. The Red Alliance walks away with 4 ranking points. They did get an autonomous and a tower climb. That's it for qualification match number 104. We're sending it back over to the analyst desk.
Oh, it's smooth, and smooth is fast. Man, what a match from Red. Break it down.
Yeah, I mean, Nathan, you had something in the replay you want to point out, starting in auto.
I absolutely do. I really want to highlight this auto coming out of the Red Alliance. Right out of the bag, 9400 and 8033 head out. Fantastic little start by them, but it's the double sweep that's great. They just miss each other on that first sweep, but after shooting their first loads, they come around and they come back and they do something that I think is really great and highlights the level of the teams here at the NorCal District Championships. 9400 on the close side of the hub here, while 8033 then swings out, while then 8033 comes into the near side to grab that remaining fuel. Just the fact that these teams are coordinating their autos so well, they've got so many options in the auto that they can talk about this before a match and then play something with so much sophistication. It's just amazing to see. Again, when I was a student 10 years ago, my auto was drive forward for 3 seconds, turn left, and then drive forward for another 3 seconds. And here you've got teams avoiding each other when they can't even see their robots. It's genius.
And this is like top tier elim strategy to have those coordinated autos, right? It's separating the teams that are good from the teams that are great. So those coordinated autos, it's something we hope to see a lot more of in our elims later today. And let's look at match 105, and we'll look at it by going to the field. You know what? We can look at it at the desk. So we got Janksters, GRT, Spartan.
Thanks, Katie. We will meet the teams in 105 on the field, starting off on our Red Alliance with Team 971.
It's Spartan Robotics.
Their alliance partners, 192.
GRT.
And of course, Team 1967.
It's the Janksters.
Over on blue, make some noise for 840.
It's the Aragon Robotics team.
Their alliance partners, 4990.
It's the Basement Bots.
Last but not least, 7419.
Tech Support.
Get ready for match 105. Drivers behind the line. Okay, let's try that again. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off. We got 971. Immediately they got beached. This is not great for the Red Lions. Janksters now have to line themselves up, and they do shoot. If they want to maintain that early lead, they have to outscore the Robots on the blue line, 640. Lining themselves up. They were just a little bit off. 970 still beached from that. And the blue lines did beat them by only a few points. And they're off to the races now. Red Lions is going to have access to their hub first. 192 lining themselves up to get some fuel. Steal from 490. Now 74-19 among the Blue Lions. Tech support. They've got a very long reach and a very far shooter here. Now the Red Lions 971. They're having some issues spooling up their shooters. Looks like one of the pieces of fuel is blocking their cameras, so they're only able to use one shooter at a time here. This is not great for them. It's the Blue Lions' turn now. 971 finally got their shooters cleared. They're able to be at full efficiency later. 1967, the Janksters going to start playing a strong defense against 840. 74-19, going to be doing the same thing here, but they're going to be fighting that defense, sending fuel over to their side of the field. 840 and 4990 are both going to shoot a little bit too far. Meanwhile, 192 is going to play strong defense. It's the Red Lions' turn. 20 seconds. 192 finally got their shooters working, and with that, they're able to take the lead. The Janksters are going to get fuel, and they're going to shuttle it around and give their team that. Fuel's going to be launched in every direction, mainly from tech support, shooting it over top of the scoring table over here. 1967, shooting fuel, getting fuel from the mid zone, but the Blue Alliance is hoarding fuel. They're protecting it like a child. 1967 is going to try to break that up. 840 is getting in their way, though. 74-19, lining themselves up to shoot, and they do so successfully with 10 seconds of their alliance control remaining. 192 breaking up some of that fuel intake from 840, and it's now the end game. Red Alliance has no points to make up. They're currently ahead. Blue Alliance has a few points to make up. They're going to try to do that with the help of 840 Aragon Robotics, with tech support. Aragon Robotics team is still going to help them, though, by sending fuel away from the Red Alliance. They're going to start starving it, and that's the key here. 5 seconds remaining. Teams 971 is going to try to keep that point difference high with 2 seconds remaining. It's a lot of points for the Blue Alliance to make up, and that's game. And we have our final results, and the winner. And the winner is the Red Alliance. The score of 302 to Blue 246. The Red Alliance wins. We're taking home 4 ranking points. Blue Alliance, sadly, just a few points short of that ranking point. That's it for qualification match number 105. We're going to send it back over to the analyst desk now.
I mean, what a match here. Qualification 105. As these teams are going into their last 2 matches before Alliance selection, everybody's demonstrating what their capabilities are. And the story of this one was feeders versus feeding. We've talked about on the desk about fuel starvation strats. You can't score fuel you don't have. And so both alliances were trying to outstarve the other, and it was a stalemate in the end of the game. Katie, talk us through it.
I mean, what's interesting about this game is you don't see a lot of teams doing a full court run, right? They just go to the middle, get their field, go back. But because these teams were doing such a good job of getting that fuel out of that neutral zone into the alliance zones, we did have robots on both sides. They had to cross the entire field just to get some fuel. So that was very exciting. It was fun watching Janksters go in to both get some fuel from the Red Alliance and also play a little bit of defense while they're there. Dave, what did you notice?
Yeah, well, it was definitely an interesting match. I think the Janksters did a great job kind of facilitating and making sure the alliance works smoothly. But I have a question for you. What makes the perfect alliance? Do you think it's one shuttle, one score, one defense? What makes the perfect alliance here?
I think we'll find out when one alliance walks away with the Northern California crown tonight. Yeah, it's hard to predict what it's going to be. Each alliance dynamic, it's like rock, paper, scissors. But another robot I want to highlight from that match, 840, the Aragon Robotics team with that underhanded drum shooter. There was a really sweet moment where they were lined up on the other side of the red bump, on the red side of the field, shooting fuel all the way across to the blue side. It was bouncing right before the blue bump and then jumping across into the blue side of the field. And then Janksters were running over just to take that fuel all the way back. Super special. I love watching these matches.
It was also nice to see 840 have some time as a scorer, just finding that trench spot where they're a little bit more protected with that underhanded shooter.
Same with tech support.
Same with tech support. So, and let's see what's happening next in match 106. I'm excited for Popcorn Penguins. They bring the snacks.
Yeah, I'm excited for Robotic Eagles. I think they're going to be the powerhouse in this alliance, and it's going to be interesting to see how they facilitate that role.
Will our dinosaurs and will our eagles gobble up our snacks, our churros and our popcorn penguins? Only one way to find out. Let's throw it back to the Morgan Field.
I'm aligned with the analyst desk. I think we call this the Snack Alliance. And let's meet them. Starting off on red, 8048.
It's the Churrobots.
Joining them, 6238.
It's the Popcorn Penguins.
And of course, 7137.
Project 212.
Over on blue. Let's hear it. for 58-17.
It's Unirex.
Their alliance partner 6305.
It's Stable Circuit.
And flying in here on blue, 5507.
The Robotic Eagles.
Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off. We got human players and robots alike shooting and scoring. The Red Alliance. Sorry about that. Red Alliance shooting and scoring 62-38. Bringing their fuel over, lining themselves up to shoot, and they do. Red Alliance taking an early lead right now over the Blue Alliance. That means the Blue Alliance going to access to their hub first. And with that, the Blue Alliance, the Red Alliance hub is active now. My apologies, Blue Alliance, I'm missing that. Blue Alliance hub is active. They're going to keep scoring here, 63-05, lining themselves up with a 581. One turret, one frame, both very, very powerful. Now the Robotic Eagles, they're going to play defense. They've got a very tall robot right at the very top of the limits for the rules. They're going to start playing defense against 80-48, the Churrobots. One of their strong shooters, and the Churrobots is going to get almost past them, but they do. 507, you're going to play defense, going to knock the Churrobots out of the way. The Popcorn Bots is also a threat to the Blue Alliance. 5 seconds of Red Alliance control, but we shift back over to the Blue Alliance. That is now, Blue Alliance can shoot and they can score. We got 58-17, shooting just a little bit too high, or 63-05, shooting just a little bit too high, shooting into the waiting area, the queuing area, with 8 seconds of Blue Alliance control before the Red Alliance gets control. They're going to try to make this win about them, and they're very close to doing so. It's the last shift of the game. 20 seconds remaining on the Red Alliance's control. They're only 60 points ahead, now 70, now 80. It's a lot of points for the Blue Alliance to make up. 10 seconds remaining. They have a lot of work on their hands, but the Blue Alliance is going to be difficult to score, especially with 71-37. With their frame shooter, they're able to send it all the way across the field to help their team, but they keep getting bumped, so it's by 58-17. 58-17 doing a dual thing here. They're shuttling, moving, and shooting, but they're also hitting 71-37, making it so they're unable to shoot that fuel back to their side. We're well into the end game with 10 seconds remaining in the match. Red Alliance taking a very huge lead, 150 points over the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance has a lot of points to make up in the last 5 seconds. Red Alliance seems like they're going to take this here. One game. We have our final results. The winner is the Red Alliance. With a score of 359 to Blue 222, the Red Alliance walks away with 4 ranking points, 1 point short of that 5th ranking point. Blue Alliance with none. That's it for qualification match number 106, and with that, we're going to send it over to the analyst desk.
130-point winning margin for the Red Alliance. Hard not to say, the Snack Alliance 8. Katie, what happened at that match?
I mean, that was just perfection for Red, although admittedly 1 point short of that ranking point. Popcorn Penguins and Churrobots, just a beautiful auto synchronicity. Popcorn Penguins and Robots just syncing all of their shots. It's hard not to say the same thing over and over again. I thought they both looked great out there. Project 212 playing a combo defense feeder.
Yeah, it was nice to see 7137 demonstrating their ability as a feeder. They were spending their match on the blue side of the field, playing some effective triple defense against all those blue bots, just being a body in the way, making those blue bots run into each other, and then stealing that fuel and sending it back to the Red Alliance so that Popcorn could put it up, as well as Robots. Dave, what did you see?
Yeah, Blue with a valiant effort. I know Unirex was doing their best trying to shoot for the team for the most part. But again, valiant effort. I mean, I got to commend Blue for just trying their best.
Yeah, we saw 5507, typically a primary scorer, playing a little defense this match, doing also a little bit of that switch around of feeding and defending.
Yeah, 6305 with kind of the same story there. But then this next match is going to be super, super interesting. I'm interested to see how the Poofs do here. What do you think?
I mean, it's always exciting to watch the Poofs play. They're ranked #1. They have a perfect average RP score. At least a reasonable perfect average RP score. No one's been getting the RP for the climb. So an RP average of 5, a qualification average of 600, almost 650. That's just next level,
The
right?
Poofs do face some stiff competition out of 5026 and 3257. 5026 defending world champions. We've got 2 at this event with 1323. They've been putting up numbers with their drum shooter, and 3257 Vortex, also a fantastic robot. I think the Poofs might have a little bit of competition out of this Blue Alliance.
Well, it's 766 too. They're a pretty adequate score. Not adequate. They're good at this.
They're great at this.
So, I mean, I would love to see a triple offense in this match, personally.
I mean, don't discount the Funky Monkeys. I mean, those guys are absolutely insane.
They're bringing the funk.
They are going to bring the funk.
Well, let's watch the funk play out on the Morgan Field.
Let's meet the teams. Starting off on red, 701.
It's the Robovikes.
Joining them, 846.
It's the Funky Monkeys.
And of course, team 254.
It's the Cheesy Poofs.
Over on blue. Let's hear it for 3257.
It's the Vortex.
Their alliance partner is 766.
The MA Bears.
And 5026.
It's the Iron Panthers.
Match 107. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off. We got the Cheesy Poofs, and we got 846. This is a winning alliance, a very strong alliance, but the Blue Alliance is even stronger in this instance here. they're almost scoring more points than the Red Alliance does. They might outscore the Cheesy Poops with a combined shooting power. And they do. The Blue Alliance beats the Cheesy Poops during the autonomous period by 10 points, which means the Cheesy Poops has to start making up a lot of points here in their first 30 seconds they have. Now 7-1 is going to make it harder on them. 50-26, unhigh centers 32-57, but 32-57 immediately puts themselves right back on that high center. There we go. The Iron Panther's going to get them unstuck. The Cheesy Poops, they want to make this score as high as they can, make it difficult for the Brutal Alliance to keep going along with them. Now 7-1, the RoboVikes, we saw them partner up with the Cheesy Poops during their last competition. This is a very, very strong combination. Now 32-57, they're lining themselves up to shoot. Looks like they're still trying to maintain some of that momentum. It's 292 to 263. Blue Alliance is in the lead now in the second shift going into the Red Alliance. It's 292 to 321. Red Alliance actually has a lot of points they've got to make up, but the Funky Monkeys are going to try to keep that point high. 32-56. All three robots on the Blue Alliance are very capable shooters. 766 is now going to start playing defense against 254, the Cheesy Poops. They need that defense if the Blue Alliance wants to win and show Cheesy Poops their third loss of the year. It's the Blue Alliance's final shift. They're currently almost in the lead, only behind by a few points. It's 47 seconds remaining on the clock. 390 to 358. Blue Alliance got to make it up. The RoboVikes do get stuck. They're playing a dual defense, 254, both getting fuel and defending against the Blue Alliance. They've got a lot of points to make up here. Final 30 seconds of the match. Blue Alliance is in the lead. Red Alliance has a lot of points they have to make up here if they want to win. 25 seconds. 401 to 407, Red Alliance takes the lead away from the Blue. Blue Alliance is going to take that right back immediately. Cheesy Poops is going to try to go against the same with the Funky Monkeys. RoboVikes playing a tough defense. They got to be careful here. MA Bears, they're unresponsive. They need that bot to win here. 510 to 447. Blue Alliance, they've got to make up a lot of points. The Cheesy Poops wants to keep that lead. 2-1 game. And we have the final results, and the winner is the Red Alliance. With a score of 581, the Blues 479. The Red Alliance walks away with 5 ranking points. Blue Alliance doesn't walk home empty-handed. They do get 2. That's it for qualification match number 107. Let's hear it from the analyst desk.
7 ranking points in that match across both alliances. Super tight the entire time. Nathan, Dave, what did we see out there?
Yeah, I think teams forgot that they're supposed to come to the Northern California District Championships this morning because we're at the Certified Banger Factory. Match after match that's been so fun to watch, so close throughout. I love that. Dave, what happened?
Man, that Blue Alliance winning that auto was absolutely insane. We were all jumping in our seats. Walk us through it.
Yeah, so that auto, we have a classic race right at the beginning of it. Both alliances jumping out there as they race for it. 254 bouncing away with 50-26. Again, our defending world champions, 50-26, letting out a big volley, but 32-57 and 50-26 not to be messed with here. They're keeping ahead 83-82, 85-85. We got 4 seconds left. There's a volley by 32-57 and 50-26 is what we need to make that work. 254 just a little behind that 10-point difference, winning auto for Blue. From then on, it's back and forward throughout the entire match.
Yeah, I mean, shift by shift, we're watching that score just slowly climb for each one. It was really anyone's game until the very end there. I mean, this was a match where there were times where there was more fuel inside robots than on the field. And with 500 fuel on the field, that is quite a lot of storage capacity in these robots.
When you consider that each of these robots can hold maybe like up to 40 fuel-ish, and there's 6 of them on the field, math goes quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna like just highlight the Blue Alliance. I think they did an amazing job keeping up with a very high-powered Red Alliance. I mean, MA Bears, Iron Panthers, and Vortex, they showed that they are willing to put in the work be an alliance partner as
Yeah,
a
just
first or
give-
second pick. Yeah.
To give 50-26 their flowers, it's so fun to watch them score, especially in auto, watching that squeeze on their intake as they're emptying that hopper. Just love to see them go. Great match for them.
Honestly, I think 5026 should rename themselves into the Iron Goats the way that robot be moving. I love watching it.
Well, let's take a look at the next match. It's going to be another certified banger. I mean, tell
Here
us
at
about
the
it.
factory. I mean, we got space cookies and breaker bots and systematic eliminators on the Red Alliance, and a lot of firepower on the blue with Duncan, Blazing Bulldogs, and Peninsula. 2 top 10 teams in this match. It's going to be quite the event to watch.
Yeah, absolutely agreed, Katie. These are both playoff caliber alliances, and this will be a little preview of what we're going to be seeing later on in the day. So let's throw it over to the Morgan Field to watch what a quality match looks like.
Let's meet the teams in this quality match. On the Red Alliance, 5104.
It's the Breaker Bots.
Their alliance partners, 3598.
The SES Thematic Eliminators.
And rounding out this Red Alliance, 1868.
The Space Cookies.
Over on blue. Make some noise for 3970.
The Duncan Dynamics.
Alliance partners, 581.
It's the Blazing Bulldogs.
And team 6036.
Peninsula Robotics.
Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go!
And their off is going to be a good one. We got 5 and 8 versus 19 and 30. Both teams are very, very powerful here. Blazing Bulldogs and Peninsula Robotics, they're going to take an early lead here against the Red Alliance. Red Alliance, 1868 is going to try to keep that point high, but they're unable to beat the Blue Alliance with a score of 110-75. It is 35 points ahead. The Blue Alliance, they're going to finish dumping out their robot with 39-70. Duncan Dynamics doing the same. The 3 major scorers here in this competition, Duncan, Bulldogs, and Peninsula, they're going all on the same team. Meanwhile, we got the Space Cookies and Breaker Bots, 2 high-scoring robots with a Defender bot, 3598. But 3598 is going to play a very critical role here defending against the Blue Alliance. They're going to make them a little bit confused and make it hard for them to go over the bump. One of the major scorers, 581. They want them not to get it. They're currently stuck on field, but that's it. It's the Blue Alliance's turn. Red Alliance is going to start starving them, a technique that we've heard the analyst desk say and that we've seen ourselves being very beneficial to the Red Alliance when they're going against the Blue Alliance. We got 581, 3970, and 6036 both scoring, but it's the Red Alliance's turn. 1868 is going to start playing a critical role here. They're not really going to play a defense. The Blue Alliance isn't, that is. 6036, they just went into disturb it, and they wanted to beach themselves a little bit, but they're able to send some field to 3970. 10 seconds of Red Alliance control. Red Alliance is catching up. They're within 50 points of the Blue Alliance. 5 seconds of Red Alliance control before Blue Alliance gets the final shift, which is now Blue Alliance's final shift, they want to make that score difference pretty high here. It's 270 to 350. That score keeps climbing. 35-98 is going to start playing defense. They're going to go even harder on the Blue Alliance. 581 is going to send it up, and they're going to score it. There's 2 defense bots against the Red Alliance. It's the final 30 seconds. Both Alliance hubs are active now. 1868 and the SES thematic eliminators. They're going to stay over there on the Blue Alliance side to play defense. They're going to religiously avoid that tower. It's a huge foul if they do hit somebody on that tower. With 10 seconds remaining, Red Alliance, they're trying to get that last ranking point. 6 points away from that final ranking point. Can they get it? And they can with that second ranking point. Blue Alliance, they have an even higher score here. And we have our final results. The winner is the Blue Alliance with a score of 597 to Red 388. The Blue Alliance walks away with 5 ranking points. Red Alliance doesn't go home empty-handed. They do get 2 ranking points. That's it for qualification match number 108. With that, we're going to send it back over to the analyst desk.
Another absolute banger in the banger factory. 7 RP there. I mean, my, oh my. I mean, just wow. Nathan, walk me through it.
Yeah, I mean, a fantastic match by the Red Alliance, and a valiant effort from them. But it's difficult when you're up against 2 top 10 robots in 581, the Blazing Bulldogs, and 6036 Peninsula Robotics. One thing I really want to highlight, though, is 3970 Duca Dynamics, that 3rd robot on the Blue Alliance. That turret, so flexible. You know, the Red Alliance, they're doing their best. 3598 systemic eliminators. They're trying to play defense against those 2 turreted blue bots, but they're kind of just dancing around them because of how flexible they are. Dave, Katie, what else did you see?
Yeah, excellent by Blue. You know, one of the things we got from the helpers at the analyst desk, we're noticing that turrets, they have a higher floor. So the minimum points that they're scoring is pretty high, but dumpers, they're going to have a higher ceiling. So they have a higher scoring potential. And we're starting to see that play out here. And I kind of hope that we get to answer at this event, who's the higher scorer? Is it the dumpers or the turrets?
Yeah, I mean, especially in our top 10 right now at the Northern California Regional, I'm not sure if we can get that graphic up, but there is like 254, 9470, 3045, 581, 1678, 5940, all of those robots, high throughput drum shooters. And it's just a few turrets in there, 1323, 6036, 972, 8. And so going into playoffs later today, how are these alliances going to combine? Are we going to see drum shooters alongside turrets? Are we going to see double drums? Are we going to see double turrets? And what's those second robots going to be looking like? Are they going to be defensive, or are they going to be feeders, or are they going to be yet another complementary archetype?
Well, we'll see how things go in our next match, match 107. Let's take it, or 109. Let's take it down to Morgan Field.
All right, on the field, match 109. Let's meet the teams. 115.
It's MVRT.
2073.
Eagle Force.
1072.
Harker Robotics.
That is our Red Alliance. Over here in blue, 4135.
The Iron Patriots.
Next to the Patriots, 114.
Eagle Strike.
And next to the strike, 3256.
The Warrior Borgs.
We're good on the field. Drivers behind the line. And 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off for qualification match number 109. We've got some very strong teams here. Eagle Force ranked 11 going against Eagle Strike ranked 13. Both Eagles, they're looking to see who can fly higher in this competition. It's a very close score, 63-72. Red Alliance looks like they're going to take the late lead here. And Autonomous, they win the cycle. And now it's turn for the Blue Alliance to score, sending some fuel towards the media boxes. And it's the Blue Alliance's turn. We've got the Iron Panthers and the Warrior Borgs. Both of these two robots have been proven to be very good robots. Iron Panthers, the Iron Patriots, very, very strong defense. Meanwhile, the Warrior Borgs and Eagle Strike both have very powerful shooters. And on the Red Alliance, we've got 1072 Harker Robotics, very powerful shooter. They're going to send it all the way across the field to their alliance partners. But we got the Iron Patriots. They're going to play a strong defense. They're going to completely block 2073, and they're going to stop them from being able to make it over to their side. 2073, one of their major scorers, Eagle Force. Iron Patriots lost the shooter turret. It's hanging out the back of it now. That's going to be an obstacle for them to go. And it looks like they hit their stop button because they lost their turret. This is huge and unfortunate for the Iron Patriots, but it's a huge advantage to the Red Alliance. They no longer have to deal with a defense bot going against them. It's 130 to 208. Blue Alliance is going to try to keep up at 115. MVOT is going to start playing a defense, and there we go. Eagle Force soaring high with that point score. They're going to show us which one is the better Eagle. Eagle Strike, it's their turn to shine. Also, they're going to send fuel across the field away from the Blue Alliance, or from the Red Alliance to the Blue Alliance. They want to keep that those points high, but they're less than 30, now less than 10 points between you two. 30 seconds remaining. Without that defense bot from the Blue Alliance, it's going to be tough for the Blue Alliance to keep up. 114, it's their turn. Same with the Warrior Borgs. Warrior Borgs is going to keep playing a critical role here. They're able to move and shoot. Same with 114. And the Red Alliance, we got the Dumper Robot 115 and the Dumper Robot Eagle Force. It's 279 to 341. The Red Alliance has about 50 points to catch up. They're getting there. 5 seconds remaining. Blue Alliance taking this end game lead, and that is game. And we have our final results. And the winner is the Blue Alliance. With a score of 377 to Red 318, the Blue Alliance walks away with 5 ranking points. The Red Alliance only with 1. That's it for qualification match number 109, and we're going to send it back over to the analyst desk.
Hi, I'm Nathan. I'm from the analyst desk. I'm joined by Caden from team 4135.
Winning the Impact Award here at the Pinnacle Regionals was, wasn't a long shot for us, but it's definitely, feeling well deserved. We've done a lot to promote STEM within the Central Valley. We've been recognized by, State Assembly, and even congressional people as well, like Marie Alvarado Gill, Juan Alanis, Tom McClintock, and even Doc Carter. So it goes to show the pipeline that we're forming for these young kids here in South Valley has been sustainable, to say the least.
And tell me about being a team in the Central Valley. What kinds of efforts are you guys putting into your community outreach in order to build such a strong pipeline?
Efforts we're putting in are doing what we deem is right, service learning. You have to look at your community and see what it actually needs. We host summer STEM camps in which we teach FLL and FTC robotics. For 4th through 6th graders, they learn FLL, and 7th through 8th graders learn about FTC robotics. With that, we also go to community events and visit local elementary middle schools and do presentations, showcasing what our program can do and why people should join it or look out for us. Running these summer STEM camps, and, going to these county fairs has had a lot on our team. All of us came in as freshmen one time, and being able to go out to outreach events and showcase to people that the program that we want to change within Modesto has been really impactful. It's changed us all to be better people than what we were, and we're proud of it.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Caden, and good luck at the rest of your competition.
And let's take it to Morgan Field for match 110.
Thank you, 41-35.
In this match, 6 teams looking to move up in the rankings. 28-13.
It's the Gearheads.
841.
The Biomex.
Next to Biomex, 604.
Quicksilver.
Down in blue, 46-98.
It's Raider Robotics.
Next to Raider Robotics, 2204.
It's the Rambots.
And rounding out blue, 253.
It's the Boba Bots.
We're good on the field. Drivers behind the line. And 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off. We're off to start on the final qualification match for these teams. 254 off to a good start, but they weren't able to line themselves up enough to shoot. They're a little bit misaligned. 604, Quicksilver, and the Gearheads both showing us why they're ranked so highly in this competition. Same with Raider Robotics. The Red Alliance taking an early lead here. They win the autonomous period. 841 is going to still do it, but 604 currently beached on some fuel and on the bump. 2204 is going to knock them off, but thankfully 841 ended up doing it for them. 2204 is going to start playing a rough defense. It's the Blue Alliance's turn now. 253. We've seen them play defense. We've seen them play offense. We've seen them play literally everything in this game, and they are very good at doing it. They're just a little bit short of scoring, but they do try, and they do end up scoring at the end of the day. It's the Red Alliance's turn. 604, Quicksilver. They got their turret finally properly programmed. They're able to move and shoot very efficiently here. Same with 841, the Biomex. And the Red Lions did get the first ranking point, 10 seconds remaining, and they're already in 300 points. Huge collision between 841 and 2813. 2204 now, trying to play some defense against the Red Alliance. It's pretty difficult for them. It's the Blue Alliance's turn. 46-98, Raider Robotics playing a strong offense there, shooting and scoring with a lot of fuel. They want to get that first ranking point, and it looks like that volley right here is enough to get them past the ranking point, or just a few points under. They do have 10 points of penalties here, but now it's the Red Alliance's turn. 6:04, shooting and scoring. 8:41 doing the same thing. 28-13, moving along. They're fighting 22:04, the Rambots here. And it's 8 seconds until the game, until Red Alliance loses control. Blue Alliance has a lot of points to make up there. 8 points behind, getting that first ranking point. Raider Robotics going to make sure that they see it. Same with the human players. Every shot scored. Human players with a higher degree of accuracy than we see robots. We haven't seen them much utilized outside of a few rounds here that did make the difference. 15 seconds remaining in the match, 2:53. Bumping some of the robots on the Red Alliance, bumping 28-13. Stopping them from scoring to their fullest extent. 3 seconds remaining, 602 points, and that is game. And we have our final scores. The winners, the Red Alliance. With a score of 631 to Blue 343, the Red Alliance walks away with 5 ranking points. Blue Alliance not going home empty-handed. They do get 1. As a reminder, all robots need to be re-inspected before playoffs and send their team representatives to the field for Alliance selection. Once again, all robots need to be re-inspected before playoffs. That's it for qualification match number 110. I'm sending it off over to the analyst desk.
Blue Alliance, trying to get that second RP, coming up a little bit short. Nathan, what do you see on the red side?
I mean, the red side, what an alliance. 841, 604, Gearheads. That is a playoff caliber alliance. Don't be fooled by the ranking of 841 and 604. Both those teams are far below where their performance should lead them to be. 841, 604, I mean, I love watching those robots, especially those last kind of 45 seconds of the match when all the fuel was on that red side of the field. Those two robots with extremely sophisticated shoot-on-the-move algorithms just hoovering up all of that fuel and then throwing it up in the hub. I love those two robots. I mean, 841's had an extremely, extremely tough schedule at this event. They've made the most of it, and it's fantastic to see them take those W's that they so deeply deserve.
It's also really nice seeing 604 playing at the top of their potential. They've had a little bit of rough matches, and so it's nice to see them really showing off what that machine can do. Dave, anything to add?
Yeah, I think 4698 kind of similar story, but they did the best they could, and again, valiant effort from the Blue Alliance. Like Nathan said, I mean, this is potentially an alliance we could see in playoffs. I mean, if anything, this is just a preview of what we're going to see.
Yeah, looking forward, we have 2 more high-powered teams playing against each other. We have Madtown, our current number 3 team, against Bread, currently ranked 11, probably not where they want to be, but let's see if they can make this match the match that changes the tide for them.
Back to the Morgan Field.
All right, get ready, because after this match, we're going to put up another QR code. We've got a trivia coming up with prizes. You're going to love it. Let's meet the teams in this match, though. 7, 6, 6, 7.
It's the Otterbots.
Next, the Otterbots, 5940.
Team Bread.
And rounding out red, 649.
It's the M-Set Fish.
That is our Red Alliance. Over in blue, 6418.
It's the Misfits.
Next, the Misfits, 1323.
Madtown Robotics.
And next to Madtown, 6962.
Team Antares.
Thumbs up on the field, drivers behind the line. And 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off. This is going to be a big match for these teams. Team Bread opposite of Madtown. Team Bread, they look like this is going to be an even match for them, but they do get stuck on the bump. This is going to make it easy for the Blue Alliance to take lead during this autonomous period. Madtown doing so. 107 to 67. This is going to be one of the matches where we see what the analysts keep saying. It's all about starvation here. It's a Red Alliance. It's their first shift here. Team Bread needs to run over and get around 64-18, but 64-18, the Misfits are playing a strong defense against Team Bread. Now 64-9. They're going to shoot, they're going to score, they're going to tie this round up pretty soon. 7 seconds remaining of Red Alliance control. Team Bread's trying to get all that fuel outside of their hopper, but it's not enough to tie with the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance, it's their turn. Madtown's going to take a very strong lead here. 7-6-6-7. Trying to play some defense here against the Team Antares. Team Antares, they're getting fuel from the mid zone. They're going to send it over to their teammates, or they're just going to score it. Both work for Madtown. It's the final second of Red Alliance, Blue Alliance control. If the Red Alliance gets it, Bread shoots a little bit early, same with 649, but they still get those points. It's 334 to 193. Team Bread needs this win, or also going to drop down pretty far down in the rankings. 6-9-6-2. Team Antares is going to throw fuel over the top towards the Blue Alliance to help Madtown out. 5 seconds remaining before the Blue Alliance gains control. Madtown's already lined up and they're already shooting. We got 7-6-6-7 starting with that starvation technique. There's a lot of fuel to be had over the Red Alliance. Not much fuel over on the a lot of fuel on the Blue Alliance, not much on the Red Alliance. It's 430 to 250, 450 to 250 now. It's going to be hard for them to make this up. 7-6-6-7. Looks like they're having some motor control issues. They're only slowly moving. And Team Bread is down. The robot is unresponsive. It looks like their RSL light is out, which probably means their battery is dead. The Blue Alliance, this means that they're going to take over. And without any Red Alliance robots to fight back, they're just going to keep scoring in the final 12 seconds of the match. 500 to 263. The Red Alliance has 2 downed robots. 5 seconds remaining in the match. 64-18, getting that last bit of fuel, and that's game. We now have the final results, and the winners, the Blue Alliance, with a score of 584 to Red 271. The Blue Alliance walks away with all 5 ranking points. The Red Alliance, they don't go empty-handed. They do get 1. That's it for qualification match number 111, and we're going to send it right back to the analyst desk.
1323 needed that win so they can hold that ranking spot. Now they need some other teams to make some mistakes to really get up to rank number 2, but they're doing everything they can, everything in their power to keep that high seed. Tell me about that match, Nathan or Dave.
I mean, I do have to just compliment that alliance as a whole. I think 1323 did an amazing job kind of just going around, making sure they can kind of shuttle and then come back, and then that turret, my oh my. And then 6418, the one cool thing we saw, shooting under the trench to funnel to 1323. I mean, that was a strategy.
Yeah, they've got this taped net on their hopper, and they drive that robot right up to the trench until that tape kind of bows in a little bit, and they exhaust right out of their intake underneath, and then 1323 grabs it up and shoots it up. Amazing strategy from one of our all-girls teams here at this event. Over on the red side, some technical difficulties. We've talked about it on the desk. Rebuild is a war of attrition, and especially when you've got 12 matches to get through during your qualification, reliability is the name of the game, and unfortunately we saw Bread shutting down kind of in those last 45 seconds, which was up until then a really close match.
You know, this is probably one of the first games that teams have really had to manage their power budget. So teams have been lowering their current limits just to make sure that battery lasts throughout the entire match. When you're shooting balls across the field, you know, for 2 minutes, that's going to take a toll on your battery. And getting over that bump especially, you have to get a running start, otherwise you get beached, which is something we're seeing a lot at this event, of teams getting beached on that bump during auto, during teleop. So it's just a hard thing to manage, and it's kind of new for teams this year.
It is, but it's a fascinating kind of interesting element in this new era of First, where we've got all of these brushless motors, so much power, so many fuel flowing through robots. Here's something that kind of artificially limits teams and something that they really need to play against.
Now, speaking of that ranking story, we have 9470, currently our number 2 rank. They need to win this match to hold that position, which will give them a premier picking spot.
Now, they're looking down on the other side of the glass, and they're seeing 3045 staring back at them. They used to be our number 1 seed, still a fantastic top 10 robot, but maybe they're breathing a little bit easy because they're joined by 840 and 971, 2 really capable robots in their own right. David, how do you see this match going?
Yeah, but don't discount 6662 and 670. It's gonna come down to those other bots as well. So don't count those guys out.
I mean, 670 really showing their own as their own offensive powerhouse, and 6662, one of our top defenders and one of our only climbers at this event.
Well, qualification 1-1-2 is ready, so let's see that.
Let's meet the teams in 112, 666-2.
It's Falcon X.
Tic-tac-toe. Next to them, 3045.
It's the Gear Gremlins.
And rounding out red, 670.
Homestead Robotics.
Down in blue, we've got 840.
Aragon Robotics team.
And their partner is 9470.
Control Alt Defeat.
And rounding out blue, 971.
It's Spartan Robotics.
Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off 30-45. The Gear Gremlins going right to the middle field. Same with 94-70. Fuel flying in all directions. The Blue Alliance taking a very early lead here. They need the Red Alliance. Oh, 6662. Looks like they tried to get themselves lined up for a climb, but they were just a little bit short during their placement. Blue Alliance wins this autonomous period, which means the Red Line's going to get access to the hub first. It looks like 30-45 was high center thanks to 971, but 971's not going to let him be. 971, one of the higher scorers. Same in Alliance with Control Alt Defeat. This is going to be a very high-scoring match. 971 Spartan Robotics sending fuel immediately over. Now they're going to run over to the Blue Alliance. 840. 971 now is going to send fuel to their Alliance here. start working on starving the Red Alliance in the last 6 seconds of control. Red Alliance is going to try to send a robot over, but Falcon X doesn't have the ability to shoot. Rather, we haven't seen much of the ability this game. We've got 30-45, now going to the mid zone to take some of that freshly dropped fuel. 971, one of the heavy scorers, and 94-70, both of them scoring high points. And it looks like Falcon X almost got a pinning charge, but they were able to avoid it. 6-6-6-2. Still keeping on going, 94-70, scoring set with 971. It's the Red Alliance's control now. 30-45 wants to ruin that point differential between the two. 840 is going to slow that down. One of the referees get bonked in the head by a piece of fuel. Blue Alliance is catching on 30-45. Gear Gremlins. Now the Red Alliance 670 was blocking 840. It's the Blue Alliance's turn. Blue Alliance, they want to set their own record here. With 17 seconds of Blue Alliance control, 400 points to 172. Red Alliance has a lot of points to catch up to. 40 seconds remaining, 10 seconds of control. 971 doing that shuttling and moving maneuver. 94-70 lined up, and they're able to shoot. 30 seconds remaining. The advantage of a turret is they're able to do what I call shuttling. They're able to move fuel and shoot it at the same time, whereas a frame-based dumper robot like 9470, they're only able to stand still and shoot. They're not able to compensate for that movement. It's the last 12 seconds remaining in the match. 840 blocking the Red Alliance. They don't want the Red Alliance to get those last few points, but the Red Alliance is trying. 840 is blocking them. 970 is going to score, and that's game. As a reminder, before we give the score, all robots have to get their robots re-inspected before they are able, or before playoffs. Once again, all robots need to be re-inspected before playoffs. And we have that final score now. It is the Blue Alliance with a score of 571 to Red 296. The Blue Alliance walks away with 5 ranking points. Red Alliance not empty-handed. They do get 2. That's it for qualification match number 112. We're going to send it back over to the analyst desk now.
94-70 securing the second seed. I mean, wow. Break that down.
Yeah, as teams are playing their final matches, all stakes are on the table to really be guaranteeing their seeds. Amazing win by 94-70. That robot performing so well. Katie, what else did we see throughout this match?
I mean, we saw 971 also hitting all their shots, having a great time. We did see an interesting autonomous strategy with 3045. Clearly an accident, right? No one's intentionally going all the way across the field, but that isn't helping them with this match. So yeah, 971, I feel like they're really coming into it today.
I really want to highlight how 971's moving through this field here, how they're just like slowly pulling up all this fuel. And I think the only double turret at this event, it was a strategy we saw from a lot of teams early in the season. Even 3045 showed up to their first event with a double turret and then rebuilt into a drum shooter. But 971's really showing that like if you work on this robot, this is a strategy that can work and work well to get high throughput while also being able to shoot on the move.
I mean, speaking of Gear Gremlins, them in 670 doing their best to put up the points. 840 playing some pretty good D, getting in the way, knocking people out of their path. Overall, just being a nuisance, which is what you want from a defense bot.
Yeah, 6662, we saw them a little iffy on the Blue Line side, but again, valiant effort from them, trying to play some defense, trying to maneuver 971 and 9470. But robustness is the name of the game.
Yeah, so congratulations to Control Alt Defeat for holding that ranking spot. That's going to play off well for them in the playoffs.
It will play off well for them in the playoffs.
Oh, but coming up next, we have our QR code for our trivia. So make sure you get your phones out, scan that, and be ready for our next round of trivia.
Let's head back to the field for that.
This trivia has prizes. You'll be playing for a Rubio Pi, a Raspberry Pi, and 2 Arduino Unos in the trivia contest coming up after this match. Now let's meet the teams. In red, 192.
It's GRT.
Next to GRT, 8033.
Highlander Robotics.
Next to Highlander, 8793.
The Pumpkin Bots.
That is red down here in blue, 5700.
The Soda Cyber Dragons.
Next to the Cyber Dragons, 10339.
The Brain Shift.
The Brain Shift. And next to the Brain Shift, 6238.
Popcorn Penguins.
We're good on the field. Drivers behind the line. And 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off. We got 8793 with that slow plow. They're sending some fuel over, holding on to some of it so that they can go into their depot. The very unique autonomous cycle. They're one of the only teams that we've seen here that actually goes purposely into the depot to score during autonomous. And it looks like that might be enough to win auto. I can't be quite sure. They did it! The Red Alliance won autonomous. The Blue Alliance, they're just a little bit behind during their auto cycle here. It's 76 to 71 here. The Blue Alliance is a little bit ahead, but the Popcorn Penguins 62-38 is going to be their major scorer here. The Soda Cyber Dragons alongside 103-39. They're going to be playing defense. I think we actually get to see the Soda Cyber Dragons play offense for the first time. And they're an extremely capable robot. They are able to shoot. They haven't had much experience with it this competition. They've been dedicated to playing defense. But here on the Red Alliance, their turn to shoot. It's 89 to 152. The Blue Alliance in a very early head start. 80-33, the Highlander Robotics and GRT. They both have a lot of points they have to score, but GRT is going to take a defensive role here. Push some fuel away from the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance wasn't able to catch up during that, which means the Blue Alliance, they get to keep a head start. We get to see the Soda Cyber Dragons once again showing us the power and the utilization of their robot. They are very good at shooting. They're very good at defense. They're just an all-arounder good bot that we haven't get to see much of during this competition. It's the Red Alliance's turn now. 103-39 is going to shove 80-33 out of the way. Then they're going to get in the way of the snowplow, 87-93. 80-33. Highlander Robotics is going to start playing. Not start playing, my apologies. They're going to start shooting, and they're going to start shuttling. We got the Popcorn Penguins starving the Blue Alliance of fuel, and it's into the end game now. GOT is going to be playing a critical role here as a defender. They're going to leave Soda alone so Soda can shoot, and they're doing it clearly and successfully. Popcorn Penguins with a higher throughput machine. They're looking to get that 5th ranking point. They're 100 points away from it. 13 seconds remaining. Red Alliance is a lot of points. They can still score. GRT tried to get over the bump, but they're not going to play defense against 103-39. 4 seconds remaining in the match. 3, 2, 1, game. And we have our final scores. The winner is the Blue Alliance with a score of 323 to Red 208. The Blue Alliance wins with 4 ranking points and 35 penalty points. That's it for qualification match number 113. And with that, we're going to head straight to the trivia.
Here we go. We're playing for a Raspberry Pi, Rubio Pi, and 2 Arduino Unos, which you can pick up at Pit Admin. This is sponsored by Qualcomm. What does the name Qualcomm originally derive from? Quantum communications, qualified computing, quality communications, or quick communications? Remember, speed counts. Qualcomm originally derives from quality communications. Over half of you got it right. What is a Rubik Pi? A digital version of the Rubik's Cube puzzle, a video game console for students, a small computer used to build AI, robotics, and a lot projects, IoT projects, a smartphone designed by Qualcomm. Small computers at 83%. Everybody's a winner except for 17% of you. Arduino is best known as a platform for open source electronics and prototyping, enterprise cloud computing, robotics competitions only, or mobile app development.
Everybody's a winner, except for 17%.
And the answer is open source electronics and prototyping. 87% correct. Qualcomm is best known for advancing which core wireless technology? Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, CDMA, Ethernet. CDMA, oh, 32% of you are brilliant. Our champions, here they come. Ian, 489. Shreyas, 487, so close. And Victor, 484, 542 total players. You can pick up your prizes at Pit Admin, the Rubio Pi, Raspberry Pi, and 2 Arduino Unos. Thanks for playing. Moving on. Match. We're set on the field for 114. In red, 71-37.
It's Project 212.
Their partner is 50-26.
It's the Iron Panthers.
And next to the Panthers, 63-05.
Stable Circuits.
Down in blue, 21-35.
Presentation Invasion.
Their partner, 701.
It's the Robovikes.
And finally, team number 8.
Pally Robotics.
We're good on the field. Drivers behind the line. And 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off. This one is bound to be another good competition here between the two teams. Red Lions with Project 212 running around getting some points. Same with Iron Panthers. They're going to score a whole bunch during auto. Slight misalignment, that they do get it fixed. It's enough for the Red Lions to get an early lead during autonomous. Means the Blue Alliance, it's their turn to score now. With their hub being the only active hub, the Blue Alliance is going to get some fuel over to their side. Pally Robotics going to use this time now to score. Meanwhile, 63.05, heavy hit by a 63.05 against the sidewall. Pally 71.37, Project 212, they're going to be sending their robot away over top and sent fuel over 63.05. Did get beached for a second, but they were able to get themselves unbeached. It's the Red Alliance's turn. They've got a lot of points to make up, about 40 points to make up. 63.05 and 71.37. Project 212 sending fuel across from each other. A few pieces of fuel colliding in midair and stopping each other. 701. The Robobikes, we saw them win last week at Contra Costa, playing a very strong defense role. It's necessary for this game mode. Blue Alliance is now over 100 points ahead of the Red Alliance. They're going to be taking the lead, but Pally Robotics keeps getting pushed in the corner by two different robots. 63.05, corner the bumper caught on the tower, almost got torn off, but it was able to stay on for long enough. It's 5 seconds of Blue Alliance control before the Red Alliance gets control. 701 knocking 50-26 out of the way. 71.37 now shooting above and scoring into the hub. Team 8 lost control of the robot. This is very bad for the Blue Alliance, very good for the Red Alliance. It allows them to be able to control. Team 8 was a major scorer, but the presentation invasion was also. They're going to prove that they can win this without Team 8 here in the final 30 seconds. 71.37, they're starting to catch up now with the Blue Alliance. It's getting pretty far. Blue Alliance taking a 230-point lead over the Red Alliance. 701 trying to move 8, seeing if they were beached, but they were not. The robot's gone. Red Alliance, they've got to catch up in 10 seconds, over 100 points. 71.37, presentation evasion, same with 50-26. Trying to score those final few points. It's the last second, and that's game. All right, we have our final results, and the winner is the Blue Alliance with a score of 277 to Red 186. The Blue Alliance walks away with 4 ranking points. Red Alliance, sadly, with none. And with that, we're going to send that back over to the analyst desk.
They say that first is at its best when great offense and great defense meet on the field, and that was absolutely true in that match. Aiden, Dave, what did we see?
Yeah, I mean, although Blue Alliance took the win, my eyes were mainly on 63.05, our friend from Fresno, Stable Circuits. They played some amazing defense against the Blue Alliance, giving 8 a little run for their money.
But while they were focused on 8 having that turret, they were focused primarily on pushing them into the corner and denying them any access to the fuel on their corner of the field. Meanwhile, who's stopping presentation invasion? 21.35, backing themselves against the tower, bracing themselves in the trench, just shooting over and over and over. It's relentless. They were putting up so many points. I think at a point you've got to really consider, am I prioritizing the right target here? And for me, watching 21.35 get a run away with the show was really, really cool.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the field, Team 701, the Robovikes, absolutely shutting down 50-26, the Iron Panthers. Some fantastic, fantastic defense that prevented the Panthers from getting 2 shifts worth of fuel shot. It was really impressive to see what a well-driven robot can do against such a capable shooter.
I mean, Pally at 10 is now in Alliance captain territory. It's going to be interesting to see how they go.
Well, let's see what's coming up ahead in our match previews. Going on to qualification match number 115. We're so close to the finish line here, guys. We've got 68-14, 58-17, and 5-8-1. That's a lot of 5s, a lot of 8s, and lots of 1s on the Blue Alliance. On the Red Alliance, 9-7-2, 60-36, and 66-65. 2 turrets and one of the scariest defenders in the event here, boys.
Yeah, Blue Alliance, looking at that Red Alliance on the other side of the glass, I think it's a little worrisome, but 58-17, 5-81, 68-14, all really capable robots in their own right. You've got the drum turret dynamic between Unirex and the Blazing Bulldogs, along with also a very capable defender in Ellipse. As all these teams are playing their last qualification match of the day, they're all trying to prove that they deserve to be on playoff alliances come this afternoon.
But not only that, there's a lot of ranking, captaining implications from this match. Dave, tell me more about it.
Yeah, I mean, Iron Claw is definitely doing their best in order to reach that next step, and so is Peninsula. I mean, Peninsula is currently locked in at
rank 4. It looks like
rank 4.
On our data, 972 sitting at 9th. So this could be huge for Red, but they will have to overcome 581, currently sitting in 6th. Guess we'll have to go on down to the Morgan Field and find out more.
Let's meet the teams in match 15. Starting off on red, 972.
It's Iron Claw.
Alliance partners, 6036.
Peninsula Robotics.
And 6665.
The Sea Otters.
Over on blue, 6814.
Team Ellipse.
Alliance partners, 5870.
Rex.
And of course, 581.
It's the Blazing Bulldogs.
Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off bottom immediately to the field. 581 beat 6036, starving them of fuel. So 581, the Blazing Bulldogs going to get an early lead above Peninsula Robotics. They're autonomous. Ooh, 5817. Unirex currently stuck on some fuel. They hit their E-stop button. This is not great for the Blue Alliance. It caused them to lose the autonomous period. So the Blue Alliance is going to be first to get access to their hub after this ends. They were able to get themselves unstuck from the fuel. Now 972 Iron Claw with a center rotating bot. They are able to score efficiently here. They're able to send fuel over to their side, saving their team a lot of traversal and a lot of time. We've got a stuck robot here on the trench, pinned by 5817. The Sea Otters trying to defend against 581. They get them high-centered almost, but not quite enough. 66-65 was underweighted by the Blue Alliance, but it stopped them from scoring any, which means the Red Alliance, they're going to take the lead here. 8 seconds of Red Alliance control before the Blue Alliance takes over again. 581 wants something to do about that. 68-14, Team Ellipse. We've seen them play defense all day long. They've been doing a very good job at it. 972 and 60-36, both sending fuel to the opposite alliance here. Then we got 58-17 lining themselves up to shoot, but the Sea Otters stopping them. And we have 581. They've learned from the Sea Otters here. They've learned where to put themselves to shoot and score, but it's enough from the Sea Otters to block them. To now, it's the Red Alliance's control. It's just over a 200-point lead on the Red Alliance with the 15 seconds remaining of their control. 68-14 trying to block them, but it's not quite enough. 972 is able to go around them. Same with 60-36, who's giving fuel to the human players. And it is now the final shift. Blue and Red Alliance alike are both scoring. The Sea Otters going into the Blue Alliance to fight them hand in hand. 581 now shooting and scoring. They're going to try to make this point difference small, at least get that first ranking point. They do. The Red Alliance, they did get that second ranking point. 10 seconds remaining in the match. 60-36, pushing themselves to get as many points as possible. Same with the Blue Alliance. In 2 seconds, 1 game. And we have our final results. The winner is the Red Alliance with a score of 386 to Blue 302. The Red Alliance wins, taking 5 ranking points. Blue Alliance not going home empty-handed. As a reminder, you must get your robot re-inspected before playoffs. And with that reminder, we're going to send it back over to the analyst desk.
972 clawing their way definitively into the captain's position. 581 sinking down to 11th, not too far behind. Overall, kind of one of our lower scoring matches on both ends, 380 to low 300s. What were the difference makers here?
66-65, the Sea Otters. If this team doesn't get picked this afternoon, I don't know what's going on. I mean, they are such a fantastic, such a capable defense bot, and one of the big reasons that 581 just couldn't put up the kinds of points that they're used to.
Yeah, 60-36 for me was the star of the show. I mean, clearly just outscoring everybody, kind of just doing a dance of their own.
And, you know, 68-14 as well, Ellipse really trying to match 66-65 on the defense. I think what's going to be curious for us is, with both of these robots showing up in such a defensive way, you know that you can kind of take one other person out from the other alliance, make it more of a true 2v2. But if you don't have that shuttling capability, do you think that's something that's going to be overlooked for exchange of high-power defense, or do you think it's going to be a necessity going forward?
I think it's a necessity. I think you have to do both in order to succeed.
I kind of want to disagree with Dave a little bit. I think shuttling is a really, really important part of the playoff strategy, and we've talked a lot about ball starvation on this desk, but when you've got, you know, a dumper on your alliance, and you've got such a capable defender like the Sea Otters or Ellipse, these robots can be the difference makers in getting them out. And, you know, a robot that doesn't have fuel can't score, but a robot that can't play the game also can't score.
Well, let's take a look at our top 10 graphic here. Currently in the lead with 55 ranking points, 254, 11-0. They have one more game to play. Not far behind them, tied in RP, but finished with their matches, is Control Alt Defeat. After them, 13-23, after a devastating red card to their rankings, climbing all the way back to third. I'm super impressed to see them that high. 60-36, 30-45, 972, and then in the bottom 4 of our top 10, Citrus, Gearheads, 8 and 114. I think that might need to be updated, but that's what we're seeing up here. Overall, it's a tight race, neck and neck. These are very close RP thresholds. Coming up, qualification 116, what are we seeing?
I like Harker here. I mean, their shuttling ability is absolutely precise. Like, they just shuttle straight into that corner and just boop, 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 shoot.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of all of these tall bots. We've got 5507, Warrior Borgs, 3256 with their robot Aimbot, as well as 3501, the Fire bots with their really tall dumper. No matter what, it's going to be a fantastic one. So let's send it back to the Morgan Field to watch 116 play out.
Match 116. Let's meet these teams. On the Red Alliance, 3501.
It's the Firebots.
5104.
The Breaker Bots.
And of course, Team 4990.
It's the Basement Bots.
Over on blue, 5507.
The Robotic Eagles.
Alliance partners, 1072.
Harker Robotics.
And Team 3256.
It's the Warrior Borgs.
Blues behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off. Red Alliance going in immediately for fuel. Same with 3256. 3256 currently ranked 15th. It's the Warrior Borgs. They had a very rough start to begin with, but they've definitely shaped up, and their team is starting to excel. Nothing but constant scoring over and over again. It's a constant influx of points, and it's enough to make them win autonomous period. The Red Alliance now taking initiative. They're starting to score 35-01. The Firebots currently ranked 12th. They're trying to show us why they're ranked 12th. Same why 5104 believes that they should be more than what rank they are, and they are. They're doing very well. They are almost leveling the playing field. With fuel flying directly up over top of our heads over here at the scoring table. It's the Blue Alliance's turn to start scoring. Sorry, Red Alliance, but the Blue Alliance takes over now. 32-56. Shooting fuel over top and scoring. Very constant stream from them. Fuel flying in all directions on and off the field here. It's the Red Alliance's control of the hub now. 32-56, shooting and trying to get some fuel, stealing it from the back of the hub here. Same with 5507. Now the Red Alliance, we got 3501, the Firebots shooting and scoring. They're getting pretty close to tying this game here. And 1072 pinning Red Alliance here, making it difficult for them to score. It's 260-288. Blue Alliance has a few points to make up, but they're ahead now. 20 seconds of Blue Alliance control. 32-56, moving and shooting. As I keep saying, they're doing that beautiful little shuttling maneuver, moving and shooting. They slow down their motors a little bit so they're able to accurately score. But with that being it's 30 seconds remaining. It's 270-400. It's now 100-point difference. The Red Alliance has a lot of points to make up, but 32-56 is going to make that a stink. It's going to make it hard for them. 17 seconds remaining. The Blue Alliance wants to keep that lead. They want to win this one. It's still 100 points between the two in the final 10 seconds. Red Alliance is going to try to catch up. They're getting pretty close with that one dump there. 3, 2, 1, game. All right. We have the final results, and the winners, the Blue Alliance, with a score of 479 to Blue 361. The Red Alliance does get 2 ranking points. Blue Alliance winning, they get all 5. That's it for qualification match number 116, and with that, we will send it over to the analyst desk.
Valiant effort from Red, but Blue with the win.
Yeah, 32-56, the Warrior Borgs maintaining a huge turret. If we watch this auto, they actually go through, sweep, and sit on the depot, and they just spend their entire autonomous period chugging along. Let's watch that back one more time in the match replay. Big sweep through the center, and then playing it right here. We'll get back there. We can watch it 3 times. Sure, that's fine. Warrior Borgs, 32-56, big sweep. Come across, park by the depot, and they've just got this huge pool of fuel to work with, and the robots is kind of jiggling like Jello, just kind of wiggling around. They get them all through. Huge lead, 88-54 out of the autonomous period. I really do like the positioning from Red at the early stages of this match. You know, they're on the clock in the first shift for scoring, but then as soon as Blue starts up, you'll see 3501 come across to the center and start trying to catch all of these rebound balls coming in through the hub. Right here, you'll see them kind of start to sweep them around, shuttle them back, get the flow going.
Yeah, despite the loss, I mean, the Red Alliance, 3501, especially the Firebots, and 5104, the Breaker Bots, both really capable scorers in their own rights. I expect to see them get picked later this afternoon either as first picks or second picks. I mean, 3501, that huge hopper capacity makes him such a capable shuttler. And we're talking about these ball starvation strategies. Sometimes the best way to starve another alliance of balls is just keep them in your own robot. Grab them, move them away, and then dump them back to your own alliance.
And I don't want to say I told you so, but Harker did exactly that. They went over, played some defense, took some of their balls, and then just shoveled it right over into that corner.
Well, let's see what we can expect coming into qualification match 117. Is it more ball starvation on the table? We got 3598, 1967, and 115 on blue facing up against 253, 8048, and 1678. I know we've been seeing the snack alliances form a couple times, Churrobots and Boba. That sounds like a
This
healthy
might
breakfast
be
to
our
me.
first full snack alliance. I mean, Citrus Circuits.
And Citrus
Do you not
Circuits.
want to zest your foods with lime?
Ooh, get some lime in the Boba, get some lime in the Churro. That sounds good.
I want a Mandarin at this point.
Yeah.
yeah.
Really, really strong Red Alliance. Blue, let's see what they can do to give them a run for their money in qualification match 117 out on the Morgan Field.
We got match 117 on the field. Let's meet these teams. On the Red Alliance, 253.
It's the Boba Bots.
Their alliance partners, 8048.
The Churro Bots.
And of course, 1678.
Citrus Circuits.
Over on blue, let's hear it for 3598.
The SES Thematic Eliminators.
Their alliance partners, 1967.
It's the Janksters.
And of course, 150.
MVRT.
Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off. Citrus Circuits against the Janksters. 1678 versus 1967. Two very good teams here. Ooh, Citrus Circuits shooting and scoring. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance, they're not too far behind. They're only 40 points in autonomous. Citrus Circuit's going to make that gap even bigger. They finally got their autonomous code fully worked out, fully fledged out. It's 134 to 41. Blue Alliance going to get access to help first. MVRT does get stuck in the bump, but they do get free eventually. Now the Janksters, as we've seen multiple times before, they are a multi-capable robot with a very talented driver. They are able to shoot and they are able to defend like no other. But we've got the SES Thematic Eliminators on facing off against the Blue Alliance here. They're going to push these robots. Same with MVRT. They're going to play a defense. They're going to let their teammate, the Janksters, they're going to let them score. But the Citrus Circuits, they have a good plan to counter their defense. Citrus Circuits is going to travel into the Blue Alliance to steal some fuel from the Janksters. Meanwhile, two defense bots. We've actually got two defense bots and a counter defense bot, 253, the Boba bots. Their job is to counter MVRT and the SES Thematic Eliminators. But back over on the Blue Alliance, you got the Janksters. They are carrying the Blue Alliance with over 100 points scored just about by themselves with a little bit of help of MVRT. We're going to see Citrus Circuits completely cleaning out the neutral zone just like a floor sweeper. 4 seconds remaining of blue control before Red Lions gets control. 5 robots in a cluster here. None of them are able to do anything. Citrus Circuits has themselves lined up, but 115 decides that they want to do something about it. All the robots are on the Red Alliance. 8048 is currently stuck on the trench. They've lost communication with the robot. It's up to Citrus to keep the score high. Final 30 seconds. They got to block these trenches and play start stronger defense. 1967, shooting and scoring Citrus Circuits now, being denied entry over to their side of the field. This is huge for the Blue Alliance. They're stuck between the Bobobots now, who are starting to play a strong game here. Bobobots are in the way. It looks like we got disabled robots. It's time for the Blue Alliance to catch up. The Janksters getting pretty close. 3, 2, 1, game. All right, we have the final results, and the winner is the Red Alliance with a score of 358 to Blue 240. The Red Alliance wins 4 ranking points. Blue Alliance only with 1. That's it for qualification match number 117. We're going to send it back over to the analyst desk now.
This time, the Food Alliance 8. They did an amazing job out there. Red Alliance really pushing the limit. Lots of fuel flying. But you know, Blue Alliance clutching out that ranking point. For most of the game, it was the 1967 show. They were alone, stars on the Blue Alliance, putting up so much fuel. 115 coming in at the very end with those buzzer beaters. They scored exactly 240 fuel, the new upped threshold for that first ranking point here at the district championships. It was looking like a very scary game. Blue possibly walking away with nothing, but 115 MVRT making it up at the very end and just clutching out that last little fuel that they needed.
Absolutely, Aiden. I had my eyes on Citrus Circuit 1678 that entire match. You know, they had a little bit of bad luck at some early matches at this event, but they really came to play in this last one, demonstrating to 9470 that they might be that right pick to take with them into the playoffs later this afternoon. And I don't know, I love watching that robot. It's always so fun to watch it grow and then squeeze those really big loads into the hub.
It was very funny to me watching between the Janksters and Citrus Circuits, the kind of sweep, steal. It's my ball. No, it's my turn with the ball. No, it's my turn with the ball. It's like, guys, there's 500 balls on the field. But there was so much back and forth between the two teams as they swept through the trenches. Really, really chaotic. Lots of movement, not enough scoring to really make it through the ELEVs, but I'm sure as we get to the playoffs, as alliances are a lot more coordinated and have a lot more throughput, those scores will climb up and up. Question is, are those teams the ticket to make it through the playoffs?
Speaking of getting to the playoffs, what are we looking at for our next match?
Well, I think at DCMP, in the playoffs, I should say, we're going to see a lot of defense. We saw that last match, and I think we're going to see that this match. MA Bears with Eagle Strike and Quicksilver. Who's going to play the defense there?
You know, I think it might be the Bears. They've been showing up a lot when it comes to their turret shooter. They've been getting a lot better. I can see them flexing into defense. They have done it before. I can also see 604 taking on that role if need be. Obviously, it's not their preference. They've been a very star scorer at their past district events. Some problems earlier in yesterday caused them to have to pivot, but we know they can do that. It's a proven, and so I think either one of them can take on the role, or they might just both be shuttling and scoring the entire time.
I agree, but I also kind of disagree. This might be a rare match where we see double, triple offense. Every single one of these robots a really capable scorer. There's only one way to settle this bet, and that's to take it to the Morgan Field.
We've got a high-octane match ready for you here in Quals 118. Let's meet these teams. Starting off on red, 604.
It's Quicksilver.
Joining them, 114.
It's Eagle Strike.
And 766.
The MA Bears.
On the Blue Alliance, 7419.
It's Tech Support.
Their alliance partners, 1671.
The Buchanan Bird Brains.
And team 3257.
It's the Vortex.
Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off. We got major scores here, and it's also Bird versus Bird. We got Eagle Strike in the Red Alliance and the Buchanan Bird Brains on the other alliance. And it looks like the Buchanan Bird Brains weren't able to empty their hopper. They had to hit their auto stop button. Red Alliance, they're off to a good start. 604. They're taking the lead, 604 and 766, the MA Bears. We've seen this combination before, and we know that it is a winning combination, but 766 got beached. They were able to free themselves in time. 766 decides to start playing defense against 3257, the Vortex. As the analyst said, each one of these teams are a major scorer here in this competition. They have the ability to set their own individual records every single round, and they do. They always show up. Now, 1671, they're trying to line themselves up. It looks like they're having a little bit of an issue setting their shooter going, but they did get it by the end of the match. It's 22 seconds of Red Alliance control now. 114, lining themselves up to shoot. We got two Blue Alliance bots fighting against the 604 Quicksilver with their shuttling maneuver. But it's not going to deter either of the teams. They're going to keep shooting, and they're going to keep scoring here with 2 seconds of the Red Alliance. It's the Blue Alliance control now. Blue Alliance has a lot of points to make up. Bird versus Bird once again. 114 versus 1671. Both of these robots are very capable, as we're seeing. 1671 had some issues in prior weeks, but it looks like they've completely ironed it out. They're able to line themselves up and shoot with relentless efficiency. 3257 the exact same way. It's the Red Alliance's turn now. 114 going around. It's turret versus dumper robot. Quick little rundown. A turret shooter uses a computer-defined turret that allows it to aim itself and shoot no matter which orientation it's facing. Now with a dumper style or a frame-based robot, it is a shooter mounted to the frame. It's a high throughput and a very high score. But it looks like the MA Bears are down. The robot's been deactivated either by the team or by the computer. I cannot tell that for sure, but it leaves the Blue Alliance currently in the lead. 114 and 604. They have a lot of work they got to catch up on. 15 seconds, 30 points between the two. 12 seconds. It looks like the Blue Alliance is going to keep pulling ahead. 604 is going to try to change that. But the Buchanan Bird Brains, they've got their launcher working. It's 640 to 370. And that's game. Blue Alliance with an early reach ahead.
Yeah?
And we have our final results. The winner is the Blue Alliance. With a score of 405 to Red 365, the Blue Alliance walks away with 5 ranking points. The Red Alliance is sneaking by. They do get that second ranking point. That's it for actually one more announcement. All robots have to get their robots inspected as you leave. That's it for qualification match number 118. Let's go hear it from the analyst desk now.
Only a margin of 40 points. I mean, my oh my, what a game.
Yeah, and for many of these robots, that's one cycle. That's one whole cycle making the difference here between the Red and Blue Alliances. That's pretty freaking close as far as I can tell. Great performance by both sides. I think Red Alliance slightly favored to going into that match, but the Blue Alliance really clutching it up. I saw 1671, a little bit of struggle with their intake, eventually pulling it through. Tech Sport 7419 doing some great cutoff on 604, but man, oh man, 3257, the Vortex. We talked about them, and just they come out and they just start spitting fuel left and right and all into the hub. Really, really stellar performance by that synergizing Blue Alliance.
One of my favorite sleeper picks, 3257, the Vortex.
I don't know if we can call him a sleeper pick anymore. We've said a sleeper pick every time. Eventually, we got to wake up.
That's true. 604 on the other side, 114, demonstrating these wide turrets are so effective. Especially, I love watching these really big turrets like 604. They've got so much hopper capacity. They hoover up so many balls, and then they can just sit there and they move around and they dodge any defense and put up ball after ball after ball after fuel after fuel after fuel.
Well, we have 2 more matches to go. What are we thinking?
I'm thinking I'm sad we only got 2 more matches left.
True.
Wow.
But I'm excited that we've got playoffs coming up because we know that the Northern California playoffs are going to be absolute heaters. But let's check out this next match.
So going into this next match, Team 118, this I think was the match that we just played. Match so nice, we got to run it twice. We're going to see if we can correct that graphic real quick. But going into match 119, speaking of heaters, we've got a really strong alliance coming up. 2073, 846, and 4698 on the Blue Alliance. 2204, 1868, and 9400 for the Red Alliance. Space Cookies really have been strutting their stuff this weekend. Just a phenomenal performance, putting up so much fuel. I think they have like the second highest score coming out of auto at this event. Really, really great job. Blue Alliance is going to give them a run for their money, though.
Well, only one way to find out.
Let's throw it on down to the Morgan Field for qualification match number 119.
Our penultimate qualification match is here on the field. Starting on the Red Alliance, let's meet these teams. We're starting with 9400.
It's the Bagel Bites.
Joining them, 1868.
It's the Space Cookies.
And joining this alliance, 2204.
The Rambots.
Over on blue, 4698.
It's Raider Robotics.
Their alliance partners, 846.
The Funky Monkeys.
And team 2073.
Eagle Force.
Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off. Red Alliance off to a little bit of a slow start. The Blue Alliance gets there faster, 46.98, demonstrating the advantage of getting some clean fuel before it's disturbed by the Red Alliance. 1868 does get beached, but they are able to compensate for it during their autonomous programming at 846. The Funky Monkeys shooting and scoring. Blue Alliance, all three robots right to the middle. They win the autonomous period by a margin of about 10 points. The Red Alliance now start shooting. 1868 line themselves up right in the right good position. 2073 beaches 1868. They're unable to move, but they were able to get a little bit of momentum from 846, the Funky Monkeys. The Funky Monkeys have been sending fuel across the field this entire game, this entire week. They're very good at it, but not only are they good at sending fuel, they're good scorers, but bagel bites. The robot's down. It's disconnected for some reason. Blue Alliance 46.98, and the Funky Monkeys 846 scoring 20.73. All three robots are heavy hitter, heavy scorers here in this game. It's the Red Alliance's turn now, 134 to 250. They've got to rely only on the Space Cookies here, as the Rambots are a defense primary robot. While they are defense primary, they are incredibly good at it too. 10 seconds remaining of Red Alliance control. We got the Space Cookies landing a few shots successfully in the last few seconds here, emptying out their hub. It's a point difference of less than 50 points. Blue Alliance wants to take off and make that points difference way over 100, and fuel flying everywhere, bouncing off the ref terminals. It's 35 seconds remaining in the match. Red Alliance pulling ahead by 130 points here. The Red Alliance, they're going to try to make their way up there in the final 30 seconds. This is end game. It's risky for 2204 now, playing defense. They touch the robot on the tower. It's a lot of fuel, a lot of points they lose. So they're going to play it careful, and they're going to help shovel fuel to their human players in the outpost. Very, very good decision. Shooting and scoring. The human players are very accurate here with 5 seconds remaining in the match. Blue Alliance has a lot of points over. The Red Alliance is only a few points from getting a ranking point, but it looks like they're going to end it short. All right, we have the results, and the winner is the Blue Alliance with a score of 556 to Red 328. Blue Alliance walks away with 5 ranking points. The Red Alliance only with 1. That's it for qualification match number 19. On to the analyst desk.
There we go. A decisive victory for Blue, putting all 3 teams on that alliance into the top 20 by rank definitively. How are we feeling about that match?
I mean, they all deserve to be in that top 20. Raider Robotics and Eagle Force. Sometimes I can't tell them apart on the field. They both have those orange flywheels that face backwards. I'm like, which one's which? Especially when they put up so many fuel, it's hard to tell them good robots apart. And then the Funky Monkeys, those monkeys be funky. I love watching that robot. It runs around that big die rotor in the center of it through the clear hopper. Fun to see it spin up, and that shoot on the move, so impressive out of them.
Yeah, Space Cookies, again, improving every match, no matter whether they win or lose. I mean, they're potentially a first-round pick.
Yeah, the auto alone is really, really solid from the Space Cookies. It impresses me every time how much they're able to gather and how much they're able to score. Unfortunately, just not enough to close out the match there. You know, auto's only the first 20 seconds. We still got another 2 minutes to play. So making sure that teams are able to clean up after that auto, you know, it doesn't always convert the way we hope.
But when we're talking about these fuel starvation strats that are probably going to be critical later this afternoon, Space Cookies are one of those robots that can really play into it. With that really large hopper and that forward-facing shooter, they're built to shuttle.
And then we get into a kind of an argument about tall versus small, right? Do you want to be the trench bot that will always have a lower capacity? Do you want to be a tall bot that, you know, is kind of capped against having only 2 options to get back and forth? where do you think these interests lie for the captains going into alliance selection?
I think it really depends on what the captain itself is doing, right? So, of course, if the captain is looking to be the main scorer, you might consider a shuttler your first pick.
But is the shuttler going to be a tall or a small bot?
Probably small.
Yeah.
I'm going to say probably big. As everything goes, it's back and forth, and it depends on team compositions. Let's see, qualification 120, our last one for the day. It's going to be so sad to say goodbye to these robots, but we'll say hello to them again in the afternoon with our alliances formed. Over on blue, we've got a really powerful scoring alliance out of 254, 3970, and 841. What are we seeing on red?
Red Alliance 54-19, 41-35, and 28-13. The Gearheads have been so dominant. I know that their performance is going to be incredible, win or lose in this game. It's a tough road ahead, but we're heading into the final qualification match of the Northern California District Championship. One more time for the qualifications. Let's send it down to the Morgan Field.
Our final qualification match here on Morgan Field. Sounds like you all are ready. We're gonna run this one. We're gonna have an 8-minute break. Then we're gonna bring up our top teams to pick their partners. We're gonna queue everybody up over here. You're gonna wanna make sure, teams, that your alliance representatives are ready. Now, let's meet the teams in Quals Match 120. On the Red Alliance, 54-19.
It's Berkelium.
Joining them, Team 41-35.
It's the Iron Patriots.
And 28-13.
It's the Gearheads.
Over on blue, let's hear it for Team 254.
It's the Cheesy Poofs.
39-70.
Duncan Dynamics.
And finally, Team 841.
It's the Biomex.
Drivers, behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're up for the final match, qualification match of the day. 254 immediately getting most of that fuel from the center zone. Same with 3970, Duncan Dynamics. They're both playing very strong autos here. This is going to be a lot of points for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance, though, we can't ignore them. They are taking lead and taking initiative here. 45 to 133, 47 to 134. My apologies. The Blue Alliance won the autonomous cycle. That means the Red Alliance is going to get their turn first here. Blue Alliance shooting a little bit of fuel, a little bit too late for them, but they don't get enough points from that. They only get about 3 points. It's the Red Alliance's turn now. 54-19. Very interesting and strong design choice for this robot. They're going to be able to score while moving. Same with 28-13. They don't have any defenders. The Blue Alliance is primarily in charge and responsible for stealing all the fuel, the Red Alliance. So we need to see a huge waterfall of fuel from the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance almost caught up to the Blue Alliance's auto. 841 and 254, both shooting and scoring here. Huge dumps of fuel. Red Alliance taking some of the fuel for their own over here, saving themselves a bunch of time. It's the Red Alliance's time to score at 28-13 and 54-19, both shooting and scoring. No defense bots, but the only thing they do have is fuel theft bots. They're starving 28-13. That's the key of the game so far. Blue Alliance has already gotten their second ranking point. Red Alliance is trying to get that first one. They are going to. It's super close within 40 points with 4 seconds remaining. 28-13 and 54-19, pushing us really close to that score. The Blue Alliance now just trying to go for a high score. here. It looks like 41-35. The Iron Patriots is going to start playing defense against the Blue Alliance. The key to winning this one is starvation here. If they can steal more fuel from each other, it's going to work out better for them. 5 seconds of Blue Alliance control. They already have 530 points. It's the Red Alliance's control. I think with this volley, they're going to get that ranking point. They do. Now they're going to be pushing for that second ranking point. It's the last 30 seconds of the match. 600 to 250. Red Alliance now focusing on getting that ranking point. 41-35. Looks like they didn't have enough power on their shooter to get it in time. It's 5 seconds. Red Alliance shockingly close to that ranking point, and that's game. We have our final scores for our final qualification match. The winner is the Blue Alliance with a grand total score of 760 to Blue 315. The Blue Alliance walks away with 5 ranking points. The Red Alliance doesn't walk home empty-handed, but that's it for our qualification matches.
All right, we've had a great competition so far. Now we move on to the playoff tournament presented by Caterpillar, where 8 alliances of 3 teams each compete in a double elimination format. Before we begin the playoffs, we need to create the 8 alliances. We'll be back in a few minutes when the timer hits 0 to begin the alliance selection presented by Walt Disney Imagineering. And now let's roll the alliance selection video, which explains the selection process, followed by the schedule for this afternoon and the rankings.
During alliance selection, each team is allowed up to 3 representatives on the playing field, including 1 adult. Only a student is allowed to pick and accept or decline an invitation. When a team is ready to make their pick, only the alliance captain will walk to the MC to announce the pick. Teams will have 45 seconds to make their first selection and 90 seconds to make subsequent selections. The time remaining for each pick is shown on the timers on the playing field. The timer starts when the MC finishes asking the team to make their selection and stops when the team makes a valid selection. The timer will continue to run for an invalid selection, such as attempting to pick a team that is not at the event or is already a member of another alliance. Teams making a good faith effort when the clock hits 0 will be allowed to finish their pick. In the event of a decline, the timer is reset. If a team does not make a valid selection before time expires, they are skipped. Skipped teams will be revisited in order after each pick. Skipped teams will be skipped again until after the next pick, if they are not immediately ready to make a valid selection. At the final pick of each round, if a team does not make a valid selection before time expires, they are automatically assigned the highest ranked unpicked team. The number 1 team can select any team at the event to join their alliance. If the selected team declines the invitation, then another team is chosen until one accepts. Declining teams may not be selected by any subsequent alliance. Suppose Alliance 2 selects the 4th ranked team, who declines, and Alliance 2 selects another team, which accepts. It's then Alliance 3's turn to select from the available pool, which does not include the 4th ranked team. This process continues through Alliance 8. Notice that a team who had declined and become unavailable has moved up to become an alliance captain. At the end of round 1, any remaining team that has declined an invitation is not eligible to participate in the playoffs because they cannot be selected. Between selection rounds, there's a 2-minute break for alliances to confer. After the break, Alliance 8 picks their 3rd team member from the remaining teams. Then Alliance 7 picks, continuing all the way back to the number 1 alliance. Alliance selection is complete when each alliance is composed of 3 teams. The remaining top 8 teams are backups who need to confirm with a lead queuer that they will play if called upon. Note that at the championship event, we had a 3rd selection round with round 2 timing to make 4-team alliances, and there are no backup teams. Good luck, teams.
All right, now let's send it back to the analyst desk. Get a preview of alliance selection.
I love its intake that does work now and all the drawings people made on it. Our shooter.
The what now? Low-key, yeah.
Spindexer. My favorite part is our shooter. I like the sponsor panel because I got the sponsors. I really like the turret.
I really like our hood on our robot. Probably our intake and our shooter.
Our giant hopper.
Our favorite part of the robot is our intake.
Incorporating our imagery and branding into our robot, and it also serves a functional purpose.
It's the giant Pookie Bear sticker.
My favorite part of our robot is our autos.
Is the variable hood because it's red.
Our fishbowl spindexo.
I think our favorite part would probably be our drum shooter.
I like our intake. Is the auto align. The drawing. Wait, come here, look at the drawing. It's so cool.
Is our 4 cameras.
Our custom machine and design drivetrain.
We love our swerve drive.
Climb. Our hopper. Definitely our shooter.
Favorite part about the low? Can we get a different person on this?
My favorite part of the robot is our pivoting indexer right here.
I like the shooter.
The intake.
The shooter.
That would be our E-chain.
I agree, it's also the E-chain for me.
Me too.
That we have Baby Hyde. Our mentor just had a kid, so we have Baby Hyde.
Our favorite part has to be the ground intake.
Probably the stickers. The stickers for sure.
All right, welcome to Alliance Selection. Woo is right. Before we begin, let's just give it up for all 60 teams who qualified for the championship, who played their hearts out on this field. Truly impressive play we've all seen it here and people watching around the world as well. For the Alliance Selection, you know the rules, you've done it this year. Just a quick review, you can't say no and be selected by anyone else unless you're a captain. You get 45 seconds in the first round, 90 seconds in the second round. It is totally in the spirit of first to decline if you're an Alliance captain, because that means you have your own plan. You have your own strategy. We know the teams have been strategizing all weekend long, all season long. It'll be very interesting to see how this plays out. So let's welcome the #1 seed, the #1 ranked team at the Northern California State Championship with a record of 12 wins and 0 losses. Team 254.
Team 254, the Cheesy Poofs, is from Bellarmine College Preparatory in San Jose, California.
Congratulations, you're on the clock. You can make your selection at any point.
Team 254 would love to go to town with Team 1323.
Team 1323.
Madtown Robotics is from Matilda Torres High School in Madera, California.
Madtown, you could be an alliance captain. You can form your own alliance, or would you like to accept the invitation?
Team 1323 graciously accepts.
All right, congratulations. All right, Alliance captain, Alliance 2 captain is team 9470.
Control Alt Defeat is from Bases Independent Fremont and Family Community in Fremont, California.
All right, you're on the clock. You can make your selection at any point.
Team 9470 would like to invite Team 1678 to form an alliance with us.
Team 1678.
Team 1678 Citrus Circuits is from Davis Senior High School in Davis, California.
Okay, you're an alliance captain. Would you like to join their alliance, or would you prefer to start your own alliance?
Team 1678 would love to join your alliance.
Congratulations. Our captain of Alliance 3 is Team 6036.
Team 6036 Peninsula Robotics is from Family Community Team in Palo Alto, California.
Congratulations, you're on the clock. You can make your selection at any time.
Team 6036 would like to invite Team 5940 to our alliance.
Team 5940.
Team 5940 Bread is from Design Tech High School in Redwood City, California.
Would you like to accept their invitation?
Team 5940 accepts.
Congratulations. Our Alliance 4 captain will be Team 3045.
Team 3045, the Gear Gremlins, is from Junipero Serra High School in San Mateo, California.
You're on the clock. You can make your choice at any time.
Team 3045 would like to invite Team 581 to join our alliance.
Team 581.
Team 581, the Blazing Bulldogs, is from San Jose, California. San Jose High School in San Jose, California.
Would you prefer to start your own alliance or accept the invitation?
Team 581 gratefully accepts.
Congratulations. We now ask Team 972 to come on up to be a captain of Alliance number 5.
Team 972, Iron Claw, is from Los Gatos High School in Los Gatos, California.
You're on the clock. You have 45 seconds. You may make your selection at any point.
Team 971 plus 1 would like to invite Team 971 as our plus 1.
Team 971, Spartan Robotics, is from Mountain View High School in Mountain View, California.
971, would you like to accept?
Team 971 would love to join your alliance.
All right, congratulations. Alliance number 6 will be captained by team number 8.
Team 8, Pally Robotics, is from Palo Alto High School in Palo Alto, California.
Congratulations. You're on the clock, but you make your selection at any time.
Team 8 would like to invite Team 5026 to join our alliance.
Team 5026.
Team 5026, the Iron Panthers, is from Burlingame High School in Burlingame, California.
Team 5026 positively accepts.
Congratulations. Our Alliance 7 captain will be 2813.
Team 2813, the Gearheads, is from Prospect High School in Saratoga, California.
You're on the clock. You can make your selection at any time.
Team 2813 would love to Baja Blast with Team 4698.
4698.
Team 4698, Raider Robotics, is from Rio Americano High School in Sacramento, California.
Would you like to accept?
4698 would love to accept.
Congratulations. And our Alliance 8 captain will be Team 2073.
Team 2073, Eagle Force, is from Pleasant Grove High School in Elk Grove, California.
You're on the clock. You can make your selection now.
Team 2073 would like to invite Team 604 to our alliance.
604.
Team 604, Quicksilver, is from Leyland High School in San Jose, California.
Team 604 gratefully accepts.
Congratulations. All right, we've gone around once. We will go around one more time, but right now we have a 2-minute break so the teams can confer before they make their selection. We will begin with Alliance number 8 for the next round. All right, that is the end of our 2 minutes. Alliance 8, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to make your selection. You're on the clock. All right, Alliance 8, who would you like to select?
Team 2073 would like to invite Team 1868 to our alliance.
1868.
Team 1868, the Space Cookies, is from Girl Scouts in Mountain View, California.
Team 1868 would love to bake an impact with you.
Awesome, congratulations. Alliance 7, you are now on the clock. You have 90 seconds. And it looks like you're ready. Who would you like to select?
Team 2813 and 4698 would love to Baja Blast with 6962.
6962.
Team 6962, Antares, is from Khan Lab School in Mountain View, California.
Would you like to accept?
Team 6962 Antares gratefully accepts.
Congratulations. Alliance 6, you are now on the clock. And you are ready. Who would you like to select?
Team 8 and Team 5026 would like to invite Team 841.
Team 841.
Team 841, the Biomex, is from Richmond High School in Richmond, California.
Would you like to accept?
Team 841 graciously accepts.
Congratulations. Alliance 5, you are now on the clock. And you are ready. Who would you like to pick?
Teams 9, 7, 1, and 2 would love to Borg it up with Warrior Borgs.
What's the number?
Team 3256, the Warrior Borgs, is from Valley Christian High School in San Jose, California.
And the answer is?
Team 3256 would love to claw it up.
All right, congratulations. Alliance 4, you're now on the clock. And you are ready to pick. Who would you like to select?
Team 3045 and Team 581 would like to invite Team 846 to join our alliance.
846.
Team 846, the Funky Monkeys, is from Lynbrook High School in San Jose, California.
Would you like to accept?
Team 846 would love to swing to victory with y'all.
All right, congratulations. Alliance 3, you are now on the clock. And 45 seconds. Alliance 3, who would you like to select?
Team 6036 and Team 5940
We'd like to invite Team 3501.
3501.
Team 3501, the Firebots, is from Fremont High School in Sunnyvale, California.
Would you like to accept?
Team 3501, the Firebots, graciously accept.
All right, congratulations. Alliance 2, you are now on the clock. You have 90 seconds. And you're ready to roll. Who would you like to pick?
Teams 9470 and 1678 would like to invite Team 6665.
6665.
Team 6665, the Sea Otters, is from Santa Catalina School in Monterey, California.
Would you like to accept?
Team 6665 would love to swim with you.
Congratulations. All right, we have one pick left in this Alliance selection process. Before we do that, just a reminder, all Alliance captains need to stay on the field and meet with head ref Frank. At the end of this, the remaining 8 backup robots, the remaining 8 highest ranked teams need to confirm that they will participate in the tournament if called upon. They need to confirm with lead queuer Evan over here with the clipboard. We'll get to those numbers in just a second. But before we make our final pick, let's hear it for all the teams once again, all 60 teams competing here. '24, and maybe a few more if we use backups. We'll continue on right now. Alliance 1, you are on the clock. Who would you like to select in the 90 seconds you have to tell me? $45 seconds. And 30 seconds. All right, you're ready to make your choice. You're going to make somebody's day and break some hearts. Who's it going to be?
Team 254 and Team 1323 would like to invite Team 6238 to join our alliance.
6238.
Team 6238, the Popcorn Penguins, is a family community team from Los Altos, California.
Would you like to accept?
Team 6238, the Popcorn Penguins, would love to pop off with you.
All right, congratulations. All right, let's hear it for our 8 alliances. If you weren't selected, find an alliance to cheer on this afternoon. We have our alliance captains. They will meet now with Frank. Our 8 backup teams start at 114, 8048, 7419, 3970, 5507, 1967, 3257, and 1072. Please confirm that you are ready and you will play as a backup with Evan over here. We start the playoffs on the field at 1:30. Enjoy your lunch break. Find an alliance to cheer on. This is going to be exciting. All right, great alliance selection, everybody. Welcome to the Northern California State Championship, baby. These are the playoffs. We are playing for all the big blue banners and qualify for Houston, the championship. This is upper bracket, match 1. Alliance 1 is in red, 8 is in blue. Double elimination tournament. You lose 2 matches, you're still a winner, but you can cheer on other teams. If you lose in the upper bracket, you go to the lower bracket. If you lose down there, it's pack up your robot. You guys don't want to pack. You guys won the lottery today. Congratulations, team 6238.
They were the Alliance captain at Silicon Valley. They are a family and community team from Los Altos, Popcorn Penguins.
Their partner, world champs, 1323.
They are the defending world champions from Matilda Torres High School in Madera. It is Madtown Robotics.
Multiple world champions, 254.
They are a Hall of Fame team from San Jose, Bellarmine Prep. It is Cheesy Poofs.
Over to you, Nick. Who's on that Blue Alliance?
On the Blue Alliance, we started with a team who played on Einstein last year, 2073.
From Elk Grove, it's Eagle Force.
And their Alliance partners, they've already got an EI award to their name, 1868.
From Mountain View, Girl Scouts troop, there it's the Space Cookies.
And of course, make some noise for 604.
They were the winner at the Pinnacles District this year from San Jose at Leland High School. It is Quicksilver.
Drivers, behind the line. Match 1 in 3, 2, 1, go!
So we're going to see this Red Alliance score a ton in auto. They put up 220 in a match earlier today. And the Blue Alliance is no slouch with 3 awesome offensive robots. We can expect a very high scoring match. We're already up to 116 points for this Red Alliance, and they're still pouring in. And Blue is going to be well over 100. We're approaching 200, 198 for the Red Alliance. Blue will be up for the first shift. Meanwhile, 254 pouring it in during the transition period. We've got 604 attempting to answer, nearly 300 points, and the Red Alliance hasn't even had its first shift. Blue still putting in a ton. 2073 sitting in the corner, shooting from that far distance. 1868 lining up their double turret, scoring. They managed to get it together after they broke in the last match. And the Red Alliance is on. 1323 chewing up fuel up in the corner. 254 shooting as well. 1868 it looks like they are going to try to poach, steal fuel, and try to deprive 1323 of fuel. 254 coming back to score. It's 450 points. They're going to be approaching close to 500. They hit 500 in that world record match, and they're very close to it. We could see another world record match here. Meanwhile, on the Blue Alliance, they're going to be closing in on 400 points already. 604 scoring from the far edge along with 2073, 6238 trying to slow down the Blue Alliance, but the Blue Alliance is closing the gap. They're going to actually start closing in on the red. Now it's the Red Alliance pouring in. 1868 again trying to starve fuel from 254, pulling out of the corner. 1323 just drifting along the wall. 254 scoring as well. 6238's busy on the other side, poaching, trying to steal from the Blue Alliance. And we're getting down to the end of the Red Alliance. They're at 650 points. And we start that final phase. It's about 150 points, 250 points to get to the world record. They're at reaching 700. They have 20 seconds left. 1323 scoring as well. 6238 attempting to add to that score. And we are going to hit 800 for the Red Alliance. The Blue Alliance is at 600. They're well past the world record for an alliance that's been on the low end of the score, and they are going to have 831 points. We're going to see what the score is. They are in with hailing distance of the world high score, depending on what happened in that last bit. But the Blue Alliance, very few alliances have ever scored 666 points. And you saw them lose. This is an amazing start to this competition. I'm going to throw you up to the desk in just a minute. Wait for this score. And here it comes. What did they do? The Red Alliance winning with 869 points. World high score. And Alliance 8 scoring 707 points. This is by far the world high score combined between two matches. And to say more about this is the analyst desk.
An incredible start to our playoffs here at the Northern California District Championship, a new event high score, and probably a world record combined high score there. Absolutely incredible from both alliances. Break it down for us, Aiden and Dave. What do we see?
I believe that may be the new world high score pre-penalties, hitting at 854. That was an insane match, triple offense against triple offense. If we can get into the replay viewer a little bit here and kind of talk about that match just a bit. One of the things that we really liked seeing in this Triple O was how the teams were positioning themselves. So we watched them all kind of cluster around the center, and something that Red Alliance had pretty down pat was the trade-off of 254 to 1323 and kind of taking turns in their Alliance zone. 6238, the Popcorn Penguins, feeding them and keeping them stuffed with fuel the entire time, the whole field looking like a popcorn machine.
Yeah, I mean, it was really cool to see both alliances go poach each other. I mean, you saw Popcorn going over and getting the stuff done, and then you got, you know, Alliance 8 just doing their thing.
Alliance 8 doing their thing. One of the things I think could be improved for Alliance 8 as they continue their run now through the lower bracket. Watching them as they go into their on phase. We're just going to skip forward a little bit here. All three blue robots are shooting at the same time, which leaves 254 and 1323 available to take all the blue fuel now coming through. There's nobody to receive. There's nobody to inbound back to their alliance. Meanwhile, for red, there's always somebody in the center keeping the cycles going. As soon as we get into this transition shift here, you'll notice that the Popcorn Penguins then move their way back into the center field and keep things flowing. They're not getting where they need to be up close. The bigger robots have shoved them out, but you know, we'll see how this continues as we go into our next playoffs match coming right up.
707, certainly no bad score there from the Blue Alliance. We'll be excited to see them in our lower bracket coming up. But next we have playoff match number 2, which will see Alliance 4 versus Alliance 5. So let's throw it back to the Morgan field to get those teams introduced.
On the field now, upper bracket, Alliance 4 is in red, 5 in blue. This is their first appearance in the playoffs. 846.
They were a captain at the Aerospace District event from San Jose Limbrook High School. It's the Funky Monkeys.
Playing with the Funky Monkeys. Our captains, 3045.
They were a finalist at Pinnacles from San Mateo, Junipero Serra High School. It's the Gear Gremlins.
And rounding out this alliance, 581.
They won the Pinnacles District event from San Jose High School. It's Blazing Bulldogs.
Alliance 5 starts with Team 971.
They were at a finalist at the Humboldt District this year from Mountain View High School. It's Spartan Robotics.
Alliance partners 3256.
They were an impact winner at the East Bay District event this year from San Jose Valley Christian High School. It is Warrior Boards.
And Alliance captains 972.
They were a finalist at East Bay District event from Las Gatos High School. It's Iron Claw.
Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go!
Thought you saw fireworks in the last match. This is even going to be more so. Two very well matched alliances going to put up big scores. And we've got 2 red robots, 2 blue robots, all out in the middle, trying to score as much as they can during the autonomous period. The red alliance ahead right now, but blue could be catching up. Red putting up almost 130 points in the auto. Blue at 102. It's going to be blue up first for the shift, but they are going to score for the first 10 seconds in transition. 30-45 putting up a load along with 581. Over on the Blue Alliance side, they've started scoring 32-56, doing what it does best, putting in a stream of shots. Blue still catching up. They're going to be pulling ahead of the Red Alliance when that shift ends. They have another 10 seconds left. Meanwhile, over on the Red Alliance, they are getting ready for their shift as well. 846 has been poaching all season, and that's what they're doing this time. Now it's Red, 30-45 starting off, picking up more fuel. Red catching up. They're now even with Blue. We've got 2 blue robots poaching from the red zone, trying to starve that alliance, both 971 and 972. 846 working on the other side to do the same. 32-56 has a load that they're coming back with, and the blue is back in play for their second shift. 30-45 and 581 colliding in the middle, slowing each other down, but 971 is going to come back and put up yet more yellow fuel into the hub. Blue catching up again. This is a seesaw battle, as we would expect between the 4 and 5 alliances. 30-45 is now on tap. 971 comes over, pushes 581 back into the corner. 972 locking down the other red alliance member on the other side. Blue on red, blue on red. 32-56 loading up in the middle, getting ready for their last shift. It's going to be a real dogfight here between these 2 alliances. We're into our last 30 seconds. They're both on. Red is ahead, 435 to 395. Can blue make up that gap? They have the firepower to do it. 32-56 shooting from the corner. Meanwhile, red out, gathering more fuel in the neutral zone. They were starved of fuel during going into that last final, but red is still ahead, 530 to 460. We've got Bulldogs shooting, we've got Gremlins shooting, we've got Funky Monkeys passing, and that's the end of the match. Red pulling ahead at the end, but we'll see what happens in this final score. here it comes. Our final score is going to be the Red Alliance winning in this match. 619 to 485. And so the Red Alliance advances into the upper bracket, the blue descending into the lower bracket. And we'll have the analyst desk tell us more about that match.
Alliance 4 versus Alliance 5 is often a very close match, being so close in the rankings and in those selections. And this match was fairly close in the end. Aiden, what did you see?
Well, it looked like from the start it was kind of a rough game. Just everybody fighting for that fuel in the center. Lots of heavy collisions, and blue really not starting off strong, but the fuel does start to come through, and it is only a 20-point deficit for blue. But as we see, kind of as blue goes on the offensive, there's a lot of the robots bumping and shoving each other. In this case, 846 starting to play some defense, but then you see Warrior Borgs and 972 right here, both trapped in the same area by the same defender with 9 seconds on the clock, neither of them able to access fuel. So this seems like a bit of a positioning error for the moment. I don't know if that's 846 kind of dragging somebody around, but it's not quite the position that they want to be ending up in. Meanwhile, Red still having that power in their distance from one another. You can see them each taking a corner between 3045 and 581, splitting the difference, making it impossible for one defender to get them. And so instead, Blue's got to send two.
Yeah, the Blue Alliance definitely had a little bit of a dynamic mismatch. We saw them kind of come in and out when they're not supposed to. 972 or 971 did seem to have something going on with the intake, but the good news is they're still in the lower bracket. They have a chance to keep fighting.
Still anyone's game going on. It's a double Elam bracket for a reason. Everybody's going to see new opponents, and the strategies will have to adapt, and so will the alliances.
Coming up next, we're going to see Alliance 2 versus Alliance 7. What does Alliance 7 need to bring to this match in order to come away as the victor, as the underdog?
They need to know the regional territory of where sea otters typically live, because I think that 66-65 is going to camp one of the two bumps, and the Blue Alliance does need to be able to dodge them. Sea otters not going to be doing a whole lot of scoring themselves, but they will have the potential to turn this into a 2v2 or a 1v2 for the Red Alliance if they're lucky. So there's going to be some interesting dynamics, not the same triple O we've been seeing for the past two games.
Yeah, I think the Black Horse is going to be 69-62, and it's going to be exciting to see how they perform.
With that, let's send it back to the field for playoff match number 3.
All right, on the field here, Alliance 2 in red, 7 in blue, upper bracket, first meeting. Let's meet the teams playing the dance, baby. 6-6-6-5.
They won the Silicon Valley District from Monterey and Santa Catalina School. It's Sea Otters.
Their partner, 1678.
They won 2 district events, actually with both teams on their alliance from Fremont and the basis independent Fremont community. It's Control, Alt, Defeat.
That's 9470.
And 9470 was the Control, Alt, Defeat. Excuse me, and 1678, they switched on me. Whereas Citrus Circuits has won 10 Einstein championships. They are from Davis.
Over on blue, we start with team 6962.
They are from the Con Lab in Mountain View. They were an alliance captain at East Bay. It's Ontaries.
Joining them, 2813.
They were a finalist at Pinnacles from Saratoga and Prospect High School. It's Gearheads.
And team 4698.
And they are from Sacramento's Rio Americano High School. It's Raider Robotics.
Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go!
Let's see what this Red Alliance does. They have 2 robots that put together a world high score at the Half Moon Bay District event. Blue out there with 2813, but they are beached 4698, who also scores a lot in auto, trying to make up the difference. but red is going to come out ahead. 94-70 getting beached at the end, but they both end up in the transition zone with 160 points, which is really a powerful auto score. They're ready to come back, and in that 10 seconds, they're both going to shoot up high. Meanwhile, blue is getting ready for their first shift. 28-13, scoring up high in the hub as well, and it is Sea Otters overplaying defense, just as was predicted. 16-78 loading up along with 94-70, but blue is going to try to keep up. Blue trying to close that gap. 46-98 scoring fuel, but they've got Sea Otters all over them. 28-13 back again out, loading up and ferrying. Red is on. 16-78 scraping from the far wall. 69-62's role is to poach and ferry fuel out of the Red Alliance to try to starve them. They're shooting the full distance of the field. Meanwhile, 16-78 and 94-70 scoring. They're going to be at 400 points at the end of their shift. 28-13 now on with two red robots in their zone. 94-70 now ferrying out of the Blue Alliance. 16-78 picking up in the middle, but the two blue robots attempting to close that gap. 28-13 now up high as well. 69-62 is now in the red zone while they are trying to score, but they are slowing down 16-78, who lines up at the tower and puts in a full load, as well as 94-70. Red trying to heap on more of a score. They're past 500 points with less than 10 seconds to go in their match. 69-62 still working on ferrying. Citrus Circuits coming back with a full load as well at the buzzer. We've got 94-70 also shuttling back a load. There goes 16-78 high. The Blue Alliance scoring up high as well. They're going to get past 300 points. Red past 600 right now. 94-70 coming back with a full load. 16-78 with a full load. 7 seconds left. They might get to 700 points between them. They've got 2 seconds left. They put up that last shot. Does it get through at the end? We're going to see if they made the 700-point mark when we get that score. Our score is going to be the Red Alliance winning with 698 points, and the Blue Alliance scoring 432.
$260 points separating these two alliances. What did we see out there?
For sure. You know, it's a hard one. It's 2v7. It's a pretty big disparity there in the picking, but, you know, Alliance 7 definitely coming out and giving it their all. We saw some defense for the first time in these playoff matches. Most teams have been running 000, but our number 2 seed with their third pick, or the third robot on their alliance, chose 66-65, probably the best defense robot at this event, and we saw what they could do by limiting that blue score.
Yeah, they definitely got away in the Blue Alliance. It's hard when you're 7. You just have less firepower available to you when you're picking. And so blue is playing to the best of their ability. We might want to see a little bit more feeding when we're in the non-scoring periods, but they're doing the best they can. It's just hard when your robots are just not as powerful as those top 1 and 2 robots.
One thing I did like seeing from the Blue Alliance, for the most part, those robots did try to not cross over to their own alliance side as much as possible. They did some feeding. 28-13 has the full capability to run under the trench, instead passing the fuel underneath just to not risk angering the Sea Otters. Very territorial Sea Otters. And just make sure that the fuel is flowing, and then only risking jumping when they can do so with teammates. It's a coordinated push to make sure that you can't stop all of us. 2 of us will be able to score, while the third one maybe has to play rough with you a little bit.
For sure, and we see Antares on the other side trying to get some of that fuel out of the way for the Red Alliance, just to help them out, right? Clean up their area. But it's just, we're going to see how they do in the lower bracket.
Well, this is going to be an exciting one for sure. Sarah, what have we got?
Well, coming up in playoff match 4, the final match of our first round in these playoffs, we are going to see Alliance 3 go up against Alliance 6. It's
Now,
going
can
to
I
be
jump
a close
in?
one.
Can I jump in?
Yeah, go for it.
Now, 60, 36, and 8, they have a history together. They are both students from the Palo Alto area. Similarly, 50, 26 and 59, 40, both students from the San Mateo area. So we have a lot of neighbor v. neighbor going on in this event.
We also have neighbor with neighbor, 5940 and 6036, both sharing a practice field, coordinating those practice times. Again, at the Bloomhouse practice field, these two pairing up and practicing, they know what they're doing. Let's see their synergy out in the field right now.
Upper bracket, 3v6, their first appearance on the Morgan playoff stage. Let's meet the team, 60-36.
They were finalists at 2 district events this year. From the community team in Palo Alto, it's Peninsula Robotics.
This team is hot, 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 3501.
They won the Impact Award at Glendale this year. From the Fremont High School in Sunnyvale, it's Firebots.
Rising up, baby, rising up, 5940.
And they won 2 district events themselves at Design Tech High School in Redwood City. It's Bread.
Over on blue, we start off with Team 8.
They won the Contra Costa district this year. From Palo Alto High School, it's Pali Robotics.
Their alliance partners, 841.
They won their first blue banner at the East Bay district this year. From Richmond High School, it's the Biomex.
And of course, 5026.
They are the defending world champion. From Burlingame High School, it's Iron Panthers.
Drivers, behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go!
And again, we have 2 powerful alliances facing off against each other. 50-26 and 59-40, both on an alliance that scored over 800 points during quals yesterday. We have the Red Alliance and the Blue Alliance. They are going neck to neck. They still are pouring in shots. Let's see who ends up winning the autonomous. Blue closing at the end and pulling it out. Blue winning 66-61. So it will be Red who will be up first for their shift. Meanwhile, Blue is scoring in the transition period. 8:41 pouring in, adding another 45 points before their shift even begins. Red Alliance now on with Blue ahead, adding to their lead. 8:41 scoring from the corner. And 6:36 attempting to ferry out of that Blue Alliance area. 8 getting ready to play defense. When it's Red's turn, Red is on. They have 150 points to make up in order to close that gap on the Blue Alliance. 8 pushing 59-40 around, really slowing them down. It's going to be a difficult task for Red to make up this gap unless they are able to really put on a lot of score, but Blue is really harassing them. Blue now up for their next shift. We've got 50-26 loading up in the center, 8 coming back, bulldozing in, feeding 841, who's using that turret to just consistently score all the way across. They go under the tower, and they are ready to start shooting again. Blue adding to their lead. Red now on 3501. The Firebots putting up yet more fuel. All 3 red robots coming back to try to score, but they have 2 blue robots in their zone, stealing fuel, trying to starve them out. 59-40, putting up another score. They're going to be running down to the end, but they're still about 80 points behind as we enter the end game shift. All 3 red robots now ready to shoot. We've got 60-36 going out to clean up from all the fuel coming out of their hub. Blues lead now shrinking. Red closing on blue. We'll see, does red have enough time to make up? They're 20 points behind. They're still closing. Blue pulling ahead just a little bit, but red dumping another low. We're down the last 3, 2, 1 second. This match is too close to call at the end. We have our score. Who was it that won this match? And it's going to be the Blue Alliance. They hold on at the end, 495 to 486. We'll toss it to the analyst desk to tell us more about how that match went.
Our first upset of the bracket, and possibly one of our closest matches all day. Aiden, show us the instant replay.
Yeah, let's go and bring it up here. So autonomous, kind of chaotic for everybody involved. So we watch this rush come into the center in just a moment here. So the teams all make this blitz, pushing each other left and right. 3501 notably makes a slower approach. They are a bigger robot trying to come over the trench here, and they end up colliding with a partner even after the delay. And so 6036 gets held up a little. 3501 though, the Firebots, they do manage to bring it back. They come over the bump, the only team scoring at this point in the auto, and the score starts to even up. Red not quite able to get over the bump, but Red does win off of the auto score, not including any sort of other modifiers. And so 6036 cleans it up, and Red does manage to take the lead despite the clutter there.
So now if we skip to the end of the match, you can see here Bread does something incredibly smart at the end. They run a short cycle, so they don't actually empty out their whole hopper. They get it kind of half empty, and then they run back out to the middle, get a full hopper so that way they can get in that full load at the very end. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite enough to put them over the edge, but we know this isn't the last we're going to see of this Red Alliance. They have a chance in the lower bracket. I'm sure they're going to be talking as an alliance and getting those autos coordinated better, and we'll see another high score coming from them.
And just to point out to Blue, I think this is the first time we've seen 3 robots go into the neutral zone during auto on a single alliance. And so very smartly played by them, shows a lot of coordination, and just one thing that helped them win that match.
So looking ahead, we're now starting to enter the lower bracket. Our first 4 playoffs matches are done. So the alliances that lost their first match will now begin to match up. Playoff match 5, we've got Alliance 8 here in blue, Alliance 8 here in red against Alliance 5 here in blue. How are we feeling about this matchup? We had some crazy scores coming out of red here.
I mean, Space Cookies and Quicksilver, that's a great team up. They're putting up a lot of high scores. Quicksilver finally dialed in on their robot. So I'm looking at a lot of high scores by them. What about our Blue Alliance?
Blue Alliance 3256, 972, and 971. As we mentioned earlier, a little bit of that coordination, synchronization needs to happen. Triple turret does have a lot of viability here. But Sarah, you noticed something very interesting about the Red Alliance despite their loss in match 1.
For sure. They scored 707 points. That is the highest losing score in all of Rebuilt. It is also the 22nd highest score in the season, and it would have beat any score on the rest of the matches. So very interested to see what Alliance 8 can do here on the red. Let's send it to the field to see how it plays out.
All right, on the field, we are in the lower bracket, 8 in red, 5 in blue. You scored over 700 points. And you lost. That is crazy. Yes, but you're still excited because you're going to win this one. 2073 is here.
It's Eagle Force.
1868.
It's the Space Cookies.
And 604.
Quicksilver.
Over in blue, 971.
Spartan Robotics.
3256.
It's the Warrior Board.
And Team 972.
Team Iron Claw.
Drivers, behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off. We're in lower bracket, round 2, match 5 here. Immediately off the bat, 604 running into 3256. Red Alliance showing us very high scores here, but the Warrior Borgs, they aren't going to let that stream of fuel stop. Red Alliance is going to make up for it. It looks like the Red Alliance won this autonomous period, which means we're going to hand it over to the Blue Alliance to start with. Immediately, all 6 robots in a mess right into center field, getting as much fuel away from the other. It's going to be a game of attrition here. How many pieces of fuel can we steal from another side? We're seeing that a lot. Fuel going left and right across the field. Red Alliance starting to score for the last few seconds. 10 seconds of their last control. 3256, shooting and scoring in a constant stream of fuel. It's now the Red Alliance's turn. They're going to shoot, and we're going to have 972 and 971 playing defense. They're playing the goal of starving the Red Alliance. It is the most important thing right now to take all the fuel away from these guys as possible. If they are able to, they're able to slow down their point outtake. It's critical, especially when you have an alliance such as Alliance number 8, was able to score 700 and still lose. It's the Blue Alliance now, 3256, showing a constant stream. The Red Alliance are going to step up. They're going to start starving the Blue Alliance now. They saw it work against them, so why wouldn't it work against the Blue? And they're learning that. They figured that out. They're doing that here with 5 seconds of Blue Alliance control before Red Alliance gets over again. 604, high centering. This is not looking great for the Red Alliance, but they were able to get over eventually. 972 throwing fuel away from the Red Alliance. Red Alliance is starved of fuel here. They are drying up, but they're still able to keep a decent score. A lot of fuel being thrown over top of the sides of the walls. It's almost into the final 30 seconds. These guys are neck and neck, 830, 386 and 386. 30 seconds remaining in the match. 1868 lining their shots up. Same with the Warrior Borgs over on the Blue Alliance. 3256 and 1680. 2073 and 604 both scoring. This is an incredibly close match. 480 to 480. 490 to 490. Blue Alliance keeping a slight lead ahead. 8 seconds remaining. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Game. we have our final results, and the winner is the Blue Alliance. With a score of 575 to Red 550, the Blue Alliance does win, and they're going to make it to lower bracket round 3, match 10. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance is eliminated and tied for 7th place. Let's get a huge round of applause for 2073, 604, and 1868. And with that, we'll send it over to the analyst desk.
Alliance 5 versus Alliance 8. Alliance 5 taking the victory there. Aiden, how did it happen?
Well, we can take a look at the autonomous period here. It did look like the Warrior Borgs and 604 both trying some strategies of going very deep here in the autonomous phase, trying to rush kind of into opposite territory and grab what's coming out of the hub. 604 spending a lot more time in the center and then cleaning it up with their full hopper, which they did seem to unload. So Red off to a very strong start, 137 to 124, a lot tighter than they would like for sure.
And, on the Blue Alliance, we're seeing 32-56 react or, return that favor from 604, also with that deep autonomous sweep of the fuel. One thing we're noticing in the playoffs is this game is shifting. It's shifting from, a game played in the Alliance zones to a game played in the middle. And one thing we noticed about Alliance 5 in this match, there's a lot of times where it's 5 robots over in the red zone. Red's not repeating that, going back into the blue zone to steal that fuel. And that might have been what made the difference for Red versus Blue.
Yeah, if we look at this Red scoring cycle here, I just want to note that all 3 Red robots are here trying to take shots at the same time into the hub, but 972 and their partners, 971 here, are both attempting to steal any rebounds, anything that's there to deny the stockpile. So it's FRC bots in an FTC space. It's just so much chaos going on in that little small cramped area. Red starting to try and pull ahead, and they have it for a moment. 1868, super big heads-up play running across the field to try and stop 3256. Unfortunately, 971 getting a huge sweep of fuel that's from the center, and because the gameplay has moved out of the center, the fuel has now started to congregate.
And 3256 spending the entirety of the red shift filling up that hopper. They have one of the biggest hoppers at this event. That looks like it's holding a lot of fuel, and that's going to work in their favor.
Well, coming up in match 6, we're going to see Alliance 3 versus Alliance 7. We're continuing in our lower bracket. What does Alliance 7 need to bring here in order to pull out a victory?
I think Alliance 7 really does have it figured out when it comes to the positioning of the different teams. I think they were just a little skittish around defense, which I don't anticipate them needing to see out of Blue. Blue is very much trying to go for a triple offense run, and they can do it, just kind of stumbling upon themselves in the process with some stuck robots. But that's all solvable stuff. We'll throw it down to the field for our next match, playoffs match number 6. Let's see the next Alliance to make it on.
All right, while we wait for these teams to set up on the field, just a safety reminder. We need to remind all the teams, you know where you're allowed to go in this building, where you're not allowed to go. For safety reasons, please do not go up to the catwalk. Mentors, coaches, make sure you know where your team members are. They should not be up in the catwalk or on the roof of this building. Let's meet the teams in red, 69-62.
It's Antares.
28-13.
It's the Gearheads.
And rounding out red, 46-98.
It's Raider Robotics.
Over on blue, we have Alliance 3, starting off with team 60-36.
Peninsula Robotics.
Alliance partners, 35-01.
It's the Fire Bots.
And of course, 59-40.
Team Bread.
Drivers, behind the line. 3, 2, 1. We've got a... Okay, we're gonna try that again. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off. They started with lower bracket. Round 2, match 6, 28-13. Immediately stuck on some fuel. This is not great for them. The Blue Alliance, they're going to use this their advantage. They're going to take an early lead here during autonomous. 6-9-6-2, Team Antares shooting fuel from the backside of the court. The Blue Alliance is going to take their lead here. 133 to Red 68. Blue Alliance winning this one means the Red Alliance is going to have to go first. They're going to have to expend all their fuel. They have to be careful, though, because we've seen the Blue Alliance. We've seen their tactics. We know that they're going to go over and they're going to steal every little bit of fuel away from the Red Alliance as possible while defending on their way back. 28-13, the Gearheads making short work of that. They're going to keep shooting into their hub. They keep collecting fuel. Meanwhile, 60-36, Peninsula Robotics. They're going to fight back against it. It's the Blue Alliance's turn, 6-9-6-2. They are trying to block off Team Bread, but they're struggling. Antares, they've got a nice intake there, but 35-04 or 35-01, they're going to be fighting back and shooting and scoring. 60-36, a very strong strategy of waiting till they give the fuel to them and sending it back into the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance taking about a 200-point lead here, 180 to 28-13, playing a strong role here in these matches. 60-36, looks like they lost the camera. This is not great for them, or a motor, we're not quite sure, but the Red Alliance, this is in their favor. It's going to make them a little bit weaker. And where's the robot? Oh, 28-13. They lost their bumper. They are down. This is good for the Blue Alliance. Terrible for the Red Alliance. Team Antares, now they have to make up for this loss. The Blue Alliance, they're fighting to keep that score high. The Red Alliance, they're fighting like they need it, and they do. 8 seconds until global control here. 60-36. Taking that fuel, they didn't need that, whatever broke off, thankfully for them, but it's a final 30 seconds. We've got Team 46-98, Raider Robotics putting fuel into their depot. 66-62 or 69-62, stuck against Team Bread. They're blocking their access to fuel. Either that or Team Bread decided they want to start playing defense. Let 35-01. The Firebots take the spotlight here. 5 seconds remaining in the match. It's a 300-point difference, 200-point difference between the two, and that's game. We have our final results, and the winner is the Blue Alliance with a score of 535 to 321. The Red Alliance goes to lower bracket round 3, match 9. Meanwhile, Alliance 7 is eliminated in a tie for 7th place. Let's hear a huge round of applause for 28-13, 46-98, and 69-62. And with that, we're going to hand it back over to the analyst desk.
Alliance here. Lots of little hiccups coming on. Eventually, Blue Alliance just starting to run away with the game due to some unfortunate accidents, but also incredible coordination step up from them.
Absolutely, especially there in the autonomous period. We saw 3501 run a very different autonomous mode coming out of the center and not trying to cross into the neutral zone, staying in their own alliance zone. that left it up to Bread and Peninsula to duke it out in the middle. They still had a little bit of synchronization issues in their second pass, but I'm sure they're going to work on getting that cleaned up as we go into the next match here.
Yeah, Bread and Pally. Oh, I guess we're moving on to the next match. Okay, so anyways, Bread and Peninsula, you know, they're doing a little bit of a tango, a little bit head-on-head. We want more of a ballet, right? Skirting past each other, kind of like ice skaters in the night. So hoping to see some more as we move on. But they are doing this to show, hey, listen, this is why we're Alliance 3, right? They should be showing a dominant performance. And 3501, fully functional. It's amazing to see what that robot can do, really helping that Alliance. At one point, I totally missed when Brad and Peninsula switched roles because I just had so much fun watching 3501 do what they do and do it well.
I actually like this long distance tango. So 60-36, spending active shifts for their alliance on blue, just sending the fuel all the way back over from the red side of the field. They got a full court shot, not afraid to use it. 3501 getting their time to shine and kind of redeem themselves from the last match, getting as much fuel as possible in coordination with Bread. But then, yeah, as you pointed out, Katie, there comes a point where 60-36 and Bread do a bit of a trade-off as we get towards the end of this match. You'll see the blue robot here, 60-36, starting to move back, and then Bread begins to do a bit of a blitz across the field and try and hold off Red as much as possible, maintain the lead where they can.
Yeah, love to see a good strategy shift, but let's look at our next match.
Next up, match 7. We have two great alliances coming up, so let's send it over to the field and see how they play.
On the field, we're back in the upper bracket. Neither alliance has a loss. Alliance 1 in red, 4 in blue. Let's meet alliance number 1 one more time. 62-38.
That would be the Popcorn Penguins.
Next, the Popcorn Penguins, 13-23.
And that is Madtown Robotics.
And our team captain, 254.
And it's the Cheesy Poofs.
Over on blue, 846.
That's the Funky Monkeys.
Alliance captains, 3045.
Gear Gremlins.
And team 581.
And that's the Blazing Bulldogs.
Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go!
Can the Red Alliance duplicate what they did in the first match? Or is the Blue Alliance going to slow them down enough to make this truly competitive? The Red Alliance scoring up high. This is a very close auto routine, but the Red Alliance getting up to 120, coming up with another round. Blue Alliance putting up well over 100 themselves. The score still going up, Red Alliance ahead, 193 to 123. The Blue Alliance will have the first shift, but the Red Alliance still putting in during the transition period, adding to that high score. Blue Alliance now their turn to try to close that gap. They are within 90 points of the Red Alliance. That's something that they can do in their shift. Popcorn Penguins also poaching out of the Blue Alliance. Meanwhile, 846 shuttling down from the Red Alliance. They are going to try to pull more of that fuel out of the Red Alliance zone. That's what 846 did very effectively during the matches, and they were just very desirable for that trade. Can they starve the Red Alliance? The Red up to 360 points right now in their alliance. They keep on racking up that score. They'll probably be at over 400 at the end of their shift. And the Blue Alliance will have to see if they can make up that large margin at the end. We've got the Blue Alliance now on tap. 581 scraping the far wall. 3045 Gear Gremlins having put up a round into the Blue Alliance as well. Blue at closing in on 500 points themselves at the end of this shift. We'll see if they can make up that margin. Red now coming back. They are now shooting up high, starting with over close to 500 points already in this match. They go past 5:50, 45 seconds left in the match. 8:46 trying to push them away from the tower. 581 coming over and poaching as well. We're down to the last 2 seconds, and we are now all in for both alliances. Red ahead with about 610 to 420 for the blue. 1323 scoring from under the tower. Not many balls on the Red Alliance side, so they have to spend time gathering out of the neutral zone. 846 being effective, but not quite enough. 3045 now putting up a load into the blue hub. We'll wait to see from 581 to put up their load as well. Red now approaching 800. We'll see how close they get at the end of this match. Comes our winning score. It's going to be Red Alliance with 796 points. And Alliance 4, the Blue Alliance with 551. The Blue Alliance will now go down into the lower bracket into match 9, and the Red Alliance will advance in the upper bracket to match 11. And now let's hear from the analyst desk.
Alliance 1 showing us why they're Alliance 1, but Alliance 4 still has another chance in that lower bracket. Aiden, what's something you want to show us?
Yeah, I really did like the Blue Alliance's strategy coming into this. They have the turret bot going long, trying to make sure that the fuel is able to cross field. You watch these incredibly high arcs coming from 846. Meanwhile, 3045 and 581 claiming the space in the center and trying to run it back. The fuel flow is actually very, very good as we get to that Blue Alliance side. But the Popcorn Penguins jumping in, trying to react to where blue is going to go in order to make sure that the fuel is centered. 846 doing everything that they can over here. They almost camp Red Alliance aside the entire time. And when it comes to 254 trying to come back through, it's monkeys in the middle, just defending them in the trench and not allowing them to come through, slowing down those cycles, not nearly as huge of a score as we saw the first time around for Alliance 1.
And
And that's one of the things that having a robot like 846 on your alliance gives you the flexibility of. They are a defense robot that can play defense, but they can also hoover up fuel, get it into their hopper, away from the Red Alliance as scoring options, and then over to the Blue Alliance with those incredibly long and accurate full field shots.
But I think 62-38 showing the most flexibility, their ability to play defense, go run a scoring cycle, come back, play some defense. You know, those are the types of choices that are going to work really well in Alliance 1's favor.
Yeah, absolutely. 62-38, Popcorn Penguins, what a fantastic choice by the First Alliance, and they've really been proven their worth in these games. 800 plus points the first time, almost 800 the second time. Alliance 1 going to continue putting up score after score, and we'll see Alliance, the Funky Monkeys, Gear Gremlins, and Blazing Bulldogs again later on.
Well, moving on to playoff match 8, we have the second alliance of 1678, 9470, and 6665 going up against, I believe, the 6th alliance. Is that correct? Alliance 6, 841, and 5026. Really, really great performance. The Blue Alliance able to pull off the upset earlier on. Let's see if they can do it again as we go on back to the Morgan Field.
On the field, Alliance 2 in red, 6 in blue, both undefeated so far in the playoffs. Let's meet them. Otter time, 6665.
That is the Sea Otters.
Next to the Sea Otters, 1678.
And that's Citrus Circuits.
And their partners, Control Alt Delete, 9470.
Control Alt Defeat.
Over on Alliance 6, we start with Team A.
Pally Robotics.
Joining them, 841.
It's the Biomex.
And 5026.
Iron Panthers.
behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, 2v6. Red now trying to see if they can put up a big score, but blue really disrupting the auto for the Red Alliance. We'll see if Red can still pull ahead. Red scoring more. They're going to come back for a second pass. 94-70 putting up 16-78. Blue still close, but not quite close enough. It's going to be Red winning 120 to 103. So that it will be the Blue Alliance up, for Red still going back first to score in the transition. We'll see if all of their balls count. We've got Red ahead still with Blue having some problems. 50-26 stuck fuel surfing in the neutral zone. 8:41 freeing them. 16-78 ferrying back into the Red Alliance zone, as well as 94-70. Meanwhile, over on the Blue Alliance side, 8:41 firing from its familiar spot in the corner. 50-26 also trying to shoot, but they were too delayed. Now 16-78 is going to be loading up, and 94-70 shooting from the tower. 16-78 still loading up to come back and score in the Red Alliance zone. Over on that blue side, the Pally Robotics trying to close out 16-78. 16-78 finally getting off a shot. Red Alliance ahead, but they have only a 100-point cushion right now as the blue has its turn. 8:41 again shooting into that hub. 66-65 trying to slow down that robot. They've got 8:41 blocked into the tower, forcing them around. 50-26 trying to pick up as well. Pally Robotics trying to pull fuel out, and now it's Red Alliance. 16-78 wedging up against the trench, doing that trademark shot of theirs. Red still ahead, 16 seconds to go in this match. We've got 94-70. It looks like they might have fuel jammed into their hopper, though. We'll see what they can do in order to keep this going. 16-78 comes back and shoots a load to maintain that lead, and now both alliances are free to run into this endgame. 16-78 shooting, 94-70 trying to unjam their intake. They are scattering the fuel in the center in order to prevent the Blue Alliance from gaining more. 665 trying to slow down the Blue Alliance on the other side. Red just about to reach 400 points, but Blue still only 70 points down. 4 seconds left. Red finally starting to pull away at the end, and we will get our final score. Here it comes. And it's going to be the Red Alliance winning with 432 to 368. So the Red Alliance will advance to match 11. And the Blue Alliance, we will be dropping down to the lower bracket in match 10.
94-70 showing excellent resilience throughout that match with a bit of a broken hopper. They've been an amazing team all season. I got the chance to talk to them a little bit a couple of weeks ago. Let's learn a little bit more about who they are and how they're so resilient.
Hi, I'm Tycho, and I'm the team captain of 94-70 Control Alt Defeat, and this is our lab workspace. So this team started 3 years ago right here in this garage, and so basically I was with my other captain, Krish, and I was looking into robotics, and I wanted to find all these, I wanted to find something that we could do together to basically learn more about robots, because that was something that I thought just was really exciting. I got him, and we bought a kit of parts, chassis, and we pulled together some money, and then we just built it over the summer. And since then, we moved from the kit bot, and we learned Swerve in our first year. So as we've sort of grown, we're still, in this garage space, but we've accumulated a lot of tools and a lot of knowledge through students that are just really passionate about, I think, what they're doing. The thing that I'm most proud of with this team is that we created this, I think, community that is just really excited about engineering, about doing robotics, and about having a good time. And that has been really special for me.
Hello, I'm Milton, and I lead design on Team 94-70.
So I'm going to start with the intake in terms of changes. One thing we wanted to change about the intake is its repairability. It was really difficult to replace when it did break at both Half Moon Bay and at Silicon Valley. So what we did to change that was to have an intermediate shoulder plate here, where this shoulder plate is connected to the sprocket inside, and the intake plate is connected by just 3 bolts on either side. We swapped out the whole shooter. During our first competitions, we realized all the fundamental issues with just doing a triple shooter. Balls that were inside our feeder here took forever to get to the actual shooter, which slowed down our BPS. And then that's why we switched over to the drum, where we lowered the compression on the feeder, and we have this full wide drum now, so emptying out our hopper only takes like 2 to 3 seconds.
We are 9470. Control Alt Defeat.
Thank you for that Control Alt Defeat. Up next, we have match 9. We got Alliance 3 versus Alliance 4. This is going to be a close one. I'm super excited for it.
I'm genuinely speechless seeing these teams at this point. They were having such a strong showing, and I feel a little scared that we might have to send one of these guys home. I mean, it's tough, right? This is what Northern California is looking like. The matches are getting tougher and tougher. The score differentials are going to get closer and closer. Let's see what these teams are able to do. Playoff match number 9 out on the Morgan Field in just a moment.
Down on the field, we're in the lower bracket, 4 in red, 3 in blue. Alliances need a win to stay alive in this tournament. You can do it. Keep smiling. 846.
It's the Funky Monkeys.
Next to the Funky Monkeys, 3045.
It's the Gear Gremlins.
And rounding out red, smiling, it's 581.
It's the Blazing Bulldogs.
Over on blue. Starting off at 60-36.
It's Peninsula Robotics.
Joining them, 3501.
It's the Firebots.
And of course, 5940.
Team Red.
Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off. Huge collision by 60-36 and 30-45 right off the bat. 581 and 30-45 both scoring, but it looks like the Funky Monkeys, 846, did get stuck in some fuel. That's going to be an advantage for the Blue Alliance. They've got to score some to keep up, but it looks like 30-45 and 581 are going to let that happen. The Red Alliance walks away with the first Alliance score, 159-105. This is a very, very strong match to begin. It's the Blue Alliance's turn. Team Bread's got a lot of work to cover here. They've got to make up almost 100 points here. It's 198-105. 581 going for the score here, getting fuel away, starting for the start of 59-40. 35-01, their turn to score, and Team Bread, it looks like they're having some excellent scoring here, but 30-45 is outscoring even Team Bread. Last week we saw Team Bread with the dual shooter, a dual turret shooter. Now we see him with a single dumper style robot. Super efficient, super practical. It works well. It's 8 seconds for the Red Alliance now. Collision by 30-45, trying to go underneath the trough. Doesn't look like it affected anything though. It's 25 seconds for the Blue Alliance control, 59-40. They want to get that score more neutral here. It's 58 points away from each other. 30-45, they're going to work on starving out the Blue Alliance. We've seen this prevailing technique. Instead of having to send a defender robot, they're sending out robots that can send fuel across the way. That's super important for them. It's now the Red Alliance's turn. They went even there for a second, but the Red Alliance, they said, no, we don't. They want to score more, and they did. It's once again 50 points away. 10 seconds remaining on the Red Alliance control for the Blue Alliance has to take over, and they have a lot of points to make up, almost 100 points in the end game, which starts now. Final 30 seconds. Don't touch him if you're on the tower. It's a lot of points lost if you do. The Funky Monkeys trying to find their way back to the mid zone. Team Bread trying to make up a lot of those points. It's 460-444. The Blue Alliance looks like they're going to make a quick return here. The Funky Monkeys trying to get fuel away from them. 476-470. It's within 10 seconds. 480-480. 490-490. 500-500. Blue Alliance taking a lead here. 3, 2, 1, game. All right, we have the final results. And the winner is the Blue Alliance. With a score of 568 to Red 536, the Blue Alliance advances to the lower bracket round 4 in match 12, while the Alliance 4 is eliminated in a tie for 5th. Let's hear a huge round of applause for 30-45, 58-1, and 8-46. And with that, let's send it over to the analyst desk.
Over 30 points in that match between those two alliances. Can I hear it again for the Red Alliance from the crowd? What a game from Alliance 4. 581, 30-45, 846. Valiant, valiant, valiant gameplay. Aiden, what happened there?
It was looking so scary at every second of that match. I think it was not certain who the winner was. Even at the end of the match, the points are coming through. People are cheering, and I see all the drive coaches going, wait, it's not over. It's not over. It's never over till it's over. Things were just so close the entire way through. Lots of different positioning, 846 and 6036, both trying to go long at different points. We saw 846 shifting a little to middle to try and shuttle and do more work, trying to undo the undoing of work from 6036, and it just wasn't enough. Missed it by that much, but my goodness, did Red put on one heck of a show here.
I mean, the switch in auto strategies from, quals to elims, we're seeing at the end of the auto strategy, everyone here has their robot facing the middle. It's like a hungry, hungry hippo situation, right? All those robots facing right in the middle, trying to gobble up all of that fuel. I mean, it really looked like Red had it for a good chunk of the match, but Blue Alliance at the very end with some well-placed.
Yeah, right here, the match is about to start, and you've got every single piece of fuel right in the middle, and you've got 4 hungry robots staring it down. What's about to happen as soon as this match starts? Aiden, press play on that replay. It's collision central as everybody races for it. Red slightly winning out, but Blue not letting them deter.
Yeah, I mean, when we see Blue continuing this strategy of sending 6036, their captain, over into the Red Alliance to try to hoover up that fuel, as you like to say, throw it over to the Blue. We have 3501 doing their job of just being another source of points, and it works out great. We find at the end, 6036 switches strategies and goes to the end for that final shift. And I think that's actually what did it for the Blue Alliance. Bread also had a well-timed giant hopper full of fuel And between those two things, they took it at the very last minute.
Like we've been talking about on the desk all event, you can't score fuel you don't have. And watch the amount of fuel on the blue side of the field versus the red side of the field as we head into the final seconds of this match. And look where it is. And as those critical seconds tick down on the clock, the fuel is all on those blue corners, and that's the difference maker. Blue scores fuel that red just simply does not have.
It's a real big push here from the Blue Alliance at the very end. Very close. You see the lead almost by 100 points by red, and blue just has all the resources available. We will start moving on to playoff match number 10 back on the Morgan Field, so don't go anywhere. We got lots more action coming your way.
All right, on the field, ready to roll. Alliance 6 in red, 5 in blue. Lower bracket, they need a win to stay in the tournament. Team number 8.
That's the Pally Robotics.
Next to Pally. 841.
Biomex.
And rounding up red 5026.
Iron Panthers.
Over on blue, 971.
Spartan Robotics.
Alliance Partners, 3256.
Warrior Boards.
And Alliance Captains, 972.
Iron Claw.
Drivers behind the line. Match 10 in 3. Let's try that again. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go!
And off we go. These two alliances well matched. They scored within 10 points of each other in the opening rounds of the matches in the playoffs. We have red shooting up high, but 841 caught fuel surfing in the middle of the field. Blue scoring as well on the other side. Blue pulling ahead. They're going to have a lead coming out of it, and it is going to be the Red Alliance who will be playing the first shift, but they first have the 10-second transition period in order to add to their score. Looks like Red is focused on getting fuel into their zone as well as the Blue Alliance. Now it's the Red Alliance's turn. They are going to be trying to score. No one yet in their zone. 50-26 rushing back with a full load. 971 on them. But 50-26 able to put up a score. 841 now going to set up in the corner. 972 not really able to push them out of the way. We're down to the last second, and we're over to the Blue Alliance side. Over on the other side, we have 32-56 scoring, as well as 50-26 adding to that score. Blue now catching up to the Red Alliance and pulling ahead down to the last 10 seconds of their shift. Red trying to prep for their upcoming opportunity, and here they go. 841 opening up, 50-26 starting on that red side. 971 now plowing up fuel. They're going to load up and then shuttle it back out of the opposing zone. The two red robots working hard, but 971 really slowing them down. Red not really able to take advantage of this particular shift with the harassment from Blue. 32-56 loaded up. Now they're going to go back over to the other side. We've got 972 scoring over there as well. All three blue robots attempting to score, and two red robots trying to slow them down, but not with much opportunity. Blue now pulling ahead as they start to head for the endgame shift. Blue will be having a 100-point advantage running into that final shift. Can red make up the difference? Red's going to really have to load up. 841, they have an opportunity to just shoot continuously during that shift, and they might be able to close the gap. They are making up some of it, but it's a large margin for the Blue Alliance. Blue 32-56 getting ready to load up. 971 scoring from the far side. 972, it looks like they're dead over on the red side. Red still not able to close up enough of the gap, and Blue will be carrying a margin into the end score of this match. Here's our score. And it will be the Blue Alliance winning 496 to 408. They will be advancing to match 12. And we want to have a big round of applause for our Red Alliance, Alliance 6, Team 8, 50-26 and 841.
There it goes. A very competitive match, 5 versus 6. We're getting a lot of one-offs here, right? 1 versus 2, 2 versus 3 type situations. Aiden, tell us more about it.
You know, it was really great to see the Blue Alliance come in with that synergy. Not too much to talk about, except I do want to point out 3256, the Warrior Borgs. I don't know if we found a robot that can hold more fuel. And looking at the replay of them, there's just one moment where they're trying to hold just it feels like a million fuel in their robot, and you just kind of see them go ba-dump, ba-dump, ba-dump over the bump, and just their robot literally swaying. But the Red Alliance has the lead. They're doing everything they can to bring all the fuel, and they know it's going to be this last-ditch effort, and they just push it all through, making sure that all the fuel can come over. I think they may have the record for like highest hopper capacity at this event. It just felt like it was infinite.
You could feel the extra weight of that fuel when that robot was driving.
Yeah, I felt heavy watching it. It was nuts.
Yeah, but our next match, we have the number 1.
Is it possibly our finals preview? We don't know. We have to see how it goes. But it's our number 1 seed versus our number 2 seed. It's Poofs versus Citrus. It's Madtown versus Control Alt Defeat. It's Penguins versus Sea Otters. It's super exciting, whatever is going to happen in this match. And the only way to find out is to throw it back to the field.
All right, during this break, let's take a look at the Safety Animation Award winners and finalists.
Always wear your gear, yeah, keep it tight. Use your tools safe, do it right. Keep it clean, keep it clear, don't let chaos lurk. Recycle that waste, make safety work. Turn off the lights, machines, and screens when you leave the shop. Keep it green, we work smart, we don't get hurt. 'Cause safety's first, safety's first.
Let's take a trip, dig deep, and uncover the ancient texts of safety and sustainability in the workshop. Using personal protective equipment in the workshop ensures the safety of all first teammates. It's important to always wear safety glasses, closed-toed shoes, and to secure loose-fitting garments. Maintaining and taking care of tools can also go hand in hand with key safety practices. When tools are maintained properly, it reduces the chance of them breaking or becoming hazardous. So always make sure tools are put away correctly. Lastly, reducing and recycling materials like cans and batteries can help support a clean atmosphere for the team to work sustainably. Using PPE, maintaining tools, and recycling materials are essential practices for ensuring safety, efficiency, and sustainability in the workshop.
Every discovery begins with one choice: to stay safe.
In robotics, like archaeology, we protect our team and our tools.
So explorers must protect their workspace.
We start with the essentials: the manual, gloves, and safety glasses.
Caution: when handling heavy objects like treasure, always make sure to have someone's help.
Always keep safe distance from sharp objects like saws.
That's why we power down first before replacing blades or making adjustments.
Safe restoration starts with safe materials.
We inspect carefully, keep what's safe, and recycle what's damaged.
Always use fresh batteries and install them properly.
Always remember to turn off your robot, machines, and tools before leaving.
And when we explore responsibly, we build a future that lasts.
And now let's take a look at the Digital Animation Award winner from this season. And now here's a video from Hall of Fame team Project Bucephalus.
I'm not an engineer. But I could be.
I'm not an astronaut. But I could be.
I'm not a politician. Hi, would you like a flyer? But I could be.
I am not a leader. But I could be.
I'm not changing the world. But I will be.
All right, back on the field. This is match number 11. Winner of this match moves on to the finals. Alliance 1 is in red, 2 is in blue. This is going to be good. In red, 62-38.
It's the Popcorn Penguins.
Next to those Penguins, 13-23.
Mad Town Robotics.
And next to Madtown, some Poofs, 254.
Cheesy Poofs.
Looking to earn their spot in the finals is Alliance 2. Starting out with 66-65.
Sea Otters.
Alliance partner 1678.
Citrus Circuits.
And Alliance captains 94-70.
Control, defeat.
Match 11. Winners go to the finals. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go!
And we're off. We're going to see what happens in this great match. Both alliances with fantastic opening rounds. They are very close. After the first set, they're both going back for their second pass. Who's going to be ahead? The Red Alliance. Looks like they're pouring in, but Blue still pouring in shots at the end. Let's see what ends up happening. It is going to be the Red Alliance. They get past 200 points in the opening phase, and now Blue Alliance will be up for the first shift. Both alliances busy trying to score in the transition period. We've got well over 200 points from the Red Alliance. Can Blue close that gap? Blue trying to collect. They have not yet started shooting in their transition period. 254 over poaching over on the Blue Alliance side. 1678 putting up points as well. 94-78 in the Red Alliance zone. Looks like they are trying to poach. They are slowing down 254. They might have an intake problem though, given what they are playing. 66-65 trying to slow down the Red Alliance as well. It is the Red Alliance ahead, but they're not adding that much to their margin. Blue trying to keep their score down after that opening volley from the Red in the autonomous period. Blue with an opportunity. Both Blue robots putting up big shots. Can they make up a 140-point advantage in this shift? 254 and Popcorn Penguins over on the Blue Alliance side poaching. 1678 puts up another round. Meanwhile, 9470 attempting to poach over in the Red Alliance, but not really very successfully. They still seem to have a problem with their intake. It's going to be Red now up for their opportunity. They have a 30-point advantage at the beginning of their shift, but 665 slowing them down. We've got 3 blue robots in the Red Alliance, even more blue than red. 1678 now in the middle. They are ferrying out to the middle. 254 shooting from the tower, and it's going to be Madtown being harassed by 9470. It seems really 9470 is down for the count in terms of trying to score. Can they make the Red Alliance work even harder in order to get to this? We are in the last 15 seconds. Red is ahead by about 100 points. It's going to be difficult for blue to make up that advantage in this amount of time. We're down the last 5 seconds of this competition. 1678 puts up a last volley, but so does 254. And we will be seeing what the final score is in this match. Here it comes. Our final score on the Red Alliance winning 653 to 523 for the blue. It will be the Red Alliance advancing to Finals 1. The Blue Alliance going down to the lower bracket to play in match 13 for the opportunity to play in the finals. And back to the analyst desk.
Strategy is constantly evolving at the NorCal District Championship. You know, we're seeing the strategy shift. It's almost like it's not really about scoring, and it's more about who can control the location of the fuel, ideally eventually into your hub. But it's just as important to have it on your side of the field as it is to have it in your robot and on its way to be scored. And we have Dave joining us again at the desk. Dave, what did you see in that match?
Absolutely. I think Alliance 2 did a really good job trying to find the pinch points in the field in general. We saw Sea Otters trying to do their best, trying to make sure they can kind of corner 254 and 1323. And then we saw 9470, not sure what was going on there. And then, you know, Sea Otters had to take a step back. I think 9470 played some defense. But, man, that was just such a tight game.
Yeah, we'll get the replay up in a moment here, but I really want to highlight, whilst we're going to be watching that replay, the difference between 62-38, the Popcorn Penguins, and 66-65, the Sea Otters. That's the second pick out of both of these alliances, and they play very different games. 66-65, of course, desk favorites for defense. They're so good at it, and as we watch them bounce around on this side of the field, all they're doing is staying on the Red Alliance side, and they're keeping out 254 and 1323 every time they try to cross those trench and those bumps. 62-38 on the other side, though, they're staying around the blue side of the field, but they're also shuttling fuel back and forth, and sometimes doing full court shots with that same fuel. It's a little bit of interesting kind of dynamic between those second robots, and maybe in this case, that flexibility is what pipped Alliance 1 over Alliance 2.
Yeah, we're seeing Alliance 1 be very innovative with their strategies. They're not doing the things everyone else is doing. And, you know, this is kind of what we expect out of these teams. These are world caliber teams year after year. They have a lot of experience and a lot of creative thinking that's giving them these top-notch strategies.
Yeah, I want to highlight something I just noticed again on the replay. I'll play it back, but 254 is going to be coming down the field here with a completely full hopper. They're going to only unload a little bit, then they go to refill more fuel and then cross again. And this is something we are seeing from 1678 as well, where they're only dumping a little bit and then collecting more fuel. Why unload the full hopper and especially have no fuel in your robot once your shift starts, when you can just move a little bit in batch by batch by batch?
Yeah, one thing I'm hoping to see more of moving forward is we see a lot of robots using their intakes and their turrets and such to feed. I wish we could see more pushing of balls, right? Just that herding. It's really effective, takes way less power. And I'm wondering if we're going to see more of that moving forward as teams are starting to get a little tired as we progress through this event.
Well, here's a question for both of you. What needs to change for Alliance 2 if they meet back in Finals 1?
Ooh, that is a really good question. I would love to see some harsher defense. I think 254 and 1323, both teams that are really, really, really good around playing around defense. So maybe some counter defense on the Popcorn Penguins instead to prevent them from shuttling fuel backwards.
And let's go back to the field for match 12.
All right, we are in the lower bracket, match 12. Alliance 5 is in red, 3 in blue. Needing to win to stay alive. In red, 971.
It's Spartan Robotics.
Next is Spartan, 3256.
It's the Warrior Borgs.
And rounding out red, 972.
Team Iron Claw.
Over on blue, 60-36.
Team Peninsula Robotics.
Bringing the heat, 35-01.
It's the Firebots.
And ready to rise, it's 59-40.
Team Bread.
Drivers, behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off. This is lower bracket round 4, match 12. The winner goes on to match 13 to fight the loser of match 11. Off to the bat, we've got the Blue Alliance in a very huge head start. Team Bread assisting, but 971, their autonomous program goes a little bit awry. They send fuel all the way over to the Red Alliance. It's 142 to 82. The Blue Alliance takes an early initiative lead. Team 971, Spartan Robotics, now sending fuel over to their side, trying to starve the Blue Alliance. 972 doing the same thing. Iron Claw, they're sitting comfortably in the Blue Alliance's field. They just shifted over to the midfield now, help their teammates. Oh, it looks like 6036 got stuck on some fuel. They were unable to block a lot of fuel from the Red Alliance. Red Alliance 5 seconds to catch up, another 15 points before they get level there. And with that level shift, both sides, or the Blue Alliance is active. They were tied. The Blue Alliance 971, Spartan Robotics playing a very key role here, shuffling fuel away from the Blue Alliance. They're starting to starve them. We've seen this technique work very well. And then we've got over here the Warrior Borgs. They're going to send fuel over to 6036 on the Blue Alliance over by the Red Alliance side. That's why 3256 is holding out to all their fuel. They know that 6036 would just pick it up and send it back over. 18 seconds of Red Alliance shift. The Red Alliance has a lot of points they got to catch up on, and that's what they're going to work on immediately. 59-40 getting fuel from the center zone, sending it over to their alliance partners. It's 313 to 313. 5 seconds of the Red Alliance shift until the Blue Alliance takes over once again. Match is now, it's 313 to 338. Red Alliance taking an early lead here. Now they're tied. The Blue Alliance is going to try to keep that score high, 35-01. The Firebots, they are keeping it high. Team Bread, this is elimination. If either of the teams lose here in the double elimination format, 5 seconds until it's endgame, which starts now. Red Alliance has a lot of points they've got to make up, but they've got a lot of fuel in their zone. Warrior Borgs are going to feed fuel into their hopper. It's 375 to 420, 430 now. Blue Alliance, they're keeping that score high. The Blue Alliance wants to win this one. It's 971, but they also do. It's 450 to 460. 10 seconds remaining in the match. Super close. Both alliances trying to shoot, but Team Bread's not able to get the shooter fast enough. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, game. We have our final results. The winner is the Red Alliance. The score of 526 to Blue 501. The Red Alliance advances to lower bracket round 5, match 13. Blue Alliance unfortunately does get eliminated. Let's hear a huge round of applause for 6036 Peninsula Robotics, 3501 Firebots, and 5940 Team Bread. And with that, let's send it over to the analyst desk.
That Red Alliance, my, oh my. They were down 60 points during auto and still came out with a dub.
Yeah, I mean, Blue has been showing a really strong strategy with having 60-36, basically just make it impossible for Red to score anything from their zone. But in the end, Red had that triple offense going for them, and that did the deed.
We've got a replay, and we've got it queued right before the last 30 seconds of the match, and we're going to watch this at 1x speed, and I really want to highlight one team in particular here, 3256, the Warrior Borgs. We're going to hit play, and now watch 3256, that robot right there. They're absolutely chock full of fuel. I think the biggest hopper in this competition, and as they shoot, this number is just going to keep going up and up and up, and there's very little Blue can do about it. We've been talking about ball starvation. There's very little fuel on this side of the field. Now, there's little fuel on this side of the field, too. However, it doesn't matter because all that fuel is in these red robot hoppers.
Yeah, I'm noticing as we're progressing through elims, the safest place for fuel to be is inside your robot. And so now it almost looks like hopper capacity is what's going to win these matches.
Yeah, here we are right at the end of the match. 3256 is empty, 971 is empty, and the Red Alliance is leading by those 30 points that made the difference during that match. The Red Alliance, they've just been so strong throughout. They keep coming out of into tally-up behind an auto and then winning these tally-up battles because they control the fuel so much better than the other alliances.
Yeah. 971, 972 still doing a remarkable job of just going around and picking up and shuttling. I mean, this is called complementing each other.
I mean, valiant effort by 3. I don't think of anything they did wrong in this match. Sometimes you're just going to get outplayed.
Coming up next is coming up soon is match 13. Alliance 2 is going to be facing the winners of that last one, Alliance 5. But first, some award ceremonies on the Morgan Field.
All right, it's time for our first awards segment, which means give it up for the judges that join us in the awards line. Let's hear it for our volunteers, our judging volunteers. If your team wins an award, we'd like you to come down from the stands, start on the Blue Alliance side with the judges, high five, exit down by Luann, and we'll take a photo behind the field. Awesome. All right, we have 4 awards to present in this segment, and our first award is the Imagery Award in honor of Jack Kamen. This award is for his dedication to art, illustration, and his devotion to FIRST. This award celebrates attractiveness in engineering and outstanding visual aesthetic, integration of machine and team appearance. This team left us pondering an alternative reality. Robot, intake, hopper, shooter. They showed how their machine was in line to score buckets of kernels. With a buttery team update and a cart that makes them pop, we'll always come back waddling for more. A round of applause for Team 6238.
Team 6238, the Popcorn Penguins, is a family community team from Los Altos, California. Started in 2016, this is their 11th season competing with FIRST.
Next, the Gracious Professionalism Award celebrates outstanding demonstration of FIRST core values, such as continuous gracious professionalism, sportsmanship, and working together both on and off the playing field. In a program where competition is fierce, this amazing team proves that kindness and collaboration are just as powerful as any robot on the field. This team lifts others as they climb, helping a fellow team to design sweaters to fund their championship journey. This winning team also hosts mock competitions, where teams don't just learn, they compete, grow, and have a roaring good time. With a supportive, bear spirit, they don't just build robots, they build a legacy. Congratulations, Team 766.
Team 766, the MA Bears, is from Menlo Atherton High School with other members of the community in Atherton, California. Founded in 2002, this is their 25th season competing with FIRST.
extraordinary enthusiasm and spirit through exceptional partnership and teamwork furthering the objectives of FIRST. Spirit is not just about being loud. This award goes to a small team where everyone cares about each other. They embrace their neurodivergence and were candid with the judges about how things stay tight-knit despite the occasional struggle. The Team Spirit Award goes to the shifting brains of Team 10339.
Team 10339 Brain Shift is from Chartwell School in Seaside, California. Founded in 2025, this is their second season competing with FIRST.
Rising All-Star Award celebrates the team that has persisted through challenges despite the difficulties of being young. This could be the result of being a new team or a team with recent turnover in membership. These competitors have been building something special from the ground up. Following a significant drop in membership, they rebuilt their team into a thriving community, empowering new members, developing future leaders, and creating a welcoming space where every student contributes. Rising from the basement to new heights, this team truly earns their place among the stars. Congratulations, Team 4990.
Team 4990, the Basement Box, is from Crystal Springs Upland School in Hillsborough, California. Founded in 2014, this is their 13th season competing with FIRST.
Judges, it's time I invite you to take your seats again as we gear up for match 13.
On the field now, we're in the lower bracket. Alliance 2 in red, 5 in blue. Winner moves on to the final, so there's a lot at stake. 666-5.
It's the Sea Otters.
Next to those Otters, 1678.
Citrus Circuits.
And alongside Citrus, Alliance captain, 9470.
Control Alt Defeat.
Over on blue. Let's hear it for Team 971.
Spartan Robotics.
32-56.
It's the Warrior Borgs.
And Team 972.
The Iron Claw.
Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off. This is the final match of the playoffs. Right off the bat, we got 971 going in the midfield, getting a lot of that clean fuel away from 971. 1678, 971 is going to keep scoring that way. 32-56 from the back. They have a whole huge supply of fuel. They need to score a whole lot during autonomous, and they don't get quite enough to win. But that's all right. It's the Blue Alliance's first turn to score. The Red Alliance, it's their time to shine. They got their defense bot 665. They're now going to take initiative here. It's 23 seconds of Blue Alliance control. The Red Alliance, 6665. They've got a pure defense bot here. Alliance number 2, the Red Alliance decided they wanted to go with a pure defense instead of defense shuttling bot because 9470, they know they're capable of doing both strong defense and strong offense. 6665 is going to be incredibly critical here. It is a full team of turret bots versus a full team of dumper bots. We'll see which one does better. Currently, the dumper bots are overhead or on top due to their increase in their higher points during autonomous. As the analysis said earlier, 1678 only dumping about half of its tank before it goes back and then shoots all of it. This allows for a full dump to begin with. 1678 is going to go midfield. It's going to take all the fuel away from the Blue Alliance. 971 left wondering, where's all my fuel? They're trying to figure that out too. 1678 shooting some of its fuel over. 972, Iron Claw. They're over in the Red Alliance now. They're stealing fuel away from 1678, playing defense against them now. 9470 not wasting a second. Same with 1678. That's a 400 score to 233. with 15 seconds left of Red Alliance control. Before we swap over to the end game, it's 430 to 230. It's about 200 points difference between the two. Blue Alliance has a lot of points to make up, but 6665 isn't going to let them. 972 starts bullying 6665. Lets the Warrior Borgs through. That was a critical passage for them, as the Warrior Borgs is one of their major scorers right now. It's endgame. 20 seconds remaining in the match. 500 to 200. Red Alliance has a very huge lead, and 1678 is looking to expand upon that lead. It's 580 to 310. With 10 seconds remaining in the match, Red Alliance once again peeling away with that huge lead over double the points of the Blue Alliance. 3, 2, 1, game. We have our final scores, and the winner is the Red Alliance with a score of 656 to Blue Alliance 383. We have our second finalist. Everybody, let's give a huge round of applause to 972, 3256, and 971. And with that, we will shoot it back over to the analyst's desk.
Alas, Alliance 5, we have to say goodbye. I mean, what a run, what a run. So, huge round of applause for them. Katie, Nathan, what do you see?
I mean, Alliance 5, they needed a big swing to really take that, and we saw a big swing with 3256's auto, you know, doing the normal sweep like they expect, and then that pause and waiting for everyone else to leave that neutral zone, and then going deep, trying to really disrupt that fuel to stop 1678 and 9470's second sweep. I mean, you got to give them credit for taking a big swing. In the end, it didn't really work out, but like, kudos for trying, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Alliance 5, 3 extremely hard-fought victories to get to match 13. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to usurp Alliance 2 right at the end. So we'll see Alliance 1 and Alliance 2 head into our finals here at the Northern California District Championships. Somewhat expected, but really doesn't tell the full story of all of these alliances. Alliance 8's 707, losing high score. So many fantastic alliances. Alliance 4, Alliance 3, Alliance 6, Alliance 7, and Alliance 5 all playing fantastic, fantastic games. Can we give a round of applause to all of our eliminated alliances one more time as we head towards the finals?
Yeah, I mean, 6665's defense really coming in clutch. They were trying to shut down 3256, and for the most part, they did. But, man, 3256, the capacity on that thing is what, like 100? Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you run into intaking difficulties, and that's the end of your match, but fantastically done from Alliance 2 and Alliance 5. We'll throw it back to the field for some more awards, and then we'll see you in the finals.
Judges, please join us. We've got some more awards to hand out. The Autonomous Award, sponsored by Google.org, celebrates the team that has demonstrated consistent, reliable, high-performance robot operation during autonomous actions during match play. Evaluation is based on the robot's ability to sense its surroundings, position itself or onboard mechanisms appropriately, and to execute tasks. This team uses autonomy to create symbiosis between a human and robot. The reliable, zone-based state machine handles details like automatically retracting the hood so the driver can stay focused. Their operator can trim the turret on the fly so the robot can shoot accurately. Working together, both robot and human perform with eagle-like precision. Congratulations, Team 114!
From Los Altos High School in Los Altos, it's Team 114 Eagle Strike. Founded in 1997, this is their 30th season, competing with first. Congratulations.
next award is a Creativity Award sponsored by Rockwell Automation. It celebrates a creative robotic component, concept, or attribute that enhances strategy of play and was intentionally designed and not discovered. This team roams the field, making defense look like a walk in the Jurassic Park. What they created was a fuel deflector that wrecks the plans of every shooter trying to score. Their creative solution makes this competition feel like dynamite. Join me in congratulating Team 58-17.
From Sanger West High School in Fresno, Team 51-17 Unirex. Founded in 2016, this is their 11th season competing in first. Congratulations.
Quality Award celebrates machine robustness in concept and fabrication. Building the robot is only part of their success, and the judges recognize them as a quality example to others. This team's robot is a masterclass in industrial execution, pairing elegant design with the relentless reliability required to withstand the rigors of the field. Their commitment to technical excellence is evident on every part, ensuring a robot that performs with surgical precision match after match. Always blue, always bold, and always building to a higher standard. Congratulations, Team 254!
From Bellarmine College Preparatory in San Jose, it's Team 254, the Cheesy Coops. Founded in 1999, this is their 28th season competing with Hearst. Congratulations.
next award is the Industrial Design Award. It celebrates the team that demonstrates industrial design principles, striking a balance between form, function, and aesthetics. And for this one, the judges wrote a poem. A turret printed large and grand, with complex geometry carefully planned, sandwiched firm in aluminum's embrace, a shooter built with power and grace. Tied up neatly, silicon sealed tight, a ribbon wrap machine of might. The whole package through and through, and that claw, it's to die for too. Way to go, Team 972.
From Los Gatos High School in Los Gatos, it's 972 Iron Claw. Founded in 2002, this is their 25th season competing with First. Congratulations.
Judges, you can now have a seat. We're going to prepare the field for finals, match number 1 here at the Northern California State Championship. Kick that music, Luis. You know the words, just keep going.
Okay.
We lost our audio.
How do you feel
All right, we are ready for the finals.
Say, Blair, earlier today, you called this Einstein preview.
I did.
How do you feel about that prediction, as it were?
I feel like we're going to dance to this music.
I think you might be right.
I anticipate at least 2 of these teams being on Einstein in 2 weeks' time.
I think at least 2. Sounds very plausible.
There are 600 teams in Houston, and there are 6 fabulous teams right here who are trying to earn their way there. You want to meet them?
Let's meet these teams.
In red, Alliance number 1, our Alliance captain, the number 1 seed, undefeated so far, Team 254.
That would be the Cheesy Poofs.
The Cheesy Poofs have their first pick. Another they've won world championships so many times, 13-23.
And that is Mad Town Robotics.
And a team that has made the playoffs but never been in the finals before. It is their lucky day, 62-38.
Popcorn Penguins.
Over on blue, we have our Alliance captains, newcomers looking for the inaugural district championship win, 94-70.
And it is Control Alt Defeat.
Their first pick needs no introduction. Their Einstein streak is legendary. 1678!
Citrus Circuits.
And their Alliance partners, they've played an awesome season. They find themselves in the finals yet again. 66-65!
Sea Otters. And with that, we are going to tell you a little bit more about this family of teams. It all began with 254 and 1678 winning 67 straight matches with no losses. And then in 2015, 1323 was brought into the combine at Central Valley, winning the regionals with 254 and 1678. And then 9470 joined that group, winning at Half Moon Bay with 1678, and then winning with 254 and 6665 again at Central Valley. And then finally we have 6665 coming in, or 6238 attempting to join with that group with yet another championship. And they all know each other so well.
60 teams started, 6 remain right here. You've earned your way here. This has been an amazing, amazing event. Let's do the traditional first handshake and get to finals match number 1. Cross and shake hands, wish each other good luck, get back to your driver stations, and we'll put on a show.
Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Northern California, are you ready? Drivers behind the line. Finals match 1 in 3, 2, 1, go!
The global community has been waiting for the Red Alliance, beginning with their powerful auto. Blue trying to answer back. They're neck and neck to start. Both alliances going back out for their second pass. It is red ahead, but blue still scoring as well. It's going to be a very high score from both sides. Red Alliance getting up to 180, 190, well over 100 for blue. It's going to be blue starting off in shift 1, but blue is scoring in the transition period as well as red. There's our mark for shift 1. 9470 gathering enough fuel to go back. They are up scoring 254, 13-23 working the middle. 665 waiting for Red to come back as they ferry. Red still ahead, 232 to 200. We'll see if Blue can close that gap in the last 4 seconds. They do get past them, and so Red will be a little bit behind as they begin their own shift. We've got 9470 poaching underneath, trying to starve that machine, that turret machine. 1323, the Madtown Robotics now having to go back to the center. 1678 also shuttling from the middle. 254 forced to go down to also recover from the far side. The Red Alliance ahead by about 90 points, and now it's the Blue Alliance's turn to come back and try to catch up. 9470 and 1678 going back, starting to shoot. 6238 trying to slow down the Blue Alliance. We've got both Madtown and Cheesy Poofs about to come back and set up. They've got 2 or 3 seconds. It looks like 66-65. They may be dead. They're getting pushed around by 254, which would not help the Blue Alliance. 1678 ferrying back into their own alliance zone. 9470 going back out into the middle, trying to keep 254 away from all of that fuel. And now it's going to be the Red Alliance's turn. They are just about to finish up. Blue, and they are both now shooting with Red ahead by about 60 points, but it's a margin that seems to be closing and opening. Blue still getting closer. 1678 rains down again. Red shooting a bit. Then 9470, a big hailstorm. 9470 and 1678 going back with a full load. Only 254 has a load. A big load on the Blue Alliance side. This is going to make it extremely blue. Blue pulls ahead at the end. We will wait to see this final score. We do not know the outcome from this match. Here it is. Final score. Who won Finals 1? It is going to be the Blue Alliance. 644 to 627. And we will be going on to Finals 2.
In the final moments, only a few fuel separating both of these alliances, and 66-65 calls the coin flip, heads or tails, left or right, and they hit. 254 on the bump, stopping the cycle. That may have been the smack heard around the world just now. Let's watch this again. Absolute insanity here in Finals Match 1.
I mean, you start with the auto, and it looks like both sides are scoring equally, but Red is just taking a little bit more each time, is to have that triple offense, right? And that triple offense in auto, so important. They start out 100 points ahead. Almost always that's a death sentence for the other alliance.
Absolutely, Katie. It's, I mean, like, unimaginable to have an alliance come back from a 100-point deficit, but there's 2 specific moments that I really want to point out during this match that I think are critical to the difference maker and having Alliance 2 catch up. The first is 9470 coming into Alliance 1's red zone during this second shift. Watch how this plays out. 9470 is in there. 1323 comes in to punish him for trying to steal their fuel, and as they play that, they then start missing a bunch of fuel and are just not performing during a shift as well as they should have. And maybe 1323, in trying to punish 9470, actually loses out on that interaction. As we keep going through the match, we slowly start to see this gap close down. Now it's only 20 points at the conclusion of that 4th shift.
The Blue Alliance, so good at harvesting everything out of the center. They do have to do all the work themselves. no backboard bot, no inbounder for them to keep the cycles moving during their active period. They must run into the center to grab as much fuel, and they're going against two of the best teams in the world right now to do so. And it's a race, it's a fight. It is a slugfest to get the fuel going into their own side, and yet they manage to get there every time. And right here, we see 66-65 calling their shot. They're going to the right red bump. They call it. 13-23 tries to keep them out, and it's just not enough.
And those 6 seconds, 7 seconds that 254 wastes going around the hub there, that's the difference maker between that final and that. I mean, there's less than 10 points in this score.
Yeah, there's just nothing left for them to go. And look at this graph that we've got here of how close of a race this was. Blue Alliance just barely surging ahead of Red, Red taking a monumental lead, and then that second go-around, Blue getting a little bit closer. It's just a game of inches at this point, Katie.
Truly, every second counted. I'm excited to see how this plays out in our match 2. We might be seeing a 3-match final.
This scoreline is already 1-1 between these alliances, but for this final series, it's 1-0. Let's keep going down to the field, and hopefully we get to see more play out between these two powerhouse and amazing alliances. Back to the Morgan Field for Finals 2.
Thank you. We're ready for another award segment, and I think you're right. We want to see this go at least 3 matches. The competition that wouldn't end in California. All right, we've got award segment 3 here, and our first award is the Innovation and Control Award, sponsored by Invent. This award celebrates an innovative control system or application of control components, electrical, mechanical, or software to provide unique machine functions. Control excellence was everywhere on this field, but one team pushed their vision system a step further. When every millisecond matters, they made sure their robot never blinked with a student-designed camera PCB delivering a low-latency, high-rate updates to power their advanced controls. So congratulations go to Team 6036.
From the Family and Community Team in Palo Alto, Team 6036 Peninsula Robotics. Founded in 2016, this is their 11th season competing with FIRST. Congratulations!
Excellence in Engineering Award, sponsored by Littelfuse, celebrates the team whose machine incorporates an engineering solution designed to have components work together seamlessly. Engineering is more than what you build, it's also how you build it. With comprehensive documentation and complete student ownership, they can explain the entire robot from nose to prehensile tail. Engineering with precision, personality, and a little bit of funk. Congratulations, Team 846!
From Lynbrook High School in San Jose, it's Team 846, the Funky Monkeys. Founded in 2002, this is their 25th season competing with FIRST. Congratulations.
Express yourself. You don't ever need help. Nobody else. All you got to do now
award, sponsored by Dow, celebrates a team which has developed sustainable practices that focus on a triple bottom line. That is people, prosperity, and planet, to have a positive impact and achieve long-term continuity. This team builds with engineering rigor, where sustainability is designed in from the start, through modular reuse, process discipline, and structure across every part. They create resilient systems that adapt, recover, and scale, delivering long-term impact through engineering that will not fail. Congratulations go to Team 6665.
From Santa Catalina School in Monterey, Team 665 Sea Otters. Founded in 2017, this is their 10th season competing with first. Congratulations.
Just move on up. Just move on up to a greater day. With just a little faith, if you put your mind to it, you can show up, do it. Hey.
During the course of the competition, the judging panel may decide that a team's unique efforts, performance, or dynamics merit recognition. Who shows the heart of a true warrior by sailing through the stormy seas of mentor turnover and lost engineering classes? What they accomplished was a masterclass in resilience, iterating through multiple robot mechanisms while keeping their spirits high and their focus sharp. This team have proved that no obstacle is too great when you have the Viking strength to row forward. Congratulations, Team 701!
From Vanden High School in Fairfield, it's Team 701 Robotics. Founded in 2001, this is their 26th season competing with first. Congratulations.
I think it's time for our judges to take their seats before finals match 2.
All right, finals match 2 at the Northern California State Championship. Alliance 1 experienced their first defeat. Fortunately, it's the best 2 out of 3. They lost by 17 points. These are very experienced teams who know how to rethink their strategy. Alliance 1, let's meet them, 62-38.
It's the Popcorn Penguins.
13-23.
Madtown Robotics.
And team captain 254.
It's the Cheesy Poofs.
Over on blue, looking for one more win for the banner, 66-65.
It's the Sea Otters.
Joining them, 1678.
It's Citrus Circuits.
And Alliance captains, 94-70.
Control, Alt, Defeat.
That last match was close, down to the very end. If Red Alliance takes the win, we've got another match. If Blue Alliance takes the win, we have a champion. Drivers, behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off. It's a mad dash right into the middle for finals 2. Right off the bat, 6665 lost a side panel. This is not great for them. They had to hit their auto stop button, but they're in the way. The Blue Alliance currently sitting a little bit too far behind, 25-4. Red Alliance once again with that 100-point lead out of Autonomous. 1678. Oh, the beach. Okay, they got out of it. This gives the Red Alliance a chance to keep scoring, and they're going to score in the last few seconds. Blue Alliance, they're the first to get access to their hub. They're going to take as much fuel out of this as they can. Blue Alliance, the underdogs, they're fighting against, once again, the winners, multiple world champions. 1678, they're showing up, but 6238 also is showing up. It's almost time for the Red Alliance to shift. It's 266 against 256. It's a very close game. 1678 does change it a little bit. It's neutral, but 1328 or 1323 is blocked. But it looks like 1970 wasn't able to stop them. 9470 wasn't. They're going to start going for cheesy poofs. They're going to start removing their sight lines. This is a lot of points that the Red Alliance is missing. It's 360 to 270. In the final seconds of the Red Alliance's control, 6665 is going to push, and they're going to fight them. It's the Blue Alliance's turn. You got 1678. They're shooting and scoring. Popcorn Penguins playing a strong defense against them. 396 to 370. It's close. 50 seconds for Blue Alliance control. 9470 and 1678 both fighting tooth and nail for this. 7 seconds of Blue Alliance control. With that, they might not get ahead, and they do. The last 2 seconds. It's the Red Alliance's turn now. 9470 playing a strong defense against 1323. 254 shooting a little bit too high and shooting over to the scoring desk. This is a great opportunity for the Blue Alliance to get their points back. 1678 is going to send fuel over. Same with 9470. Cheesy Poo sending fuel over to their teammate, the Mad Town Robotics. But they're going to steal fuel from the Blue Alliance. It's about starving in this. It's the final shift. Blue Alliance have a lot of points to catch up. The Cheesy Poo stole a lot of points. 1678 doing that strategy we saw, only emptying half of their hopper. Blue Alliance is catching up. It's 100 points between the two. They have a lot of fuel they got to catch up on. 6665 is going to start playing a strong defense against the Red Alliance. 254, keeping that point total high. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, game. And we have our final results. The winner here soon. We see that it's the Red Alliance with a score of 672 to Blue 541. The Red Alliance wins. That puts them in a 1-1 tie here. We will have to do a tiebreaker finals third match. But with that, we'll send it back up to the analyst desk.
Welcome to California. We are 1-1 at the Northern California District Championships. What a match. I can't believe what we just witnessed. Aiden, Katie, let's break it down bit by bit as I get this replay queued up.
I mean, Blue Alliance starting out with that last second switch up of the robots for a auto that was a little risky, right? 6665 running to the middle to interfere with those autos that cross that middle line.
I see the vision, though. Like, it makes sense. Get them into position. You're going to prevent that double dip, and it's just a little bit too far overshot, but it does its job, and it probably would have if they were still on that center line. Popcorn Penguins just going for, typically considered flightless birds, but not for that moment. They caught a lot of air on the Sea Otters.
I mean, as Dave would say, my oh my, what an auto. 100-point differential coming out of that. We've seen Blue come back from that deficit again. So as we launch into the into the teleop period, what are these alliances doing differently than last time?
Well, for starters, we're seeing our alliance captain 254 play defense in the midfield, holding off 1678 when they can. We see them actually in the Blue Alliance side from time to time, getting in the way, scooping up that fuel.
If we can actually go back in the replay about 30 seconds here, Nathan, I do want to point out the Red Alliance did not make too much of a change up from their strategy in this moment. They're cleaning up this center field, trying to catch all the things that are rebounding, but Blue still has a ton of fuel left on their side of the field. 1678 trying to do what they can against the Popcorn Penguins defense to get it going. Red Alliance does not make this change up until the next phase shift, where 254 and 1323 are starting to go digging way deeper than just the center field. They're actually crossing the entire field to get whatever they can. And so while they're maintaining a slight lead, it doesn't start to become large enough until they go as far as possible.
One thing I do want to note about a slight shift up in red strategy is what 6238 is doing here. They've got their hopper fully loaded up with fuel, and they've closed up that robot. We've talked about how fuel weighs about half a pound. 6238 probably holds about 40 to 50 balls. That's 20 to 25 extra pounds that added to their robot. They can now use that to bully around Blue robots that are coming to their side. Plus, that's 20 to 25 fuel that the Blue Alliance can't use to score. Fantastic use of the fuel in order to kind of play some defense around the Blue robots.
And one thing we're seeing from both alliances, Red's doing it slightly better. Every second during your active hub that you have to not be in your scoring zone is, that's points. That's points left on the table. And Red is very strategically trying to starve that Blue Alliance zone when it's convenient for them to make it inconvenient for the Blue Alliance.
Well, let's just see how these points were going back and forth. We're seeing Blue take slight leads, and you can see it reflected in the graph here. Blue getting a slight lead out of their shift, Red making a larger jump, Blue a slightly higher, but those lines are not parallel towards the end. Red just starts to run away with it because they've found all the fuel available to them.
It's been an amazing, amazing district championship. Let's go back to the Morgan Field for probably one last time.
All right, thank you. Before we get the judges up here, have a seat for just a second. We've got a special token of appreciation. Velma and Luann, could you please come forward? Velma and Luann. Come on. Come on up here. Slower you walk, the longer this event goes. To express the thanks and the gratitude from the teams, the volunteers, your staff, everyone involved in NorCal, sign.
We all signed them
shirts.
for you.
Personalized.
It could use a few more jewels.
I'll bring it.
Thank you, thank you, thank you for everything you've done. And now we've got some more awards, so now judges, you need to stand up one more time. And it won't be the last time.
The Rookie All-Star Award celebrates a rookie team exemplifying a young but strong partnership effort, as well as implementing the mission of FIRST to inspire students to learn more about science and technology. This team's results prove that success isn't luck. It's earned through vision, grit, and organization. With impressive and detailed documentation, including plans, financials, design, code, and much more, they've created a playbook that others can follow. Their impact already reaches far beyond the competition field through workshops, demonstrations, and community cleanups. From the very start, this team built more than a robot. They built a team-wide machine fueled by purpose, precision, and heart. With a bold splash of green and a spirit as strong as a shamrock, this team shows that when preparation meets passion, magic follows. Congratulations, Team 11463.
Team 11463 SHC Robotics is from San Francisco, California. This is their first year competing in FIRST.
Next award is the First Leadership Award, First Leadership Finalist Award, which is our outstanding, passionate student leaders who demonstrate exemplary effectiveness at attaining FIRST ideals. They were nominated by their teams for their direct contributions and impact on others, exemplifying leadership and commitment on the team and in their community. First Leadership Award finalists recognized here today are also our nominees for the First Leadership Award at the championship. We have 4 finalists. I'll announce the names one at a time, so come on down when you hear your name. From Team 1967, Colorina M.
chasing. No, I'm gonna make it. I've had my doubts, tear them down quick. Brick by brick by brick. So close, I can taste it. I've been waiting patient, now I gotta face it. I've had my doubts, tear them down quick. Brick by brick by brick by brick. Cause I'm so close, I can taste it. Never stop chasing, no, I'm gonna make it. I've had my doubts, tear them down quick. Brick by brick by brick. So close.
Our third finalist is from Team 114, Rhea M.
Cause I'm so close, I can taste it. Never stop chasing, no, I'm gonna make it. I've had my doubts, tear them down quick. Brick by brick by brick. So close, I can taste it. I've been waiting patient, now I gotta face it. I've had my doubts, tear them down quick. Brick by brick by brick by brick. Cause I'm so close, I can taste it. Never stop chasing, no, I'm gonna make it. I've had my doubts, tear them down quick. Brick by brick by brick. So close, I can taste it. I've been waiting patient, now I gotta face it. I've had my doubts, tear them down quick. Brick by brick by brick.
This is from Team 6238, Ryan L.
Cause I'm so close, I can taste it. Never stop chasing, no, I'm gonna make it. I've had my doubts, tear them down quick. Brick by brick by brick. So close, I can taste it. I've been waiting patient, now I gotta face it. I've had my doubts, tear them down quick. Brick by brick by brick by brick.
Engineering Inspiration Award, sponsored by SpaceX, celebrates outstanding success in advancing respect and appreciation for engineering within a team's school or organization and community. This team has launched a mission to ensure the future of engineering is as bright and inclusive as possible. By gathering global data on the experiences of women in robotics and turning the pits into a live classroom for young scouts, they have bridged the gap between research and real-world inspiration. Their dedication to opening doors for the next generation proves that building a community is just as vital as building a machine. For showing us all that the journey towards equity is truly the sweetest victory. Congratulations to Team 1868.
Team 1868, the Space Cookies, is from the Girl Scouts in Mountain View, California. Founded in 2006, this is their 21st season competing with FIRST.
take your seats and watch finals match number 3.
It is the final countdown. Match 3, winner takes all here in Northern California Championship. Alliance 1 in red, 62-38.
It's the Popcorn Penguins.
13-23.
It's Madtown Robotics.
And 254.
It's the Cheesy Poofs.
Over on blue, 66-65.
It's the Sea Otters.
1678.
Citrus Circuits.
And team 9470.
Control Alt Defeat.
And now it's time to make some noise for the Red Alliance or for the Blue Alliance. Will it be red? Will it be blue? Will it be red?
Will it be blue?
Red.
Blue?
Going for the underdog. Let's count it down together. The final match. Drivers behind the line.
3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off. This is the final. Is my mic on? This is the final match of California. 13-23, lining themselves up to shoot. 16-78, doing the same thing. It's a Red Alliance ahead right now. Blue Alliance is going to try to make up for this. Wow, it's only 50 points this time. Last time it was over a 100-point difference. The Blue Alliance is making huge strides right now. They learned from the prior. They're going to keep scoring here. It's Blue Alliance first because they didn't win autonomous. Red Alliance scored almost no points right off the bat, so they're leaving it right to the Red Alliance. And with that, we're going to keep going here. 94-70 on. They're going to keep on going. 13-23. Getting the fuel, 9400, 9470. Now they're going to starve it. They're going to use this strategic maneuver they've been seeing. This is a huge workout for them. It's Red Alliance's turn. 254, stranded in a corner. Citrus Circuits, it's their time to shine, taking fuel from the mid zone. 9470 stealing all of 1323's fuel. It looks like they worked out a new strategy for their team. Popcorn Penguins just kind of sitting idly in the back, letting all that fuel puddle. It's 5 seconds of the Red Alliance's control. Red Alliance only ahead by a measly 70 points. Blue Alliance, it's time to their turn to go. Madtown going into the Blue Alliance to steal fuel. They're going to hang out in the front there. Looks like Popcorn Penguins almost got stranded on the bump. The Blue Alliance takes lead once again. It's 12 seconds of Blue Alliance control before the Red Alliance goes. 7 seconds. The Blue Alliance is ahead by 40 points. Red Alliance have got to catch up. 94-70 using their strong shooter to get that fuel out of the way of the Red Alliance. Madtown missing some of the shots thanks to 94-70. They have no fuel. They cannot shoot what they don't have. Madtown has to start going over to the Red Alliance to get fuel. Final 12 seconds of the Red Alliance control. Blue Alliance is edging closer. 5 seconds. It's only 50 points. 30 seconds remaining in the match. Blue Alliance has a lot of points they're going to make up here. And they're going to score 60-78 going to mid-zone. Red Alliance, 254, can't get over the bump. This is huge for the Blue Alliance. 17 seconds. Madtown and Cheesy Poofs, they have a lot of points they got to make up now. 10 seconds. It's neck and neck within 5 points. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, game. And we have our final results. The winner of the California Northern State Championship is the Red Alliance. with a score of 552 to Blue 527. Congratulations, Red Alliance. Now let's hear a huge round of applause for our finalists, the Sea Otters, Citrus Circuits, and Control Alt Defeat. And with that, let's send it back over to the analyst desk.
Oh my goodness. That's it.
That's it.
Match.
That's the inaugural Northern California DCMP wrapped. What a way to end it.
And, you know, it was a nail-biter to the end.
Wow, we are stunned here on the desk. Congratulations to all 6 teams playing in that match. That was one of the greatest matches I think we will see all season long. Einstein preview, right?
Einstein preview for sure.
Einstein preview for sure.
Wow. Well, while we catch our breath, we would like to say thank you to everybody who supported us over the past few years of the analysis desk. We would like to say a huge thank you to Robo Sports Network for helping put this on this season. Thanking every person who's helped us with this event. So Ty, Francis, Jason, Justin, Chire, Dave, Sarah, and from home, Ruth, Steph, Izzy, and Ben. We have had an incredible time here at the inaugural California North District Championships. Everybody, we wish you a safe travels home, and to those of you going to Houston, good luck, and we'll see you at the competition. Check.
Check.
All right. That excitement settle for a little bit. We've got to give some more awards out. Judges, please join us up here. We will begin with the Championship Finalist Award. We just saw them play amazing matches. They came up just short. Let's give it up for the Alliance 2 captain, Team 9470.
9470 Control Defeat is from Basis Independent Fremont and Family Community Team in Fremont, California. Founded in 2024, this is their 3rd season competing with First.
Team 1678.
Team 1678, Citrus Circuits, is from Davis Senior High School in Davis, California. Founded in 2005, this is their 22nd season competing with First.
And their alliance partner, Team 6665.
Team 6665, the Sea Otters, is from Santa Catalina School in Monterey, California. Founded in 2017, this is their 10th season competing with First.
And congratulations to our inaugural district championship winners. It was close, but they are our champions, a powerful alliance here on Morgan Field. They can now proudly hang winner's banner in their pits. Congratulations first to Alliance Captains 254.
Team 254, the Cheesy Boost, is from Bellarmine College Preparatory in San Jose, California. Founded in 1999, this is their 28th season competing with First.
Their alliance partners, 1323.
Team 1323, Madtown Robotics, is from Matilda Torres High School in Madera, California. Founded in 2004, this is their 23rd season competing with First.
And Team 6238.
Team 6238, the Popcorn Penguins, is a family community team from Los Altos, California. Founded in 2016, this is their 11th season competing with First and their first time going to Worlds.
Our final award is the First Impact Award, and we have two of those to present. It is the most prestigious award at First. It honors the team that best represents a model for other teams to emulate and best embodies the purpose and the goals of First. The First Impact Award is presented to the team judged to have the most significant measurable impact of its partnerships among its participants and community over a sustained period and not just a single build season. The winner is able to demonstrate progress towards first mission of transforming El Carso. These teams also qualify for the Houston Championship. And here's what the judges had to say. This team brings impact to new levels, whether it's growing access by breaking down paywalls at summer camps or cultivating inclusion through unified robotics. Their gameplay is truly phenomenal. With 20% of all youth in their community served by them, over 10% of all FRC teams served by their service team, and more than 300 students served by their CTE classes, the progress they continue to make is unyielding. Throughout all of their growth, they remain focused on their mission, giving every player a chance to press start on their journey in STEM. Congratulations go to Team 1678.
Team 1678 Citrus Circuits is from Davis Senior High School in Davis, California. Founded in 2005, this is their 22nd season competing with First.
Educate, empower, excel.
Before a player can begin to progress, they must first press start.
But sometimes the game isn't designed for everyone.
That's why we became developers, coding programs so anyone can progress.
We designed our game for 3 objectives: educate, empower, excel. Let's head to our first program, Citrus Service.
We restore lives for players at competition, providing a med kit so teams can keep playing. Our new Robotics Center serves as a local checkpoint where teams can prepare, test, and improve.
The class provides resources to help us learn to program and drive and use the robot.
Games connect players worldwide. We have formed lasting relationships with teams all over the globe.
Who doesn't know Citrus is the question, right? I think Citrus on Monterrey is a big team to know.
Also collaborate with a team from Wollongong, New South Wales, Australia.
Let's head back to our spawn point.
Empower,
excel.
Well done. Well done, Citrus Circuits. And we have one more First Impact Award. In order for kids to soar, they need to have a path to follow. This team has a comprehensive approach to changing the culture in their area, with progression programs starting at kindergarten and progressing all the way through 8th grade. They host and mentor First Lego League, First Tech Challenge, and even co-host First Robotics competition events and provide discount live scans, building a nest out of stems for their community. But what impressed the judges most was the effect this outreach had on their own team members. It shows when you take kids under your wing, it only makes you soar higher. Congratulations go to 1671.
Team 1671, the Buchanan Bird Brains, is from Buchanan High School in Clovis, California. Founded in 2005, this is their 22nd season competing with First.
And now let's watch their first Impact Award video.
"22 years ago, a student approached the Buchanan physics teacher with a dream to create a space for like-minded people to build robots and make lasting memories. Since those early days, we've evolved to reach new heights."
Today, we are a team that is committed to providing opportunities for our community while putting professionalism at the forefront of everything we do.
To foster professionalism on our team, our members are trained through activities such as resume and cover letter workshops, and through tours and internships with companies like the Kaiser Corporation.
We push to further STEM education within our agricultural community by providing a gateway into technical careers through engaging projects and lessons. To spark an interest in STEM and FIRST in our youth, we visit our feeder schools' third grade classrooms the year before their children are eligible for FLL. We foster this interest through workshops like GEMS and Catathon, where we've taught over 120 students valuable technical skills. We've tailored some of our workshops to increase STEM awareness in girls, specifically through hosting our Girl Scouts workshop and volunteering at the STEM for Girls conference.
At the start of the FLLC season, we host a workshop called Hatching It Out to help coaches and mentors learn how to run a team. For additional support, we've provided student mentors to 11 teams. To prepare said teams for competitions, we host the only scrimmage in the Central Valley at no cost, providing teams with opportunities to not only practice their robot game, but also receive feedback on their robot presentation and innovation project. We've been able to support over 80 FLLC teams from across the valley with this scrimmage alone.
Because of a recent influx in the number of rookie FTC teams in our area, we've supported them by hosting a conference with workshops in finance, CAD, programming, and outreach.
From a group of passionate individuals, our team was born. And now, with First's mission guiding our process, our team aims to soar higher. We strive to continue serving our community, because on our team, we don't just build robots, we build people. People who go on to seize exciting opportunities and give back to their communities as professionals, mentors, and leaders.
Congratulations. Now, I'm sure you're all wondering about advancement. Remember, watch the first website as the points are finalized before the advancing teams are announced.
Big thanks to everyone who helped put this event together, the planning committee, all of our volunteers, our production over here, JC and Luis, Show Ready Events, Carol and Sherry, they do all the dirty work. A great year. We hope you had a great season. I'll see some of you in Houston in a few weeks. We hope you had a great season. We see you back next year. Congratulations to the graduating seniors. Yeah, baby. You're moving on. And a final congratulations to everybody who qualified for this fantastic event. Thanks, everybody. Travel safe.